Hello everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now, sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter, complete. Martial Arts, Attirets, at chapter 751. This human didn't seem normal. In the boundless desert, a figure was walking alone. There was a long trail of footsteps behind him, stretching all the way into the horizon. This was Wang Teng. He was searching for signs of star beasts to hunt for attribute bubbles. There seemed to be no living creatures in the desert, but there were many star beasts hiding below the sand. Earlier, Wang Teng had killed 3 rounds of desert star beasts that attacked him. The sun hung high in the sky, burning the land below. Direct exposure to the sun in the desert might cost you your life, but Wang Teng was casually strolling through the Sahara. His lips weren't dry, and there was no perspiration seen on his forehead or body. He looked as if he was taking a walk after a meal. Everything was normal, if you ignored the strange cries coming from his mouth. "Dear little beasts, come out quickly. Don't hide. Let's play a game of you kill me or I kill you. It's really fun. I guarantee that you won't feel like playing after you finish this round. Come out quickly," Wang Teng sang in a soft voice. He sounded like a strange uncle trying to bewitch a little girl. It would be a miracle if a star beast came out to find him. Only Wang Teng could think of this method. His mind worked in strange ways. Suddenly, there was a movement under the sand to his left. With a bang, a black figure shot out. It was a huge black lizard. It looked like the black sand magnetic lizard Wang Teng had caught in the past. Wang Teng's eyes lit up as if he had seen a treasure. The instant the huge black lizard pounced on him, Wang Teng swung his fist. Bang! The huge black lizard flew out a long way. All the bones in its body broke, and it fell weakly to the ground. It had died. Kill +1. A few attribute bubbles dropped out. Wang Teng picked them up immediately. Sand Control Talent 10, Earth Force 380, Blank Attribute 325. Wang Teng's eyes shone. He had received the sand control talent from this large black lizard, although it overlapped with the heart of Zhongyan and the magnetic physique and was less powerful than them. It was still a talent. Also, the black sand magnetic lizard once said that its companions were living in this desert. After seeing the black lizard, Wang Teng had enough proof to believe that this was the black sand magnetic lizard's companion, as expected. While he was in deep thought, the sand around him churned, and numerous, huge black lizards started crawling out. They hissed at Wang Teng. Hiss! Wang Teng had provoked the entire lizard race when he killed that huge black lizard. This was their territory. They were always the predators. They wouldn't allow an invader to wreak havoc in their base. Boom. 2 larger black lizards appeared in front of Wang Teng. Based on the intensity of their force glows, they were at least at the 12-star Lord level. There were 2 12-star Lord level star beasts within this race. This was extremely rare. The black lizards around them moved aside to clear a path for these 2 bosses, who stopped in front of Wang Teng and said, "Human, how dare you invade the territory of the black sand lizards?" "So what if I did?" Wang Teng cut it off. One of the black sand lizards wanted to continue speaking, but Wang Teng interrupted it once again. He pretended to be scared and said, "What do you want to do? Do you want to eat me? You're so cruel. This is so scary." The black sand lizard. "This human didn't seem normal. Don't eat me. My meat is sour. It isn't nice at all. I'm not lying. Please believe me." Wang Teng continued hurriedly. "I have eaten human meat before." "It's delicious," the Lord-level black sand lizard said calmly. No, I'm different from the other humans. My meat isn't good at all. I'm being honest." Wang Teng shook his head fervently, as if he was terrified. He kept retreating. The black sand lizards around him inched closer. The entire area was packed with lizards. There was no path for him to escape. Wang Teng didn't even know how many black sand lizards there were in this area. How did they manage to support so many lizards? "There isn't much food here. Even if it's sour, we will still eat it." "The other Lord-level black sand lizard," said Lan. The ordinary black sand lizards got excited. There was only one human, and he was definitely not enough to fill up their stomachs. But they hadn't enjoyed human meat in a long time. Hence, they were happy to have a small bite of him to cleanse their palate. After all, it wasn't easy to find a human here. The black sand lizards bared their teeth and smiled eerily at Wang Teng. "Wait, I have your friend." "I brought your clansman back," Wang Teng said suddenly. "Clansman?" The Lord-level black sand lizard asked curiously. "That's right. Take a look. I spent a lot of effort to save it. You should thank me." Wang Teng took out the black sand magnetic lizard from his space ring. The instant the black sand magnetic lizard appeared, the other black sand lizards started getting restless. They hissed at the black sand magnetic lizard in the cage. The black sand magnetic lizard hadn't come to its senses yet. It opened its eyes in bewilderment and realized that it was back in this familiar desert with many irritating and familiar fellows around it. It lowered its body and hissed at the black sand lizards. Wang Teng was stunned. What's this? This black sand magnetic lizard seemed to be an enemy of these bunch of black sand lizards. It seemed angry to see them, deviant. The cold voices of the two Lord-level black sand lizards were heard. Deviant? Wang Teng was stunned. He understood this scene. This black sand magnetic lizard was a mutated lizard and wasn't recognized by its clansmen. Haha, I didn't know that star beasts had discrimination. Interesting. Wang Teng glanced around him with interest. There was disdain in his gaze. "Human, give this lizard to me," a Lord-level black sand lizard said. "What if I don't?" Wang Teng chuckled. "Then you can die with it." The Lord-level black sand lizard howled indignantly and ordered, "Kill them." The black sand lizards around started hissing. They didn't pounce on Wang Teng. Instead, as they hissed, the sand on the ground started floating up, painting the sky yellow race. It was a frightening scene. The entire race used their sand control talent at the same time. It was like a huge sandstorm. The sand formed a wall, and the visibility inside was almost zero. The sandstorm surged toward Wang Teng. "This looks good." Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He felt that he could add this battle technique to his collection. Chapter 752, Moons in the Sea. One yellow sand covered the entire sky. If anyone saw this scene, they might think that a frightening sandstorm had dawned on this part of the desert. Numerous black sand lizards hissed as they controlled the yellow sand that was wreaking havoc in the air. Wang Teng stood in the middle of the sandstorm with a calm expression. There was excitement in his eyes. No one saw what he did, but multiple sharp glints rose from his back and stabbed into the sandstorm. The shrill sonic boom got engulfed by the howls of the sandstorm. However, the hisses of the black sand lizards had changed. They were now crying in fear and agony. "Stop!" The two Lord-level black sand lizards were astounded and furious. They screamed at Wang Teng. "It will be embarrassing if I stop when you ask me to," Wang Teng replied calmly. The flying daggers turned into sharp flashes of light as they shuttled back and forth in the sandstorm. Under the control of his spiritual power, they formed a large net and turned this area into a meat grinder, crushing all the black sand lizards inside. There was a thick, bloody stench in the air. The cries got weaker and weaker. Gradually, no voices could be heard anymore. The sandstorm died down, and the situation inside was revealed. The scene was tragic. There were black sand lizards' corpses everywhere, and the yellow ground turned red from the blood. Within a few seconds, the majestic troop of black sand lizards was almost exterminated. Only the Lord-level black sand lizards were left. They were like generals without an army. Wang Teng looked at the 2 Lord-level black sand lizards and smiled. "Did you just say you wanted to kill me?" The 2 Lord-level black sand lizards shuddered. They found Wang Teng's smile evil and terrifying. They stepped back unconsciously and tried to suppress the fear in their hearts, stuttering, "No, we didn't." "Really? Are you saying I heard wrong?" Wang Teng asked. "No, you didn't. We." The 2 Lord-level lizards didn't know what to say. Why did they offend this monster? The entire race was annihilated, and he made it look so easy. This human was appalling. He wasn't a human. "Never mind, you can't even speak properly. You're wasting oxygen by staying alive. You should die." Wang Teng sighed. His tone was sincere, though. He seemed deeply emotional that he had to send them on their way. The 2 Lord-level black sand lizards were at a loss. "Why do you mean by we can't speak properly? Is it our fault? Don't you know why we are stuttering?" The 2 Lord-level black sand lizards wouldn't sit and wait for death. They glanced at each other. Run. They escaped without any hesitation. They gave up when they should. The sand tossed and turned on the ground. It flew up and blocked Wang Teng's vision. The 2 Lord-level black sand lizards hurriedly crawled underground. Wang Teng snorted. He activated his eyes of essence to see through the layers of sand until he found the 2 Lord-level black sand lizards. These 2 black sand lizards were extremely smart. They knew that they needed to separate, so one headed to the east while the other to the west. They allowed fate to decide which one would survive. However, they had underestimated Wang Teng's ability. A smirk appeared on his lips. He stretched his hands and clenched his fists. "Heart of Zhongyan!" He activated the Heart of Zhongyan. Boom! A loud eruption occurred deep inside the ground. The ground vibrated. Sand started gathering and formed 2 big hands. They clawed at the 2 black sand lizards. The 2 black sand lizards never imagined that Wang Teng would have this skill. They were caught off guard, but they wouldn't wait for death. They hurriedly released their sand control talent and maneuvered the sand around them to resist the big hands. Wang Teng felt an obstruction in his hands. He remained indifferent, though, just increasing the force a little. Boom! The resistance of the black sand lizards was destroyed. They were grabbed tightly by the 2 large hands and dragged out of the sand. Bang! Sand spurted out like a volcano. A magnificent scene appeared not far away from where Wang Teng was standing. 2 large hands formed from sand shot out from the ground with 2 Lord-level star beasts. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't escape from the grip. Sand lock. Wang Teng felt that this was a great name for this skill. He nodded to himself. "I'm such a talent in giving names." "Don't kill me. Spare me." The 2 black sand lizards were terrified. They twisted and flapped in the hands. Wang Teng showed no mercy and clenched his fists tightly. The 2 black sand lizards opened their mouths. They wanted to scream in pain, but their voices were stuck in their chest. They couldn't let it out. Splat. Suddenly, the 2 black sand lizards exploded and turned into a splatter of blood rain. It merged with the sand and landed on the ground. "Ew, this is a little disgusting. This move is too cruel. It will offend the gods." Wang Teng shook his head and expressed his compassion. After all, he was kind-hearted. He self-reflected for 3 seconds before he scanned his surroundings. There were countless attribute bubbles floating on the sand. His eyes shone brightly. Get it? Sand control talent, 20. Blank attribute, 350. Earth force, Fortune, Earth force, 280. Blank attribute, 6110. Sand control talent, 15. Earth force, 350. Wang Teng gained many attributes. In summary, he received 2,580 points of sand control talent, 18,300 points of blank attributes, and 16,500 points of Earth Force, Chapter 753. Moons in the Sea, 2. Blank attributes were the most important thing to Wang Teng currently. He had accumulated enough to raise his Starwater scripture to the perfected stage. Next, he looked at his Earth Force. His Earth Force was at the 13-star high-tier general stage. If he collected more points, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough. However, the 10,000 points of Earth force wasn't enough for it to enter the planetary stage. There were no changes to his attributes panel. Wang Teng knew that he must convert all his normal force into constellation force before he could jump from the general stage to the planetary stage. Finally, there was the sand control talent. When the talent merged into his body, Wang Teng felt a change in his physique. He seemed to be able to control sand naturally. With a wave of his hand, he could move the sand below his feet. He opened his palm. The sand on the ground rose up like an upside-down waterfall and twirled around his arm, changing its shape according to his thoughts. At one moment, it was a long sword. A second later, it turned into a battle sword, a flower, a bird, a fish. This sand-controlled talent is more flexible than the heart of Zhongyan. Wang Teng muttered to himself. There was an obvious difference between these two talents. The heart of Zhongyan allowed him to control rocks and stones, but its emphasis was on strength and brute force. The sand control talent was more flexible and detailed. Wang Teng remembered the magnetic physique. There were some similarities between these two talents. Both allowed him to control sand, but the magnetic physique could help him control things with magnetic fields and formed magnetic fields. This was a unique ability, so its power was stronger. If only I could merge these three talents. This absurd thought appeared in Wang Teng's mind. At first, this was just his wishful thinking. It was an extravagant hope. He never expected the attributes panel to give him a reaction. Updates by freewebnovel.com. The attributes board showed him the formula of the merger. Sand control talent plus magnetic physique plus heart of Zhongyan equals heart of magnetic essence. Kaf, the way it was displayed, wasn't important. The most important thing was, after the merger of these three abilities, Wang Teng received an entirely new talent, the heart of magnetic essence. This was a higher class physique talent. The memories of the heart of magnetic essence floated into Wang Teng's mind. He immediately understood how it worked. In summary, this talent comprised the merits of the magnetic physique, the sand control talent, and the heart of Zhongyan, adding on. The potential of this talent was higher, and it was more powerful, heart of magnetic essence, 1,000, 10,000. Wang Teng was stunned when he saw the attributes panel, and the limit of the heart of magnetic essence was 10,000. This was higher than all the physique talents he had ever received. Even the demon lotus poison body couldn't be compared with it. Of course, the ancient god's body wasn't counted. He cultivated that. The astonishing limit of the heart of magnetic essence delighted Wang Teng. He felt like he had just combined three normal items into one divine item. This was a huge gain, but its starting points are 1,000 points. I'll need more blank attributes to push it up. Never mind, I'll look at it when I have extra blank attributes. Wang Teng shook his head, lamenting how poor he was. He had just received 10,000 blank attributes, but they weren't enough at all. He was poor. Wang Teng grieved over his fate for a few seconds before gathering his emotions and heading further into the desert. His destination was the next oasis. Night came. Wang Teng arrived at the next oasis just in time. He didn't want to spend the night in the desert. Cultivation was cultivation. Resting was resting. He mustn't maltreat himself. Finding a comfortable resting place was essential. After all, he loved to enjoy life. Wang Teng built a bonfire in the oasis and took out some star beast meat to barbecue. A strong fragrance spread out, whetting his appetite. After filling up his stomach, he started cultivating. He added all the blank attributes he gained to the star water scripture, so it was at the perfected stage now. He activated the 5 scriptures together. They rumbled and spun furiously in Wang Teng's body like 5 engines, converting his normal force into constellation force. Time flew. 5 days had passed. One night, Wang Teng sat cross-legged in the cultivation room in the Minos 3 spacecraft and slowly opened his eyes. There was a sharp glint in them. A powerful and profound aura spread out from his body. He had exceeded the realms of the general stage. Wang Teng couldn't control his happiness. All the basic 5 elements of forces in his body had been converted into constellation force. It was a tough journey. He had worked hard for so many days before he succeeded. Wang Teng almost cried in joy. If other people knew that he only used a few days to convert all his 5 basic elements' forces and was still pretending to feel touched by his hard work, they might kill him out of jealousy. Anyone that loved to act pretentious should die a terrible death. However, Wang Teng was honestly thinking this way. He was in a tense state after he learned of the alien invasion. He was afraid that unexpected changes might happen if he was a step too late. Hence, his heart was torn with anxiety for the past few days. He might be deep in the desert, but he still paid attention to what was happening in the outside world. Chapter 754, Moons in the Sea. 3. He asked his clones to look up the situation all over the world and discovered that there were signs of aliens in every big country. All the large nations on Earth were in their hands, in front of absolute power. Any resistance was futile. Looking at the performances of these alien invaders, Wang Teng realized that they didn't have a harmonious relationship. They were competitors in some sense. There seemed to be an unknown motive behind their actions. He had too little information, so he couldn't give his analysis yet. He placed most of his attention on country Shaya. He could tell that the entire country was in the control of that blue-haired young man. He reorganized the structure and changed all the governors to aliens. Fortunately, the Wang family was safe. They had no choice but to listen to the orders of the invaders like other normal civilians. The earth seemed calm on the surface, but there were many undercurrents hiding beneath. They were brewing a storm powerful enough to topple the human civilization. Wang Teng kept his thoughts. His expression was solemn, and his eyes were sparkling. He mumbled to himself, "Everything is ready. It's time to advance to the planetary stage. I can only fight with them if we're at the same level." He closed his eyes and followed the direction of the scriptures to break through into the planetary stage. Focusing his mind on his body, he searched for the Sea of Nihility somewhere in his consciousness. He had seen that Sea of Nihility before, so he had some idea where it was. Updates by freewebnovel.com. He removed all thoughts from his mind and started concentrating on himself. His consciousness sunk deeper and deeper. This feeling was extremely interesting, but Wang Teng didn't have the time to care about it. As his mind sank, his surroundings turned darker. He couldn't see or feel anything. He only felt loneliness and emptiness. Wang Teng had lost count of time. He didn't know how long had passed until he finally heard a sound. Ding-dong. Such a clear and pleasant sound. It was like a water droplet landing on the surface of a calm lake. Wang Teng opened his eyes and saw a sea. It was the Sea of Nihility. This is it. He should be overjoyed after finding the Sea of Nihility, but he was calm and composed instead. Form a bridge to link the Sea of Nihility. A voice echoed around him. Instantly, multiple rays of light appeared in the surrounding emptiness. They gathered at one spot and formed a bridge of light. Crimson, gold, blue, green, yellow. 5 bridges of light appeared in the emptiness. The 5 bridges crossed the emptiness horizontally, heading straight for the Sea of Nihility. They linked Wang Teng to the Sea of Nihility. This was a jump in quality. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Sea of Nihility began vibrating. The calm surface started churning, and tall waves were formed. It all seemed to be stopping the 5 bridges from birthing. However, these 5 bridges remained sturdy and strong. They were made of constellation force, the purest and thickest form of force. They were indestructible. Wang Teng didn't know that there was a high chance of failure for a normal person when breaking through to the planetary stage. The main reason was the lack of purity and density of force. They were unable to build bridges to cross the sea. Wang Teng was different. His constellation force was converted using planetary stage force skill scriptures at the perfected realm. They might be basic, but they were the most complete set of scriptures. These 5 planetary stage scriptures had been around for many years. Countless people practiced them. There was a reason for their long existence. However, many people ignored them because they wanted to find better and higher level scriptures. At this moment, above the Sea of Nihility, 5 bridges of light were forming inch by inch. They withstood the obstruction and vibration from the sea of nihility and finally crossed the seemingly endless distance to reach the shore on the other side. Boom, a huge explosion occurred. The surface of the sea of nihility erupted. The 5 different types of constellation force rushed into the sea, giving rise to huge waves. A storm was raging on the sea. The 5 constellation forces gathered beneath the surface of the sea. An invisible power compressed it, hammering and purifying it before it sunk gradually to the bottom of the sea. Wang Teng was dumbfounded. The constellation force sunk into the sea of nihility. The scriptures didn't mention this. They said that after the construction of the bridges of light, the forces would arrive at the sea of nihility and transform into stars. Then he would advance to the planetary stage. So what was going on? Wang Teng was puzzled and astounded. If he didn't feel the powerful presence coming from the bottom of the sea of nihility, he might think that his 5 forces got swallowed by this patch of sea. Wang Teng felt helpless. He could only wait quietly. After some time, rays of light suddenly appeared at the pitch-black bottom of the sea of nihility. There were 5 rays, crimson, gold, blue, green, and yellow. The rays of light rose up, and soon 5 lotuses of different colors blossomed on the surface of the sea. Thereafter, 5 huge balls rose up gradually, moons in the sea. This was his constellation force. Wang Teng had reached the planetary stage. Also, all his 5 basic forces had reached the planetary stage. In the real world, Wang Teng opened his eyes. A glaring light shot out of them. If you stared at him carefully, you would notice 5 stars of different colors circling continuously in the depth of his eyes. Boom! A powerful aura swarmed out of his body like a tide. The 5 colors combined to form a light pillar. It flew out of his body and soared into the pitch-black sky. The sky trembled, and numerous stars shone brightly. They gave off radiant glows as if celebrating and congratulating Wang Teng's advancement into the planetary stage. Chapter 755. Advancement and Difficulty. 1. Wang Teng stood up in the spacecraft. His black hair and clothes were dancing in the air even though there was no wind. The lights that erupted from his body disappeared quickly. They had only appeared for a split second. 5 stars were slowly spinning above the sea of nihility in Wang Teng's body. It was impossible to describe the 5 stars with words. They were exceptionally beautiful. With a faint light mist floating around them, they looked dreamy. The stars were formed by numerous droplets of light. They seemed like mysterious and magical crystals. This was the aggregate of constellation force. Each star possessed a mysterious and frightening power. Unnoticeable fluctuations flowed out from the stars continuously. Wang Teng thought that he had completed the advancement process, but suddenly a change occurred. The cores in the 5 stars started spinning. Soon they turned into whirlpools. A powerful suction force could be felt from within. Swoosh! Wang Teng's mind started trembling abruptly. The spiritual power laying prone in his consciousness was woken up from its sleep. After his spiritual power reached the imperial realm, it had turned into a liquid state and gathered in his mind like a huge dragon. The suction force woke up the spiritual dragon, and it roared. 5 streams flowed out from its gigantic body, gushing toward the emptiness at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, Wang Teng sensed the connection between them. There seemed to be a link between his consciousness and the emptiness below the sea. Invisible strings linked these 2 together. Updates by freewebnovel.com. The 5 streams from the spiritual dragon sunk deeper and deeper. Soon, they reached the sea of nihility. Boom! The 5 streams of spiritual power combined with the 5 stars with the help of the suction forces. They landed in the abyss at the core of the stars and started twirling violently. Soon, they merged with the cores. Buzz, the 5 stars started vibrating violently. All the spiritual power flowed towards the stars. Nothing was left. The sea of nihility resumed its calmness as if nothing had ever happened. The 5 stars floated above the boundless sea of nihility silently, giving off a faint glow on its surface. Tranquility. This was amazing. At this moment, an invisible and strange energy was released from the 5 stars. It flowed through Wang Teng's body. The transformation had started. As the invisible force filled with vitality and power spread throughout his body, tremendous changes started taking place in Wang Teng's muscles, bones, and organs. Unknown transformations were happening at the cellular level, too. If one didn't experience this change, one wouldn't be able to imagine it. This was a jump in the status of life. It was a change in the very nature of a human. The process sounded extremely slow, but it was actually as fast as lightning. Within a few seconds, Wang Teng had transformed entirely. A faint and powerful aura burst out of his body. At this moment, his body had finally turned into the body of a planetary stage warrior. As the 5 stars in Wang Teng's body calmed down, the stars in the sky regained their peace. However, many people on Earth had noticed this extraordinary phenomenon. Far away in the White Eagle Nation, the capital was occupied by an alien spacecraft. This spacecraft was different from the one hanging above country Sahara, but it was similarly huge and terrifying. A golden-haired young man was standing on the top of the spacecraft. His hands were placed behind his back, and his golden hair was swimming in the wind. He appeared holy and divine. Looking at the sky with his narrow eyes, he suddenly smiled. Interesting. Someone managed to reach the planetary stage on his own on this underdeveloped planet. What's more, this isn't a normal planetary stage breakthrough. The stars around this planet wouldn't have reacted if it was just a normal advancement. It's been a long time since this scene last occurred. In country Inca, a young man with brown hair was sitting at the top of a spacecraft. He looked into the night sky with his deep eyes and exclaimed, "What a surprise! It looks like this trip is getting more and more interesting. I'm getting excited." In Country Star, on Mount Saint, a green-haired lady stood on the roof of the Holy Temple. Her white, long gown floated against the wind. Alaise stood behind her quietly. However, when she raised her head and saw the stars glittering in the sky, her gaze changed. "You seem happy?" the green-haired lady in front suddenly asked. Alaise was shocked. Her gaze immediately turned indifferent, and she replied, "That's none of your business." The green-haired lady smiled gently. She didn't get angry and whispered instead, "Things are getting interesting. I wonder who advanced to the planetary stage." This scene didn't just happen in these 3 places. The other aliens who had invaded Earth came out of their territories in astonishment. Some were surprised, some were curious, and others were contemptuous. No matter what their thoughts were, this matter had attracted the attention of all the aliens. Capital, Zaya. The blue-haired young man stood at the top of his spacecraft and stared into the universe. His expression was gloomy, a variable. This was a huge variable in his plan. A planetary stage martial warrior had appeared on Earth. This was an underdeveloped planet. The planetary stage shouldn't exist here, yet it did. Chapter 756, Advancement and Difficulty, 2. He had a feeling that the person who reached the planetary stage was from country Zaya. It was most likely the true form of the clone. He had conducted an investigation in the past few days. From the information, he picked out the most likely suspect. Without a doubt, Wang Teng had the ability, and he had been a rising star in this country. Thus, he was his first suspect. Moreover, he couldn't be found until today. This made him even more certain that Wang Teng was the person hiding in the dark. "Are you trying to play hide-and-seek with me?" The blue-haired young man's face turned cold and his gaze became stern. "Let's see if you have the ability to play the game. Come in." A few figures flew out from the spacecraft and landed behind him, half kneeling on the ground. "Young master, bring me all the people related to Wang Teng," the blue-haired young man said indifferently. Yes, the people received his order and turned into rays of light, disappearing in the night sky. In the Sahara Desert, Wang Teng walked out of the spacecraft and felt the changes in his body. He stared at the stars in the sky with shimmering eyes. When his body was undergoing transformation, he was able to sense the echo of the millions of stars in the universe, updates by freewebnovel.com. It felt magical. It was an incredible experience. His body seemed to have turned into a mini-universe. The 5 stars floated above the sea of nihility, circling at a slow speed. His body had the same origin as the universe. Wang Teng felt that he could tour and survive in the universe with just his body. This feeling was extremely strong, so strong that he wanted to put it to the test right away. Since ancient times, humans had been looking at the sky, yearning to visit the world above, yet after thousands of years, no one was able to escape the restraints of gravity. Even in modern times, when humans possessed technologies that allowed them to fly in the sky or spacecraft that could bring them into space, no one was able to step into the universe without any external help. Even general stage martial warriors couldn't tour the universe with their own power. Wang Teng's eyes sparkled. With a tap of his feet, his body gradually rose into the sky. He moved slowly at the start. As he flew up, his speed increased. Soon, he bolted straight into the atmosphere like an arrow released from its bow. Swoosh! A shrill sonic boom stabbed right into Wang Teng's eardrums. His body rubbed against the air around him, igniting sparks that finally turned into a large flame. Soon, the fire engulfed Wang Teng's body. However, neither the ear-piercing sonic boom nor the flames around him hurt Wang Teng. It didn't even burn his clothes. There was a layer of constellation force wrapped around his body. It completely cut off the flames and the sound around it. Boom! Wang Teng felt that it wasn't enough. He raised his speed and charged into space like a cannon. He disappeared on the spot within a split second, leaving a trail of eye-catching flames in the night sky behind him. But no one saw him because this scene appeared in the desert. After he reached the planetary stage, Wang Teng's speed hit a frightening level. He was able to travel faster than sound. It was impossible to spot him. Sometime later, at a certain moment, Wang Teng felt a resistance above him. Something seemed to be stopping him from leaving the earth. Boom! Wang Teng frowned. His gaze turned sharp and he released his fist. Boom! His fist aura cut through the sky. The invisible force stopping him disappeared, and Wang Teng continued shooting forward. Soon there was only emptiness in front of him. The clouds, the air currents, everything was gone. Only the cold loneliness and emptiness didn't change. The universe comprised space and time. This was how the ancestors defined the universe. Wang Teng stood in the dark emptiness. The blue planet floated below him with a boundless void in front. Some distance away there were shimmering stars scattered on this black canvas. It was beautiful and out of the world. There were stars, countless of them. This was the first time he was standing in the universe. He felt emotional. The sense of achievement was incomparable. He could stand in the universe without any external help. The joy of breaking the boundaries of life welled up in his heart. This feels amazing. Wang Teng clenched his fist and smiled. Then his gaze turned cold. He looked in Country Xia's direction and murmured to himself, "It's time to go back, capital Xia." The blue-haired young man sent his men to escort everyone related to Wang Teng to capital Xia. This included the Wang family, Lin Choxia, Lin Chuhan, Dan Taixuan, and even his classmates like Ho Pingliang and Baili Qingfeng. Almost everyone who knew Wang Teng was caught. The technology of the alien civilization was extremely advanced. No one was able to escape their search. In the middle of capital Xia, a metallic high platform was being built below the gigantic alien spacecraft. The Wang family, Lin Chuhan, Lin Shuxia, and the others were locked up in different cages. These cages were hung in midair for everyone to enjoy. The blue-haired young man ordered his men to place a table and chair on the high platform. He then sat down casually. Beautiful ladies surrounded him, massaged his legs, and fed him food. He looked like a playboy. There was a faint smirk at the edge of his lips. Finally, he opened his mouth and said, "If you don't tell me where Wang Teng is, don't blame me for being merciless." He treated Wang Teng as his first opportunity on the Earth. He would definitely get the clone skill if these stupid and backward Earthlings didn't cooperate with him. He didn't mind conducting a massacre. The entire Wang family was shocked and infuriated. They were worried. They didn't know that the aliens wanted to target Wang Teng. Grandpa Wang and the others didn't know why the alien invaders wanted to look for Wang Teng. However, they were certain that it wasn't for anything good. The younger generations and Wang Teng's aunts were terrified. They stared at Grandpa Wang unconsciously. "Why are you anxious? The worse is death," Grandpa Wang said calmly with a fierce aura, suppressing the astonishment and anger in his heart. "Dad, do you know where Wang Teng is? He's so powerful. He must be able to beat these aliens. If he doesn't come, the aliens will kill us." Wang Teng's aunt, Zhao Weili, stammered. Wang Shengguo and Li Xiumei's faces turned black. "Mom?" Wang Yan'an's expression changed and called her mom hurriedly. They were blood-related. Her words were a little hurtful. "Enough. Little Teng might be a talent, but he isn't the alien's match. Aren't you sending him to death by asking him to come out?" Wang Shenghong was infuriated. "But if Wang Teng doesn't come, we will die," Zhao Weili said in fear. "I don't mind death, but Yan'an and Yalong are still young." "You," Wang Shenghong turned green in anger. He raised his hand and wanted to slap her. "All right, don't embarrass yourself." Grandpa Wang waved his hand and glanced at Zhao Weili. "Do you think these aliens will let us go after little Teng comes? Those who are not our kin are sure to be of a different heart. Even if little Teng appears, the aliens wouldn't release us. Little Teng is our only hope. If he stays hidden, we might live. The aliens will keep us alive to lure him." Zhao Weili was stunned by Grandpa Wang's words. She had made those statements out of fear, but Grandpa Wang's reminder doused her with a bucket of cold water. Her face turned pale. Wang Teng was their only hope, but what had she said? "Old man, you're too noisy." The blue-haired young man's expression turned ugly. He sneered. "It seems like you want to do this the hard way. All right, have a taste of despair. I have ample time to play with you." With a wave of his hand, the cage lit up with blue arcs. Slash, boom. The people in the cages got electrocuted. They trembled in pain. The electrocution wouldn't cost them their lives, but they would experience continuous pain. It was a perfect torturing method. Chapter 757. They are like dogs, capital Sia, used to be the most prosperous city in the country, yet it was taken over by a huge spacecraft, which cast its large shadow over the city. In the center of capital Sia, on a high platform made of metal, there laid a few cages with people locked up inside. Many people were looking at them from the tall buildings around them. The blue-haired young man didn't stop them. He was glad to see this scene. This was like an execution scene in the olden days. Normal people could spectate the scene to serve as a warning and frighten the public. The members of the Wang family weren't martial warriors, so they were in excruciating pain after the electrocution. They groaned in agony, but no one said anything. The blue-haired young man didn't get impatient. He wore a mocking smile on his face as he looked towards the other cage and asked, "You're Wang Teng's classmates, right? You are the closest friends he had in school. Do you know where he is?" Hao Pingliang, Bailey Qingfeng, Xu Jie, Bai Wei, and a few others were locked up in this cage. They sat cross-legged on the ground. Although agitated as martial warriors who had experienced calamities such as the Sea Beasts riot, they had a strong mentality. They were able to remain composed. What an unexpected catastrophe. Lu Shu pushed his glasses, reflecting light on the transparent glass. As expected of the man who I felt was dangerous. Even when he isn't around, his dangerous aura is affecting me. Bailey Qingfeng was tensed up. His muscles were bulging out like a wild beast ready to launch its attack, yet his words made others speechless. I don't know about the danger, but that blue-haired fellow is too pretentious. He has so many beauties around him, yet he's enjoying them all alone. Outrageous? Song Shuhang said furiously. That's right. Outrageous. Lu Shu's eyes lit up, he continued. Anyway, which one do you fancy? I like the one with a big chest. I like the one with a firm butt. That line is too exaggerating. My mom says that someone with a nice butt is a good wife. Bailey Qingfeng commented seriously. I like the one with long legs. I can play with those legs for a year, Song Shuhang said. Updates by freewebnovel.com. Shu Ji, Bai Wei, Yu Hao Pingliang. The blue-haired young man, Shu Ji, Bai Wei, and Yu Hao were speechless. Where did these three weirdos come from? Didn't they know what situation they were in currently? Wasn't their focus point a little askew? Enough, seriously. Ho Pingliang covered his face. He felt embarrassed. The smirk on the blue-haired young man's face below suddenly froze. He looked a little constipated. Constipation for 3 days straight. These three fellows dared to ignore his words and disregard him. They even commented on his servants in front of him. No one had ever dared to treat him with such disrespect. Yet these low-class earthlings he looked down upon did what others didn't and said what others wouldn't. How could he bear with it? Amazing. Y'all are amazing. He squeezed these words out of his mouth in anger. Instantly, glaring sparks appeared on the cage. Boom, boom. The three young men trembled from the electrocution. They looked as if they had a spasm. Burnt smell wafted out from their bodies, and their hair stood up. A few seconds later, their faces turned black, and white smoke started floating out of their mouths. They kept twitching. The Wang family immediately felt that their electrocution was nothing when they saw their intense reaction. Grandpa Wang felt his face muscles trembling. They're here because of us. But they're a little cheeky. Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei didn't know what to say. They had strange expressions on their faces, and they seemed hesitant to voice out their thoughts. I'll spare you for now. I'll teach a lesson properly later, the blue-haired young man snorted. He turned and looked at the last cage. Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxie were locked up there. The blue-haired young man's eyes lit up when he saw the two sisters. He had noticed them for a long time and was startled by their looks. Besides, they were sisters. He couldn't control the desire in his heart since they were already in his hands. The blue-haired young man stood up and came to the third cage. He looked at Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia and gave a gentle and handsome smile, or at least that was what he thought. He said in an arrogant tone, I know that you have a close relationship with Wang Teng. I'll give you one chance to tell me where he is. I won't make things difficult for you, and you can even be my servants. Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia were stunned. They were astounded as if they had heard something absurd. Was he asking them for Wang Teng's location? They didn't know, but even if they did, they wouldn't betray him. The funniest thing was, this blue-haired fellow wanted them to be his servants. He seemed to think that this was a gift for them. He was full of himself. Were aliens all so strange? Young master, what's good about these two female earthlings? Are they better than us? Before Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuchua could say anything, a pitiful and seductive voice sounded behind them. A beautiful young lady in a purple gown walked over with a pout. She stared at the blue-haired young man bitterly. This young lady was one of the servants of this blue-haired young man. It seemed that her status wasn't low. If not, she wouldn't have dared to speak to him voluntarily. Look at what you're saying. They can't be compared with you guys, but they are still quite beautiful. Also, your young master needs a change of taste sometimes. The blue-haired young man held the lady's purple gown with a smile and said shamelessly, Young master. The young lady dragged her words, whining in a sweet and seductive voice. The blue-haired young man's heart almost melted. He liked this servant dearly. Her figure and looks were top-notch, and he never got tired of listening to her voice. Hence, he didn't mind her occasional small tempers. Sister, they're so disgusting. While they were flirting, someone interrupted them and spoiled the entire atmosphere. That's right, they look like dogs. Another soft voice joined in the conversation. Yeah, a male dog and a female dog that came from outer space. The person who spoke first laughed loudly as if she had seen something extremely funny. Chapter 758. All of you should die. The blue-haired young man and the lady in purple gown froze. They simultaneously turned to look at the two sisters in the cage. Are you mocking me? The blue-haired young man asked in disbelief. Did I? Lin Chuxia tilted her head and looked at the two of them innocently. Young girl, do you know the consequences of having a glib tongue? The lady in a purple gown asked unhappily. Your tongue will get cut off, sister. I'm so scared. This old lady is evil. Lin Chuxia hurriedly hid in Lin Chuhan's arms like a frightened little bunny. The lady's face turned black. Old lady, evil. Her face was filled with astonishment, as if she had heard something unbelievable. Her mind couldn't make sense of what was happening. Her face turned green in anger. She turned to the blue-haired young man and complained sweetly, "Young master, look at them. They're scolding me." The blue-haired young man waved his hand and said to the two sisters, "It looks like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Do you think that I have a good temper?" The young man seemed furious. He was mocked and embarrassed by these people time and again. His patience and temper were gone. Killing intent seeped out of his body. Updates by freewebnovel.com. Since none of you are talking, you can go and die once you are dead. That coward will definitely appear. The blue-haired young man said indignantly, "Young master, pass these two ladies to me. I'll educate them." The lady in a purple gown sneered, "No matter how tough they are, I'll make them obedient." "Good." The blue-haired young man gave an evil smile. Seemingly thinking of something, he nodded and continued, "I'll leave them in your hands. Don't disappoint me. Don't worry, I promise that you'll be satisfied," the lady in a purple gown replied. Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia's expressions changed slightly. This lady was indeed wicked. "We won't let you succeed even if we die," Lin Chuhan said resolutely. "That's not for you to decide." The lady in the purple gown wasn't worried that these two sisters would commit suicide. Their limbs were tied up, and their force was sealed. They couldn't kill themselves. She said to a martial warrior at the side, "Open the cage, I'll bring them out." The martial warrior gave an ambiguous smile and sniggered. "Ziling, don't be too harsh on them. If you hurt them, young master won't be able to play with them." I don't need you to tell me that." Ziling rolled her eyes at the martial warrior. The martial warrior almost got mesmerized by her pretty and cheeky expression. He hurriedly shifted his gaze away, not daring to take another look. She was the young master's woman. If he took another look and offended the young master, he would be in trouble. He immediately opened the cage and raised his hand to invite Ziling to step forward. Ziling straightened her neck like an arrogant white swan and walked inside. She dragged Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia out roughly. She might look frail and weak, but she was a general stage martial warrior. The blue-haired young man had invested many Dan medicines in her. She was stronger than a normal martial warrior. Ziling patted Lin Chuxia's face and said, "Little girl, why don't you try being tough again?" Pfft, Lin Chuxia wasn't a delicate lady who was easy to bully. She spat saliva at Ziling. Ziling was stunned. She touched the saliva on her face with wide eyes. She was in disbelief. You, what about me? Does my saliva taste good?" Lin Chuxia chuckled. "You're looking for death," trembling in anger. Ziling raised her hand to slap her. Lin Chuhan charged forward and slammed into Ziling with her head. She couldn't care, since her younger sister was about to get hit. Ziling didn't expect Lin Chuhan to be able to use such a brutal method after her force got sealed. They were standing quite close. So Lin Chuhan slammed into her chest. Her head throbbed in pain. She retreated uncontrollably. Pain. The slap intended for Lin Chuxia failed naturally. Ziling couldn't care about it. She clutched her chest and gasped in pain. She wished she could rub her chest to alleviate the pain, but the situation didn't allow her to. The expressions of the martial warriors beside her turned strange, however. They didn't dare to look again. They lowered their heads and pretended that they didn't see anything. The blue-haired young man coughed awkwardly and asked, Ziling, are you all right? Young master? I'm fine. I'm good." Ziling squeezed out a smile on her face. She was pale. "Why don't you take a rest first?" "There's no hurry to educate them. I'm not in a rush," the blue-haired young man said. "No, I will educate them now. I'll let them know how I do things." Ziling gritted her teeth and said, All right, as long as you're happy," the blue-haired young man replied hurriedly. He felt that Ziling seemed exceptionally terrifying at this moment. Anger shot out of Ziling's eyes as she glared at Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia. If gazes could kill, the Lin sisters would have been cut into pieces. She must take revenge for hitting her chest. Ouch, it hurts. The blue-haired young man turned away and ordered his men to open the other 2 cages. He pulled the Wang family and Wang Teng's friends out and lined them up in a row on the high platform. He returned to his seat on the high platform and enjoyed the service of his beautiful servants. He then pointed at Grandpa Wang, who was the first in the row, and said coldly, "Let's start from him. We'll kill this old fellow first. Chop off his head and hang it up." Everyone's expression underwent a huge change. This blue-haired young man wanted to kill Grandpa Wang. Damn it, Wang Shengjun, Wang Shengong, and the other members of the Wang family were infuriated. They came in front of Grandpa Wang to protect him. "Kill me if you dare. Why are you targeting the elderly?" Wang Shengguo stood up and shouted, "Move! An old man should be the one to die first." Grandpa Wang pushed everyone aside and said calmly, "Dad?" Everyone was sorrowful. "Don't be impatient. Everyone will get their turn." The blue-haired young man didn't raise his head as he spoke. "Pull the others away. Kill the old man first." "Yes," the martial warriors replied in unplanned unison before going forward to drag everyone away. "Dad, bastard, how dare you?" The Wang family was struggling, so the martial warriors had to hold them back forcefully. They wanted to let them witness the death of Grandpa Wang personally. "Dad, it's our fault." Wang Shengguo was filled with guilt. Tears fell down continuously. "Don't be sorry. Tell little Teng that I'm proud of him." Grandpa Wang shook his head and gave a gentle smile. "If you're done talking, you can die." A martial warrior raised his blade and aimed it at Grandpa Wang's neck. "No!" The Wang family shouted in despair, "Attack!" Furious shouts suddenly came from around them. A few figures dashed out from the high buildings and charged towards the platform. "The little rats are finally moving." The blue-haired young man smirked. "Stop them!" A few figures rushed up the platform and started fighting with the martial warriors who had appeared in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. No time was wasted. Explosions resounded in the sky instantly. The martial warriors who dashed out were Dan Taishuan, Ye Jixin, and a few other familiar faces. They didn't get caught by the blue-haired young man. They were planning to hide. When they heard that the Wang family got caught, they sneaked into capital Xie and hid in the tall skyscrapers. In the end, they still had to come out. The blue-haired young man wanted to kill the Wang family based on their relationship with Wang Teng. They wouldn't be able to face him if they didn't stop the young man. Dan Taishuan and the others didn't think that the aliens were so powerful. They were at the disadvantage almost instantly. They had no extra energy to take care of the Wang family. The martial warrior on the high platform didn't get affected. He swung the blade in his hand down as if he hadn't seen the battle in the sky. This blade was extremely fast and sharp. Dan Taishuan and the others wanted to help, but they didn't have the time. The Wang family thought that they were saved, but they rejoiced too soon. They closed their eyes in despair and pain. It was torture for them to witness the execution of Grandpa Wang, especially his sons. They couldn't do anything even though their father was in danger. No one was able to understand their agony and suffering. The blade was inches away from Grandpa Wang's throat. Grandpa Wang felt the chilling cold stinging the skin on his throat. The blade glow had already wounded his skin. Blood seeped out. He closed his eyes without any fear. At his age, death didn't mean much anymore. He just didn't expect himself to die in the hands of aliens. He felt a tinge of regret. He didn't manage to see his beloved grandson getting married and having children. He wouldn't be able to witness the Wang family climbing to greater heights. Sigh. Grandpa Wang sighed from the bottom of his heart and closed his eyes. This might be his end, but it wouldn't be the end of the Wang family. However, the pain and death he expected didn't happen. Instead, a loud explosion echoed beside his ear. Boom. It was so close that his eardrums started hurting from the vibration. At the same time, a strong wind brushed against his face. He almost fell back due to the impact. A gentle force held him up and stabilized his body. Grandpa Wang opened his eyes slowly and saw a familiar person standing in front of him. The alien who was holding the blade a moment ago had fallen to the ground. Little Teng. Grandpa Wang couldn't believe his eyes. This person was Wang Teng. He had rushed here from the Sahara desert. Grandpa. Wang Teng turned and glanced at Grandpa Wang. He said apologetically, "I'm sorry that I made you suffer. You shouldn't have come back." Grandpa Wang wasn't elated. Instead, he was worried. "It's all right. I'll take it from here." Wang Teng shook his head without any explanation. He turned and looked at the blue-haired young man, his expression turning cold. "All of you deserve to die." Chapter 759, Is There Something Wrong with Your Brain? Wang Teng suddenly appeared on the high platform as if he had materialized out of thin air. The abrupt eruption attracted everyone's gaze. The first person to react was Grandpa Wang, followed by the Wang family and the other martial warriors. "It's Wang Teng. He's back." Dan, Taishuan, Ye Jixin, and the other general stage martial warriors heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the familiar figure on the high platform. This fellow was finally back. Regardless, the Wang family was saved temporarily. Sun, Wang Shengguo, and Li Shumei were stunned when they saw Wang Shengguo. Tears continued falling down their eyes involuntarily. You couldn't blame them for being too weak. A normal human was nothing in front of these alien invaders. They didn't have any chance of resisting. No one could understand their pain and suffering. They were overjoyed and worried at the same time. They were elated because Wang Teng's appearance meant Grandpa Wang was safe. It also saved the entire Wang family. They were worried because the aliens were too powerful. Would Wang Teng be their match? Updates by freewebnovel.com. Little Teng, Wang Shenghong, Wang Shengjun, Zhao Huili, and others felt emotional. This was the joy of surviving an ordeal. Younger brother. Brother Teng. Wang Yanen's gaze landed on Wang Teng. She could finally feel at ease. She seemed to have found her moral support. The younger ones, like Wang Horan and Fang Qianwen, shouted in excitement. In their eyes, Wang Teng was the strongest. He was a famous genius in country Xia and even the world. With his appearance, he would definitely be able to defeat the aliens and take revenge for them. Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia's eyes shone brightly when they saw Wang Teng. He's back. This was the only thought in their minds. Is that your man? Ziling stared at them in disdain when she saw their expressions. Go away! Go away! She received two angry replies. Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia didn't care about their image and cursed directly in front of these alien invaders. However, after they said it, they were stunned. Lin Chuhan. When the lady said that Wang Teng was their man, Lin Chuxia didn't disagree. Instead, she shouted back at the lady too. Her reaction? Lin Chuhan shook her head. Chuxia was probably furious and retorted because they shared the same hatred for the enemy. She stopped thinking about this. After all, this wasn't the right time to think about such random things. Ziling got enraged again. She glared at them and said, "Wait for young master to kill him. He has killed many so-called geniuses on this planet." You, Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia were furious. Lin Chuxia wanted to respond, but Lin Chuhan pulled her back and shook her head. Lin Chuxia swallowed her anger and looked in the direction of the platform. Her gaze was filled with concern. Ziling scoffed and kept quiet. She wondered what hopeless expression they would give after Wang Teng got killed. Things would get more interesting then. The blue-haired young man stood up slowly. His face was filled with contempt as he stared into Wang Teng's eyes and opened his mouth. "Did you just say I deserve to die? Is there something wrong with your mind?" Wang Teng tilted his head slightly and looked at the other party as if he was an idiot. "I said all of you deserve to die. All of you, not just you. Don't you understand the human language?" Something wrong with my mind? The blue-haired young man was stunned. He was in a daze from the scolding. This brat was sharp-tongued and extremely arrogant, even more than him. The blue-haired young man had never received such treatment before. His expression turned gloomy, and the muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. Some distance away, the general stage martial warriors stared at them weirdly. As expected of Wang Teng, sharp-tongued and conceited, he wasn't afraid of these aliens with profound abilities and hurled insults at them as he normally would. Nothing wrong with that. He was the real Wang Teng. Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia were staggered too. They felt a tinge of sympathy towards the blue-haired young man. Zi Ling, who was beside them, froze. She was appalled. Did she hear correctly? Did he really say that? The respectable young master in her heart got scolded. Where did this earthling get his courage from? Do you want to die? The blue-haired young man squinted at him and asked furiously, "Come on, babe." Wang Teng hooked his finger at him. The blue-haired young man went into a daze. He didn't understand what Wang Teng was saying. Wang Teng didn't want to waste any more time. His expression turned dark and he shouted, "Come here, you idiot." Silence. There was dead silence. Everyone was shocked by his shout, and they stared at him absent-mindedly, their minds shut off temporarily. You're tempting fate. The blue-haired young man's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Anger had engulfed him entirely. A powerful force of presence surged out from his body as his blood boiled. Boom. He tapped the ground with his feet, leaving a large hole on the ground. Cracks like spider webs spread around the hole. The blue-haired young man shot out, turning into lingering shadows as he dashed towards Wang Teng. He had exceeded the speed of light. Wang Teng turned serious. He stomped the ground, smashing the head of the martial warrior in charge of the execution of Grandpa Wang. Blood splattered everywhere, and a huge hole appeared below it. Wang Teng had already disappeared. What amazing speed! This speed! Dan Taishuan and Yi Jixin were flabbergasted when they saw this scene from the sky. Waves of bewilderment crashed into their hearts. This wasn't the speed of a general stage martial warrior. They exchanged glances with each other. An incredible thought popped out in their minds. Had Wang Teng reached that level? Boom! At this moment, Wang Teng and the blue-haired young man had already collided. Both of them released their fists. It was brute force against brute force. A thick constellation force erupted from their bodies. The constellation force on the blue-haired young man's body was blue in color. It rose up behind him like a towering tsunami, surging towards Wang Teng in full force. Wang Teng didn't dare to be careless. The star formed from the constellation Earth Force started spinning furiously above the sea of nihility in his body. Boundless constellation Earth Force shot out. The constellation Earth Force gathered into a mountain with Wang Teng in the middle. It pressed down on the gigantic wave opposite him, forcing it down. Boom some distance away. The spectators could no longer see signs of the blue-haired young man or Wang Teng. They only saw the towering tsunami and the majestic mountain. It was a grand and magnificent scene. Chapter 760, Weak and Strong. Boom. Huge waves formed of force swept through the air. However, they couldn't move the mountain erected in front. Suddenly, the two illusions disappeared, and the two young men separated. They were Wang Teng and the blue-haired young man. After retreating a few hundred meters within a split second, they floated in mid-air and stared at each other. You've indeed advanced to the planetary stage. The blue-haired young man was dumbfounded. He turned grim. Wang Teng didn't reply to him, but his reaction was a confirmation of the guess. Dan Taishuan and Ye Jixin saw this scene some distance away. They couldn't hide the astonishment on their faces, nor suppress the bewilderment in their hearts. Wang Teng had advanced to a stage no one on Earth had ever reached. From what the blue-haired young man said, this realm was called the planetary stage. They didn't understand what these three words represented, but they knew that the power represented by this stage was incomparable. The power of the attack and the speed they used to test one another was already beyond their imagination. On the other side, Ziling's eyes widened in surprise too. This earthling had reached the planetary stage. How is that possible? She thought that Wang Teng would be ruthlessly tortured to death by her master. But this earthling wasn't a weakling easy to bully. The blue-haired young man opened his mouth and said with a calm expression, "The clone is yours, right? You hadn't reached the planetary stage at that time, so you used your clone as a scout while you stayed hidden. After you advanced to the planetary stage by some means, you think that you have the power to fight with me, so you came out, am I right?" Wang Teng didn't deny it. "If that's true, you're too naive," the blue-haired young man sneered. "You don't know the distance between you and me. There's a difference between planetary stages. I wonder what luck you have to be able to advance to the planetary stage on this underdeveloped planet. But you won't be able to comprehend the difference between the weak and the strong." The blue-haired young man's arrogant words echoed in the sky. The expressions of the Earth's martial warriors around them changed. He might sound a little conceited, but this was the truth. The martial arts civilization on Earth and in outer space was different. Wang Teng might have reached the planetary stage, but boom! Suddenly, a terrifying force exploded from the blue-haired young man's body. He disappeared on the spot, leaving no traces of him behind, not even a lingering shadow. He appeared directly in front of Wang Teng and laughed like a maniac. "You should feel fortunate to be able to die in my hands." An ice-blue battle sword had appeared in his hand. He aimed it directly at Wang Teng's heart. The tip of the sword was covered with a cold ice-blue glow. It seemed to be able to cut the air. A clear white line appeared in mid-air. The wind brushed against the blue-haired young man's hair, blowing it up. His cold-blooded and arrogant face was revealed to everyone. On the other hand, Wang Teng's expression didn't change, despite facing such a powerful move. His gaze remained composed as he stared into the blue-haired young man's eyes. The blue-haired young man was stunned. Clang. A clear metallic clang was heard. No one knew when this strange pitch-black weapon appeared in the path of the long sword and forcefully blocked the lethal attack. This weapon was Mo K. Naturally, Mo K couldn't be compared with the ice-blue long sword, but Wang Teng had enveloped it with a thick layer of earth force, so its defensibility was incredible. That was why it didn't get chopped into two instantly. Even so, a faint white mark could be seen on Mo K. It was obviously left by the ice-blue longsword. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He felt powerful energy surging towards him, knocking his entire body backward. The blue-haired young man rushed forward and struck his ice-blue longsword out continuously. The frightening sword glow flew towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng tapped his feet in mid-air to stop himself from falling back. Then he twisted his body and dodged the multiple slashes of the sword. His mind spun furiously. He knew that he couldn't beat the blue-haired young man with only one element. His opponent wasn't a beginner in the planetary stage. He had at least reached the third level of the planetary stage. It was recorded in the planetary stage scriptures that there were 9 levels in the planetary stage. Every advancement in level would cause a great change to your ability, allowing you to overpower any low-level martial warriors in your realm. By right, based on level, Wang Teng would never be the blue-haired young man's match. After all, Wang Teng was only at the first level of the planetary stage. The difference between the first and third level was huge. Fortunately, he had his trump cards. All his 5 basic elements had advanced to the planetary stage simultaneously. If he released them in unison, he wouldn't lose to the blue-haired young man. Boom, boom. At the same time, another 2 stars started spinning in Wang Teng's body. They were the wood star and the water star. Wood, water, and earth. The forces within these 3 stars erupted. Wang Teng held his weapon with both hands and threw it out. Green, blue, and yellow colors merged together, forming a terrifying blade glow. The blue-haired young man squinted. He didn't have any time to waste. He quickly released his force and wielded his sword. A sword glow cut through the air and met with the blade glow. This sword and blade glow shot right into the sky, almost boring a hole in it. The 2 glows collided and started destroying each other. A deafening explosion occurred. The strong gale swept through the sky. Everyone fell from the impact. The alien martial warriors under the blue-haired young man couldn't care about Dan Teishuan and the other Earth martial warriors anymore. They quickly retreated until they couldn't be harmed by the residual impact. Dan Teishuan and the others protected the Wang family and brought them away from the battleground of Wang Teng and the blue-haired young man. They were ordinary people, so the after effects were enough to cost them their lives. The residual impact wreaked havoc, destroying numerous skyscrapers in the surroundings. This used to be the prosperous central district of capital Zia, so there were many skyscrapers, office buildings, and shopping malls. However, everything was razed. After the blade and sword glow devoured each other, Wang Teng and the blue-haired young man's figure could finally be seen again. The blue-haired young man stood on a building that was chopped into two and stared at Wang Teng, who was standing erect on another tall tower. He opened his mouth with an ugly expression. 3 elements. You possess 3 elements. He sounded exasperated and unconvinced. He couldn't accept the reality in front of him. He always thought that he was a genius, a level higher than other aliens. The Earthlings on this underdeveloped planet were nothing to him. Yet he discovered an Earthling who was on par with him in terms of ability and even possessed more talent than him. As someone who just reached the planetary stage, he was able to fight with a third-level planetary stage martial warrior. This sudden change was a huge blow to the arrogant young man. "Didn't you say you wanted to show me the difference between the weak and the strong?" Wang Teng asked in a calm tone. There were no emotions in his monotonous voice, but his words were extremely stinging to the blue-haired young man. He felt humiliated and embarrassed. The blue-haired young man's face turned green and white in anger. Damn it, he didn't expect an Earthling to have such exceptional talent. He knew a few other geniuses, but none of them possessed 3 different elements and had all 3 of them reaching the planetary stage. There weren't many talents like him in the universe, yet there was one on this underdeveloped planet he didn't understand. This didn't make sense. No matter what, this was a tight slap to his face. The blue-haired young man had never felt so embarrassed before. His face was hurting. "Don't stop. Continue your performance." Wang Teng hooked his finger at the blue-haired young man again. He wanted to trample the young man's confidence. Little by little, he would shatter everything this young man was proud of one by one. This was the only way to appease his anger. "This is outrageous." The blue-haired young man exploded in anger. Performance, this was a humiliation. This Earthling had the balls to humiliate him. Where did he get his confidence from? What right did he have? Who did he think he was? Anger overpowered his logic. The blue-haired young man furiously activated the constellation force in his body and charged toward Wang Teng. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions ensued. The 2 young men turned into 2 rays of light. They collided in the air without stopping, destroying numerous buildings with their attacks. They fought from the ground to the sky, from the sky to the top of the spacecraft. No matter how hard the blue-haired young man tried, he wasn't able to hurt Wang Teng. The longer he fought, the more he felt that his opponent was extraordinary. This Earthling was able to survive to this moment with his first-level planetary stage ability. A jump in level. Only a real genius could do this. He had to admit that he wasn't as talented as this Earthling. But the more he felt this way, the stronger his jealousy. His eyes turned red, and he lost his composure entirely. Die. Go and die. The light around his battle sword grew thicker, and a blue sword glow stabbed into the sky. Roaring waves 100 meters tall surged out, one after another. There seemed to be no end to them. They covered the entire sky. Ultima Water Sword, skill 1,000, crashing ripples, boom. Large waves crashed towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng stared at the waves seriously. He could sense the overwhelming power of this move, so he immediately released the 5 forces in his body. The 5 different elements shot out of his body. At the same time, a sword glow exploded from the moquet in his hand. It soared into the sky. Scorching flames congregated on the surface. Starfire Sword Slash, this was the planetary stage battle technique he had received. He had used his blank attributes to raise it to the perfected stage. Besides that, he merged the other 4 different elements' sword consciousnesses into this sword move. The sword glow became even more terrifying. The energy inside turned berserk. They were going to explode at any moment. Boom, amidst the terrifying airwaves. Wang Teng felt that he was on the verge of losing control of his sword. He released his move without any hesitation. Raging flames covered the surface of the sword glow as it swept towards the towering waves. The sky was split into two, waves on one side and flames on another. It was a majestic sight. Chapter 761, Blue-Haired Young Man Defeated. Boom. The waves and flames enhanced each other's beauty as they lit up the entire sky. The people below raised their heads. They were flabbergasted. Was this the power of a battle between planetary stage martial warriors? Every attack was like a catastrophe. It was appalling. Even a 13-star general stage martial warrior wouldn't be able to withstand this blow, much less a normal general stage martial warrior. The difference was vast. Can Wang Teng win? Dan Teishuan asked in a hoarse voice. She was worried. Ye Jichin was just beside her. He sighed and shook his head. There was astonishment in his gaze. In the past, they were formidable warriors on Earth, prominent figures of their generation, and widely acknowledged talents. However, in front of these powerful planetary stage martial warriors, all their pride was shattered and their mentality almost collapsed. The Wang family was anxious too. Grandpa Wang, Wang Shengguo, and Li Xiumei stared intently at the battle in the sky. Even if their hearts trembled at the frightening impact, they didn't shift their gazes away. They were worried that Wang Teng might get injured. Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia were also staring at the violent collisions in the sky. The worry on their beautiful faces was apparent. Ziling couldn't care about them anymore. She thought that this earthling was just a small character whom her master could kill easily, but he managed to force her master to this stage. She started to get nervous. Would her master fail miserably at this simple task? He wouldn't. Ziling shook her head furiously to swing this absurd thought out of her mind. At this moment, a change occurred to the stalemate in the sky. A terrifying energy fluctuation exploded within the roaring flames. It kept expanding, gold, blue, yellow, green. 4 glaring light rays shot out from the crimson flames. Against the backdrop of the burning flames, the rays of light looked like frightening airwaves surging out of a flaming bomb on the verge of exploding. This change occurred without any warning. A scary explosion erupted amidst the flames before everyone could react. Boom, boom, boom. Exceptionally violent force fluctuations swept towards towering waves opposite it. The sky-high waves shattered like a piece of glass. The waves formed by water force evaporated under high heat. They turned into water vapor and rose into the air. How is this possible? Screams of fear and disbelief came from behind the waves. Boom! The voice was drowned by the violent blast. The terrifying residual impact swept through the sky, submerging the last wave at the back. The impact hadn't died down. A figure was thrown out from the waves. Bang! The figure was thrown back a few hundred meters, smashing directly into a skyscraper at the side. A large hole in the shape of a human was left behind. The figure disappeared immediately into the building. However, everyone still saw his figure clearly. It was the blue-haired young man. "Young master?" Ziling was flabbergasted. Her eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what was happening. Her greatest support got defeated so easily, and he lost to an earthling from this underdeveloped planet. How could she accept this reality? The other alien martial warriors were horrified too. Their expressions were the same as Ziling. They couldn't believe that their young master lost to an earthling. At this moment, a figure soared down from the sky, heading straight for the building the blue-haired young man had collided into. It was Wang Teng. He was going to kill the blue-haired young man. How dare you? No, the other aliens gritted their teeth. They knew that Wang Teng was powerful, but they had to act. Now they dashed forward and attempted to stop him. "Go away!" Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp. He wielded his mo kuei, and a glaring white blade glow cut through the air at the speed of lightning. The powerful martial warriors felt their hearts shuddering when they met Wang Teng's gaze. Extreme fear overwhelmed them. They were stunned for a moment. Swoosh! The blade glow slashed through the air, chopping the alien martial warriors into two like vegetables. They didn't even have the time to scream. Large amounts of blood spurted out, and death came instantly. Their severed bodies plummeted to the ground. The other martial warriors turned pale when they saw this scene. They were so frightened that they didn't dare to move forward. Wang Teng was too lazy to look at them. He rushed into the ruins of the skyscraper. After a few seconds, he came out with someone in his hand. The person was in a miserable state. His clothes were torn and tattered, and blood kept dripping down the edge of his lips. He seemed to be seriously injured. However, he wasn't unconscious. He felt humiliated to be caught by Wang Teng and struggled furiously. But he had no way of resisting Wang Teng now. He looked like a duck caught by the neck and was waiting to get slaughtered. Wang Teng walked out of the ruins with his blade in one hand and the blue-haired young man in another. He scanned the crowd with an emotionless gaze. There was blood shining on the blade. It dripped on the ground drop by drop. The alien invaders were thunderstruck. They looked at the tall and lofty figure as if he were a frightening presence. No one spoke. Silence. Dead silence. The next instant, cheers erupted. It wasn't from the Wang family or from Ye Jixin and Dan Taishuan. It was from the numerous ordinary people watching around them. Many people had started watching when the blue-haired young man began torturing the Wang family. Thus, they saw the blue-haired young man getting defeated firsthand and cheered. Won. We won. Alien invaders, get out of capital Sia, get out of Earth. Everyone started cheering and screaming, venting the emotions in their hearts. They were in despair, thinking that they would become the slaves of these aliens and live under their command. They didn't expect Wang Teng to come back and defeat these formidable alien invaders. How could they not be happy? How could they control their cheers? The Wang family regained their senses and cried in joy. No one could control their emotions after experiencing such ups and downs. Li Shumei covered her mouth. Tears flowed down her eyes. She had suffered much worry and fear. Wang Shengguo clutched her hand and pulled her into his arms. He patted her back, comforting her. It's all right. It's all right. We won. Dan Taishuan heaved a long sigh of relief. She couldn't hide the happiness in her eyes. Yes, we won. Yay. Jikin's gaze was complicated. He was happy, but he felt the sadness of losing out. Wang Teng had progressed too quickly. He couldn't see his back view anymore. A strong sense of helplessness and frustration filled up his heart. He felt that he had been forsaken by the era, chapter 762. Have you thought of how you should die? Wang Teng floated down from the few hundred meters tall building. He threw the blue-haired young man on the ground as if he were throwing a dead animal away. Bang! The blue-haired young man rolled a few times due to inertia. His entire body was covered with dust, and he looked tragic. No one could see any signs of arrogance in him anymore. You. The blue-haired young man trembled in anger. His face turned green. He had never suffered such embarrassment. He struggled to get up. Even though he was defeated, he wouldn't allow himself to appear miserable. Ziling was standing not far away. When the blue-haired young man raised his head, he saw her standing there absent-mindedly. He was furious. Why are you staring into space? Help me up. Oh, right. Ziling was dumbfounded by Wang Teng's fearless actions and had just regained her composure. She quickly rushed forward, wanting to help the blue-haired young man up. However, at this moment, Wang Teng walked over. Ziling's eyes landed on his indifferent face. Her body tensed up, and she didn't dare to take another step forward. Do you want to die? The blue-haired young man roared. His entire body was in pain. His expression turned distorted when he noticed Ziling's hesitance. Did I say you can get up? A voice entered the blue-haired young man's ears. His expression changed uncontrollably. However, before he could react, Wang Teng stepped on his head. Bang! The blue-haired young man felt a strong force, and his head banged into the ground involuntarily. It gave a dull thud. Wang Teng stepped on the blue-haired young man's face, allowing him to have intimate contact with the ground. The blue-haired young man widened his eyes in astonishment. He didn't believe that Wang Teng dared to do this to him. Ziling was dumbstruck. She stared at Wang Teng in a daze as if he were a devil. Her face turned pale, and she took a few steps back unconsciously. This man was so scary. Wang Teng. The blue-haired young man squeezed these two words out of his throat in exasperation. He sounded bitter and furious, like there was a deep hatred between the two of them. Wang Teng lowered his head and met the blue-haired young man's gaze. He remained calm. However, the edge of his lips lifted up a little. "I like your expression. You look like an evil dog wanting to bite a person but is unable to. After all, you're just a dog." Anger shot out of the blue-haired young man's eyes. His gaze turned cold and ruthless. He said angrily, "Do you know who I am?" "I don't want to know the identity of a dead person," Wang Teng replied calmly. He increased the strength of his leg and pushed the blue-haired young man's face against the ground, rubbing it violently. Bloody wounds appeared on his face due to the abrasion. More blood flowed out of his mouth. "Haha, ignorance is bliss." The blue-haired young man snorted even though he was being tortured. "The entire country, the Sahara. No, the entire planet will pay a terrible price for your actions. All the humans on this planet will die because of your arrogance and ignorance. You can kill me, but none of you can stay alive either. Remember, none of you. Your parents, your woman, your friends, everyone will suffer horrendous torture before dying, and it's all because of you. Do you think you can rest in peace after defeating me? Naive, ridiculous, ignorant." The blue-haired young man's gaze was filled with bitterness and contempt. He seemed to be mocking Wang Teng for overestimating his ability and his ignorance. "That's right. Our young master is the direct descendant of the Lan family from the Olant Federation. Do you know what kind of status the Lan family has? It controls 3 life planets. The martial arts progression and technology on them are many times stronger than your planet. If you touch him, the entire Earth will die." Ziling seemed to have found her confidence again. Pride reappeared on her pretty face. She looked at Wang Teng with disdain and said, "Release young master and kneel to beg for mercy. Young master might act benevolent and spare the lives of the other humans on this earth." Dan Taishuan and the Wang family walked over at this moment. Their expressions turned ugly when they heard Ziling Olant Federation, Lan family, control 3 life planets. They didn't dare to believe that there was such a frightening, huge figure. If they got targeted, Earth would be done for. No one expected another terrifying presence to come out after they finally defeated the alien invaders. There seemed to be dark clouds hovering above them, pressing down on them until they couldn't breathe. Wang Teng was stunned, too. He wasn't frightened, but he didn't expect this blue-haired young man to have such a powerful background. 3 life planets. This power was amazing. Are you scared? If you are, release young master. When the martial warrior troop from Lan family descends on Earth, you will regret your decision. Ziling thought that Wang Teng was afraid when she saw his expression and looked at him proudly. "Noisy." Wang Teng frowned. He waved his hand and his force gathered into a large hand. He slapped Ziling violently. Pfft! Ziling spat out a mouth of blood along with 2 teeth. She was thrown a few meters away. She covered her face in disbelief. This earthling dared to hit her. "I never hit ladies, but you're too evil, so you're not a lady." Wang Teng glanced at her. "Ziling, what do you mean by I'm not a lady?" This fellow said that she wasn't a lady because he wanted to find an excuse to hit her. How vicious was he? Dan Taishuan's expression turned strange. She stared at Ziling as if she was an idiot. This lady wasn't powerful and was just a servant. Where did she get her sense of superiority from? How dare she order Wang Teng as if she had control over him? She deserved to be beaten. She didn't understand her own ability. Good job. Lin Chuxia shouted. She complained to Wang Teng. "Brother-in-law, she bullied us just now and even wanted to groom us so that we could serve her young master." Wang Teng looked at the Lin sisters apologetically when he heard her. Then he squinted slightly, shooting out an ice-cold, dangerous glare at Ziling. "Have you decided how you should die? This lady dared to lay her hands on Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia. She must die. Ziling shivered. She could feel the killing intent from Wang Teng and quivered in fear. Her beautiful face turned extremely pale. She stuttered, I didn't. I'm asking if you have decided how you should die? Wang Teng frowned and asked again. No, don't kill me. Young master, save me. Ziling felt Wang Teng's desire to kill her. She trembled like a leaf in the wind in fear and started pleading for help from the blue-haired young man below Wang Teng's feet. What an idiot. The blue-haired young man cursed in his heart. He couldn't even save himself. How could he help him? Wang Teng looked at her in disdain when he saw her acting like a bitch. He raised his hand and pointed. Swoosh! A blood rose blossomed on Ziling's forehead. It was beautiful. Chapter 763. Don't be afraid. It doesn't hurt. The blood-red flower blossomed on her forehead. It was gorgeous. This was a lethal flower. It took away a beautiful life. Ziling's big eyes were wide open as the glimmer in them disappeared gradually, replaced by stillness. The fear and disbelief remained on her face. She didn't think that Wang Teng would really kill her without any hesitation after he said he would. He didn't even give her a chance to beg for mercy. Her life was taken away in a split second, weak and fragile. How pitiful. How sorrowful. The blue-haired young man wasn't saddened by her death. However, his heart palpitated, and he had an ominous feeling. It sent chills down his spine and caused goosebumps on his body. This earthling was so scary. He killed without batting an eye. His expression didn't change from the moment he murdered Ziling. He remained extremely indifferent. How many people had he killed to gain this ruthless personality? Many talents he knew in the universe couldn't reach this stage. He suddenly regretted provoking this earthling. Clone skill? The land of wakening. They were nothing compared to his life. They could all be forsaken. He was afraid that Wang Teng would kill him immediately. It was possible, based on the decisiveness and cruelness he had just displayed, the power of the Lan family might not be able to scare a ruthless man like him. Wang Teng didn't know what the blue-haired young man was thinking. However, he would kill anyone that hurt Lin Shuhan and his family. There was no room for negotiation. He didn't care who it was. This was his bottom line. He didn't just frighten the blue-haired young man. Even Lin Shuhan and Lin Chuxia were stunned. They were touched. Their gaze turned soft and gentle as they looked at him. This young man was able to do this for them. It was worth it. Dan Taixuan, Ye Jixin, and the others didn't interrupt him. They had seen too many deaths and knew that you mustn't show mercy to your enemy. They might have been shocked by the blue-haired young man's background a moment ago, but after thinking about it carefully, they understood that there was no room for discussion. Would the blue-haired young man let them go if they begged for mercy? They weren't naive. Hence, everyone looked at Wang Teng to see his decision. The atmosphere turned tense. The blue-haired young man felt the palpable tension too. His gaze flickered. However, his arrogance didn't allow him to plead for his life. He could only force himself to remain calm. You can't kill me. The entire planet will have to take responsibility for your actions. You can't bear the consequences. Think about your parents, your companions. They won't remember your good deeds. They will only know that you were the one to get them killed. You will be condemned by everyone. If you let me go, I promise I'll pretend nothing had happened. All of our grudges will be thrown away, and we'll stay in our own lanes from now onwards. Based on your talent, the universe will be a huge stage for you. You will gain greater strength and see a broader future. You don't have to struggle with me. You're a smart person. You should understand the ways of the world. The blue-haired young man guided him systematically to remove Wang Teng's thought of killing him. He was smarter than Ziling. He didn't force Wang Teng too much, but he still remained a little tough. Although his face was being stepped on, he was still able to remain calm and negotiate his survival. He was the direct line descendant of a large family, so he wouldn't give up easily. Wang Teng lowered his head. There was an ambiguous smile on his face as he said with interest, "Do you think I care about what others think of me?" "What do you mean?" The blue-haired young man was stunned. What do I need to care about other people's death? Wang Teng asked. The blue-haired young man looked at Wang Teng's nonchalant expression and felt his blood running cold. He realized that he had made a huge blunder. He overestimated Wang Teng's bottom line. How cruel. You don't care about their lives. The blue-haired young man felt a bitter taste in his throat. You're the vicious one, after all. You killed them, not me. Even if we went to hell, you will get punished. It has nothing to do with me. When I have the ability, I'll take revenge for them, Wang Teng said righteously. The blue-haired young man was speechless. Damn it. He felt that Wang Teng made so much sense, he didn't know what to say. Anyway, if I bring my family and friends away from Earth, will your land family be able to find us? Wang Teng smiled and asked. You, the blue-haired young man was astounded. He guessed what Wang Teng wanted to do. The universe was huge. If Wang Teng brought his family and friends with him, the land family would be looking for a needle in a haystack. It would be almost impossible to find them. Besides, if Wang Teng killed him, he didn't know if the land family would create a fuss over a dead descendant. After all, the land family was just a normal elite family in the Olent Federation. It wouldn't be hard for Wang Teng to find a more powerful family to support him with his amazing talent. The blue-haired young man's face turned ugly. He thought that this earthling was inexperienced, so he would listen obediently to him after scaring him a little. Yet he wasn't affected by his words at all. Wang Teng squatted down and smiled. So don't think about threatening me. I don't mind threats. A golden brick suddenly appeared in his hand. He aimed it at the blue-haired young man's head. What do you want to do? The blue-haired young man jumped in fright. He had a bad feeling. It's all right. Don't be afraid. It won't hurt. It will be fine after a while. Wang Teng comforted him softly. Do you think I'll believe you? The blue-haired young man screamed in his heart. Wang Teng didn't give him any chance to react. He raised his brick and smashed it down. No. The blue-haired young man squinted. The remainder of his sentence was pushed back into his throat by the brick. Bang, bang, bang. Dull thuds resounded in the area. Everyone saw Wang Teng holding a brick and hurling it at the blue-haired young man's face. His arm turned into lingering shadows because of his speed. The muscles on their faces started twitching. Ruthless. This young man was heartless. He was a brick maniac. Couldn't he give him a fast death? Every time he used the brick, the person would turn into a pig's head. This wasn't humane. Wang Teng didn't think too much. He picked up some attribute bubbles dropped by the blue-haired young man, but he felt that it wasn't enough. There weren't many spirit and enlightenment attributes, so he continued beating him. That was it. He had no other intention. He didn't like torturing people. Chapter 764, Cleaning Up and Rescue, Sob. The blue-haired young man opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Wang Teng would shut him up with a brick every time. He could only groan in pain in the end. Bang, 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 the dull thuds from the brick echoed in the air. This was a ghastly scene. Everyone turned their heads away. They couldn't bear to look at it even though he was their enemy. He was honestly miserable. His head had swollen to twice its size and looked like a pig's head. None of the alien martial warriors dared to make a peep. They were afraid of following Ziling's path. If they offended Wang Teng, they would be killed with a point of his finger. They felt terrified when they saw the blue-haired young man being beaten personally. This earthling was a monster. They couldn't afford to provoke him. The alien martial warriors silently took a few steps back. They wanted to stay as far away from Wang Teng as possible. After some time, Wang Teng finally stopped. The brick disappeared as if it had never appeared. Sigh. Wang Teng let out a long sigh. He looked at the attribute bubbles around him and nodded in satisfaction. Get it? Imperial Realm Spirit. 12. Imperial Realm Spirit, 15. Imperial Realm Enlightenment, 15. Imperial Realm Enlightenment, 14. Imperial Realm Spirit, 10. Wang Teng gained 128 points of Imperial Realm Spirit and 142 points of Imperial Realm Enlightenment. His efforts didn't go to waste. The blue-haired young man lay on the ground, staring at the sky absent-mindedly. He seemed to have lost his soul. Wang Teng patted his face and chuckled. "Not bad. I'll keep you alive for now. We can slowly play in the future." The blue-haired young man's mind was in a mess. He was furious and appalled when he heard Wang Teng's words. After vomiting a mouth of blood, he fainted. "Huh. Why did you faint so easily? Your mentality is so weak." Wang Teng shook his head. He was slightly surprised. Everyone, what do you mean by his mentality is weak? Is this a mentality issue? You hit him brutally. It would be a miracle if he didn't faint. Wang Teng locked the blue-haired young man with force-sealing chains and threw him in a cage. Seeing everyone's confused expression, he explained, "Keep him alive and question him later. There must be a reason why the aliens suddenly invaded Earth. From what I know, we aren't the only country controlled by aliens. There are aliens in other countries too. We need to make preparations." Dan Taishuan and the others were enlightened. They almost got blinded by hatred and killed this blue-haired young man directly. It was fortunate that Wang Teng had reminded them. Wang Teng turned and looked at the other alien martial warriors. "What do we do with them?" Yi Jixin asked. "Lock them up." Wang Teng wished to kill them, but he had to get more information from them, so he could only wait. Kneel down and surrender. Anyone that doesn't will be killed, live or die. It's your choice. Wang Teng glanced at them and said coldly. The alien martial warriors' expressions turned distorted. They felt humiliated. This earthling was ordering them to kneel down and surrender. This was too much, however. Their hearts shuddered when they remembered the situation of the blue-haired young man. Even their young master got stepped on and beaten by Wang Teng. His ending was miserable. Did they think that they would be better than him? If they resisted, their ending might be worse. Boom, boom. The alien martial warriors kneeled down cowardly. They didn't dare to resist at all. No matter how proud they were, they had to submit in front of absolute power. The martial warriors around them felt great satisfaction when they saw this scene. Their gazes were filled with admiration upon looking at Wang Teng again. "Organize your men and lock these people up. Let's save the leader of martial arts," Wang Teng said to Dan Taishuan and Yi Jixin. The two of them nodded and started acting. Wang Teng had already surpassed them in terms of ability. Thus, when they heard his order, they obeyed unconsciously. Wang Teng turned to his family members and scanned their faces. He felt guilty. "I'm sorry that I pulled you down. This isn't your fault." Grandpa Wang patted his shoulder and said, "You have already done your best." He felt his heart hurting for Wang Teng. "Son, are you injured?" Li Xiumei came forward and sized him up carefully. Tears started welling in her eyes when she saw the injuries on his body. "Mom, I'm fine. These are just scratches," Wang Teng said. "Really? Don't lie to me," Li Xiumei asked worriedly. "Don't worry. Your son is amazing. He won't get hurt." Wang Teng laughed and patted his chest. All right. Stop patting yourself with so much force." Li Xiumei stopped him quickly. "That's great. Your life is the most important," Wang Shengguo said. His eyes turned a little red. He was worried about Wang Teng, too. "Oh, right. Take a look at your classmates. They seem to be heavily injured." Grandpa Wang suddenly said, "Yes." Wang Teng nodded and went to check on his classmates. After some time, he heaved a sigh of relief. "It's all right. They have just fainted from the electrocution. They are not injured." He took out a few Dan pills and fed them to the unconscious guys. Their breathing got more stable. "That's good. These children got hurt because of you. You should treasure these friends." Grandpa Wang felt emotional. None of his friends, be his university classmates or childhood friends, gave in to the blue-haired young man's threats. They were sincere in making friends with Wang Teng. This was precious. A friend in need was a friend indeed. Grandpa Wang felt that they were all people worth befriending. Wang Teng nodded. There was a hint of gentleness as he glanced at them. "Wang Teng, all the alien martial warriors have been apprehended. None of them ran away. There are a few other alien invaders in the other big cities, but they are too far away, so we can't get rid of them yet. We can only catch them after we settle the things here, Dan Taishuan said as she floated in the sky. Wang Teng nodded and said, Grandpa, Mom, Dad, find a safe place to hide. I'll go and save the leader of martial arts first. Go ahead. Don't worry about us, Grandpa Wang said. Wang Teng left with Dan Taishuan. They stared at the alien spacecraft above them. The spacecraft is huge. I wonder where the leader of martial arts is at. Dan Taishuan frowned and said, I came here before. I know where he is, Wang Teng replied. You came here before? Dan Taishuan was shocked. I have to understand the aliens' ability if I want to fight with them. When they descended on the planet, I came to scout, Wang Teng replied indifferently. He said it casually, but Dan Taishuan could imagine how tough and dangerous it was. This fellow was really daring. Dan Taishuan felt complicated. She couldn't be compared with him. The two of them met up with Ye Jixin and entered the spacecraft. Under Wang Teng's lead, they headed directly to the room where the leader of martial arts was locked up. The room looked like a cell. The space was enclosed, and there was a martial warrior guarding outside. When he saw them, he was surprised. He shouted, Who are you? The voice alerted the martial warriors locked up inside. They opened their eyes one after another and looked out. They were stunned when they saw Wang Teng. Then they felt astonishment. Why were they here? The three of them couldn't understand what the alien martial warrior was saying. He was speaking in a language they had never heard before. The alien martial warrior charged toward them directly when he didn't get a reply. His expression changed, and he raised his fist at them. 13-star general stage power exploded. In the past, Wang Teng might need some time to take care of them, but now it was nothing to him. Go away. A shout escaped his mouth while a ray of white light flew out of his eyes. Spirit penetration. The alien martial warrior froze on the spot. His fist was still raised in the air, but his gaze had turned muddy. It had lost its glimmer. Wang Teng walked past him as the alien martial warrior fell to the ground. He was dead. Dan Taishuan and Ye Jixin were flabbergasted. This, the 13-star general stage martial warrior, died from the shout alone. Was the planetary stage so scary? The leader of martial arts was in a daze too. He knew how powerful these alien martial warriors were since they were guarding them. This was a 13-star general stage martial warrior who possessed a special force. The leader of martial arts couldn't promise that he could defeat him, yet he died because of Wang Teng's shout. When did Wang Teng possess such ability? Everyone was full of questions. Dan Taishuan and Ye Jixin went forward and wanted to open the door to release the leader of martial arts and the others. However, they realized that this door was built with advanced technology, and they didn't know how to open it. They felt awkward. Wang Teng had experience. He picked up the alien martial warrior from the ground and pushed his face against the wall beside the door. Beep! The door opened. That's it? Dan Taishuan and Ye Jixin were confused. Bang! That's it! Wang Teng threw the corpse of the alien martial warrior to the side and entered the room. Everyone, why are you guys here? What's the situation outside? The leader of martial arts asked hurriedly. He might appear calm, but he was agitated too. He was worried about the status of their country. Don't worry. Wang Teng has solved the alien invasion problem. We have taken over this spacecraft. Dan Taishuan smiled and replied while unlocking their chains. Solved. The leader and the three great commanders found it unbelievable. They stared at Wang Teng in disbelief. This terrifying alien invasion was resolved. Seriously? I've already advanced to the planetary stage. Wang Teng nodded and replied. Chapter 765. This is the land I conquered, one translations. The planetary stage, the leader of martial arts' eyes shone brightly, his gaze turned sharp. Did you say that you have reached the planetary stage? Is it the stage above the general stage? He stared at Wang Teng with an intense gaze. That's right. It's the level above the general stage, Wang Teng nodded and said. The leader of martial arts couldn't explain his bewilderment. This was the stage every country on this planet was looking to advance to, yet no one had exceeded. However, Wang Teng was telling him that he had achieved the breakthrough and reached a higher stage. He displayed great composure by not showing any exaggerated expressions or actions on the spot. The planetary stage, when you reach that level, you can escape from the boundaries of Earth. The leader took a deep breath and asked, "Did you form a force star in your body?" "It looks like you have already guessed it. Once you advance to the planetary stage, you can roam the universe with your body, and you will have a force star in your body too." Wang Teng was surprised. He couldn't help but respect the leader's sensitivity. He only mentioned it, but the other party already knew what this stage represented and guessed the secret of the advancement. This isn't hard to guess. We have studied the planetary stage for a long time, so there must be some results. The leader shook his head when he saw Wang Teng's expression. "Anyway, it's a good thing that you managed to reach the planetary stage." The three great commanders and the other family heads finally regained their senses. The planetary stage. Wang Teng had reached that stage. Everyone stared at Wang Teng intently, especially the family heads. They wished that they could cozy up to him now. He must have found a scripture that helped him to break through to the planetary stage. If they could get some advice from him, the planetary stage martial warriors might appear in their family after a few years. This was a huge opportunity. They must keep close to him and not let him get away. No one asked him how he managed to reach the planetary stage. Scriptures were a secret, no matter what situation it was. No one would share their scriptures with others. Even the leader didn't dare to force Wang Teng to give them his planetary stage scriptures for the nation's sake. Also, even if he gave them the planetary stage scripture now, only the leader might have the chance of advancing within a short time. The others wouldn't be able to achieve their breakthrough without long hours of practice. Talent wasn't something you could learn. Not everyone was a genius like Wang Teng. You mustn't be impatient sometimes. Fortunately, everyone at the scene was smart. They wouldn't be so insensitive and ask such stupid questions. After some time, they walked out of the spacecraft. The leader stood at the entrance of the spacecraft and looked down. The entire place was in ruins. The center of capital Saya was destroyed. There was sorrow in his eyes. "It's been many years I watched the city progress step by step only to get destroyed by the alien invaders today. There's no construction without destruction. This might be a good thing for capital Saya or the Earth in general," Wang Teng said. The leader nodded. He knew that this wasn't the time to grieve. He quickly gathered his emotions and said, "We need to be prepared to tackle the alien invasion. Gather all the martial warriors for a meeting 2 hours later. We have to come up with a plan. What do you think?" The leader placed Wang Teng in the same or a higher position than him. He stopped treating him like a younger generation with huge potential. He asked for his opinion about the meeting. Without Wang Teng, this meeting would lose its purpose. In the martial arts era, the ability was the main thing. Country Zaya could only rely on Wang Teng now. "I'm fine with it. You can arrange the meeting and inform me when it's decided." Wang Teng clapped his hands and threw the responsibility away. He didn't want to care about these troublesome matters. Let the leader and the others get busy over them. He turned and ran away without any hesitation. The leader and the three great commanders were stunned. Then they shook their heads and laughed. This fellow, the leader, was caught between laughter and tears. "Looks like we still have to continue working. This young lad doesn't like to deal with work." Commander Hong shook his head and said, "He can reach this stage because he has cultivated single-mindedly without any distractions." Commander Young commented. "Let's go. There are many things we have to settle," the leader said. He then turned to Dan Takshuan. "Tidy up the city. Find the number of casualties, the power of the alien invaders, and write up a report for discussion at the meeting. I'll have to trouble you these few days." Dan Takshuan felt frustrated. She cursed Wang Teng in her heart. This fellow ran away and all the work landed on her. She couldn't even reject it. Yes. She nodded and received the order. Capital J, residential district. Wang Teng brought his family and friends here and settled them down. "This is my military lodging. Safety isn't a concern, so don't worry about it. Have a good rest here. I have other things to attend to, so I won't be accompanying you." Wang Teng went to the cultivation room below the ground. The cultivation room was spacious, the walls were made of durable material, and there were runes on them, so they could bear heavy blows by martial warriors without getting damaged. Chapter 766. This is the land I conquered. 2. Of course, these features were useless for Wang Teng. The room wouldn't be able to withstand a blow from him, but he didn't come here to cultivate. He just wanted to count his gains. Wang Teng sat down, cross-legged, in the middle of the cultivation room and closed his eyes. He focused his attention on the attributes panel. He came back in a hurry, so he didn't look through the changes on his attributes panel when he advanced to the planetary stage. The change this time was different from before. His entire attributes panel was refreshed. Origin of life, 5016. Origin of soul, 11256. Enlightenment, 2352 thirds thousand. Imperial realm. Spirit, 2585 thirds thousand. Imperial realm. Luck, 36. Limit of a normal person, 10. Handsomeness, 98. Limit of an ordinary person, 100. Battlefield awareness, 7569,000, 9 star. Space fragment, 1250, 1 millions. Force talents, ultimate stage wood talent, 1635, 5000. Ultimate stage water talent, 1565, 5000. Ultimate stage water talent, 1565,000. Ultimate stage water talent, 15,000, 550,000. Ultimate stage arc talent, 1335, 5000. Ultimate stage ice talent, 1535,000. Physique, space physique, 1,000, 20,000. First rank, heart of magnetic essence, 1,000, 10,000. Demon lotus poison body, 3360, 10,000. Light physique, 211, 50, 10,000. 8 arms devil physique, 6,000, 6,000. Perfected, ice cocoon physique, 848, 5,000. Sight, spiritual sight, 100 intermediate stage. Eyes of essence, 100 intermediate stage. Special talent. Ultimate stage sword talent, 1,000 intermediate stage. Eyes of essence, 100 intermediate stage. Special talent. Ultimate stage sword talent, 1250, 5,000. Ultimate stage blade talent, 1480, 500. Ultimate stage arrow talent, 430, 500. Realm. Constellation Metal Force, 1,000 planetary, stage first level. Constellation Wood Force, 1,000 planetary, stage first level. Constellation Water Force, 1,000 planetary, stage first level. Constellation Water Force, 153, 10,000 planetary, stage first level. Constellation Fire Force, 1,000 planetary, stage first level. Constellation Water Force, 100,000 planetary, stage first level. Constellation Water Force, 100,000 planetary, stage first level. Constellation Water Force, 100,000 planetary, stage first level. Constellation Water Force, 1,000, 10,000 planetary, stage first level. Constellation Fire Force, 1,000 planetary, stage first level. Constellation Fire Force, 1,000. 2. Stranatel, planetary, stage first level. Constellation Fire Force, 1,000, 10,000 planetary, stage first level. Constellation Fire Force, 15,000 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 planetary, stage first level. Constellation Fire 1,000, perfected. Starwood Scripture, 10,000, 10,000, perfected. Starward Scripture, 10,000, 10,000, perfected. Starward Scripture, 10,000, 10,000, perfected. Starward Scripture, 10,000, 2, perfected. Battle Techniques. Space Tornado, 9,776,000, perfected. Starfire Sword / 1,000, big achievement. Abyss Burial, 26,000, 10th, well-versed. Bestow of the Goddess, 360, 10,000, big achievement. Darkness Clone Technique, 5,000, 5,000, perfected. Amalgamate Blade Scripture, 74, 100, well-versed. Spiritual Battle Techniques. Spirit Penetration, 1,263,000. Master Poison Master, 873,000. Advanced Stage. Force Chef Master, 265, 3,000. Master. Musician, 735,000. Advanced Stage. Spiritual Pets. Spirit Flame Ghost Crow, 3,560, 10,100. Well-versed. Spirit Frith 360, 10,000. Master Poison Master, 870, 3,000. Advanced Stage. Force Chef Master, 265, 3,000. Master. Musician 73,000, Advancer, Blacksmith 2383,000, Master, Alchemist 263,000, Master, Poison Master 873,000, Advanced Stage, Force Chef Master 265,000, Master Musician 73,000, Advanced Stage, Force Chef Master 265,000, Master Musician 73,510, Advanced Stage, Spiritual Pets, Spirit Flame Ghost Growth 3563,000, 10,000, 10 star, Talent Spiritual Sight, Ghost Fire. Metal Armor, Flaming Scorpion, 1788, 2000, 20,000. 11 star. Talent, Flaming Poison, Emerald Flame. Blank Attribute, 350. Wang Teng went through his attributes line by line. After some time, he let out a long sigh. He didn't know that he had already gained so many achievements. What a shock it was. Also, he could tell that the attributes panel had filtered away many useless talents, scriptures, and battle techniques. These attributes weren't displayed. If not, there would be even more rows on his attributes panel. The entire attributes panel had been simplified, greatly bullshit. There were 3 entire pages of attributes, scriptures, and battle techniques. Wang Teng wondered how many words the author wasted on describing them. However, his eyes were still glistening. He almost placed his hands on his waist and laughed loudly. This is the land I conquered. All his 5 main forces had reached the planetary stage while his 5 special forces had entered the general stage. There were also talents that others wouldn't dare to think of. Force talents, physique talents, and even the rare sight talents. He had 2 sight talents. The thing that stood out the most was his space talent. He had already reached the perfected stage at 10,000 points, but now the limit was increased to 100,000 points. 10,000 was just the first rank. His space talent was only at the first rank. Wang Teng almost cursed when he saw this. The system was increasing the difficulty of his cultivation. Wang Teng felt helpless, but he had to accept this reality. Then there were the scriptures and battle techniques. The system only mentioned the sky rank ones and above. It was too lazy to list the weaker ones. The main items were the planetary stage scriptures and battle techniques. The others were scriptures and battle techniques the system felt had great potential. There was no need to explain the ancient god's body. It was easy to tell that this skill was above the planetary stage. How high was it? Wang Teng didn't know, and he couldn't guess either. When he went up the Mount Saint in the past, he had raised his ancient god's body to the 2-star beginner stage. His physical body was already very powerful. He couldn't imagine how powerful he would get if he raised it further. However, he would need 100,000 points to leap past the 2-star level. Who knew how many attributes he would need in the future? This felt hopeless. He looked at the battle techniques the system listed: Darkness Clone Technique, Amalgamate Blade Scripture, Space Tornado, Bestow of the Goddess, Abyss Burial, etc. They were either useful or had great potential. The other lower-tier scriptures and battle techniques didn't disappear. They were still ingrained in his mind. He could pull them out if he wanted to know their progress. There were also 3 spiritual battle techniques. All of them were on the attributes panel. The system probably felt that there was huge growth to be made in these 3 techniques. Moving down, there was Ultima. Wang Teng possessed 2 Ultimas, the strength of Ultima from the ancient god's corpse and the 1,000 crashing ripples from the blue-haired young man when they were fighting. The system didn't list his other consciouses, but Wang Teng knew that they would appear on the attributes panel if they reached the Ultima level. There was nothing much to say about his knowledge and secondary professions. These might seem useless, but they provided him convenience during crucial time. He knew what others didn't and what they knew. This feeling was amazing. Other people wouldn't even dare to imagine having such skills. These achievements and reserves were enough for Wang Teng to feel proud for a moment. After some time, Wang Teng regained his composure. He was extremely calm and composed. These achievements were nothing. He would have more in the future. He decided that he would focus on a few scriptures and battle techniques moving forward. He didn't have to raise every single one to a high level. Knowing was enough. He didn't need to specialize in everything that would require too many blank attributes. He couldn't afford to use them. Wang Teng thought about this sadly, scanning his attributes panel. His gaze landed at the top, origin of life. After reaching the planetary stage, his origin of life rose from 1,000 plus to 5016. No wonder the planetary stage was so different from the general stage. From the origin of life, he could tell that these two stages weren't on the same level at all. This was a jump in the very nature of life. Then there was the luck and handsomeness index. It was rare for him to see these two attributes normally. He only managed to get luck attributes from little Z Ye. Other people didn't have it. Speaking about her, he kind of missed her. He wondered how she was in the Darkland. Fortunately, he left a clone there who hadn't disappeared. It looked like he hadn't been discovered yet. Little Z Ye must be safe. He had gained the handsomeness attribute from vampire dark apparitions. Other races wouldn't drop this attribute. Well, it made sense. Were the giants, the sheepheads, or the 8 Arms devils supposed to give him handsomeness attributes? Honestly, they looked very strange. It was impossible. The system only acknowledged the appearance of the vampires. The rest were all ugly. Wang Teng looked at his luck index. It had exceeded that of a normal human. His handsomeness index was also better than an ordinary person's. He touched his chin and nodded in satisfaction. He was handsome and lucky. Indeed, he was the son of Lady Luck. At this moment, his wristwatch sounded. There was a notification. The leader of martial arts was informing him to attend the meeting. Wang Teng stood up and walked out of the cultivation room. After informing Grandpa Wang, he headed to the military command building. Chapter 767. A Joke. On the top floor of the command building in the central control room, the rows of seats were all filled with renowned figures from the various fields. Some were important figures from country Sia, while others were top-class martial warriors who had rushed over from other big cities in the country. Within 2 hours, all the alien martial warriors in the major cities were caught and brought back to capital Sia. No matter how strong the alien invaders were, they were limited by their numbers. They had to spread out to the major cities in the country to keep watch for the blue-haired young man. Hence, there were only 1 or 2 alien martial warriors in each city. The martial warriors from country Zaya attacked them and caught them off guard, defeating them one by one. Not much effort was used. In summary, the main battle power of the alien invaders came from the blue-haired young man. Once he was caught by Wang Teng, the other martial warriors posed little threat. For some reason, there was only one planetary stage formidable warrior among the alien invaders. Were they too confident, or was it a restriction for them to land on Earth? No one knew for sure. Is Wang Teng here yet? A general stage martial warrior guarding Nanhai asked. He's almost here. I've already informed him, Commander Yang replied. He was sitting at the front. Commander Guardian's son, we have only been waiting for a while. Why are you getting so impatient? Qian Boyu, who had met Wang Teng once, asked. Commander Guardian was a position. The status was higher than a governor. However, only the border cities, cities with a large number of star beasts, or cities with dimensional rifts linking to the Darkland, would need a powerful martial warrior to be their Commander Guardian. These martial warriors were at least 13-star general stage and above. There's an alien invasion, and time is tight. There's no time to waste. Sun Yuanju frowned. I heard that he has reached a higher realm. I wonder if it's true. Many important figures around him turned and looked in his direction. They paid high attention to this question too, but they didn't voice it. Of course it's true. If not, who solved the alien invasion problem? Commander Hong glanced at him and continued, Commander, Guardian, Son, don't say such things when Wang Teng is here. Commander Hong, I'm asking for a reason. I guard Nanhai, and I've detected abnormal movements from all the other nations. The White Eagle Nation, Country Inca, and Country Bat, who are on the opposite side of the ocean, have been taken over by aliens too. They don't plan to sit and wait for death. They want to attack the other nations beside them. If Wang Teng has a higher level scripture, he should share it with everyone. When our ability increases, we will be able to resist invasions, Sun Yuanju said with a smart glimmer in his eyes. Commander Hong's face turned black. He stared intently at Sun Yuanju. Was he doing it for country Saya or for himself? No one knew. All the important figures started to get interested. Their eyes sparkled. Many people had the same thought as him. They just didn't say it aloud. Who would reject a higher realm scripture? If they could get Wang Teng's scriptures, they could advance to a higher level too. That was a level above the general stage. Once they broke through, they could leave Earth and seek a wider world in the universe. To be able to reach their position, they naturally had their ambitions. Commander Guardian Sun. I hope you can stop saying such things. We have to tide over the difficulty together, but peeping at others' scriptures is taboo. You've crossed the line. The leader of martial arts opened his eyes and glanced at Sun Yuanju. Sun Yuanju's expression changed. He thought that he could ignite everyone's sense of urgency by talking about the aliens movement. That way they would support his motive. They might be unable to defeat Wang Teng, but there were many of them. If they spoke to him simultaneously and pressured him with a righteous cause, he would eventually give in. He didn't expect the leader of martial arts to be the first to step out and reject him. The leader was the closest to reaching that realm, yet he had managed to control his greed. What right did others have to force Wang Teng? Leader, you don't understand the gravity of the situation. The alien invasion has destroyed the current structure of the world. We need to prepare early. If not, country Sia might be buried in the annals of history. I won't do such an unscrupulous thing during ordinary times. However, we can only gain an advantage if we forsake Wang Teng's personal interest. We have no other choice. Sun Yuanju still wanted to speak up for himself. He persuaded the leader of martial arts earnestly in a righteous tone. Enough. Commander Hong was furious. He shouted instantly. Without Wang Teng, country Sha would have been taken over by the alien invaders. We'd not be sitting here. Are you trying to disappoint him with your actions? Many people started to feel awkward. They knew that Commander Hong wasn't just speaking to Sun Yuanju. He was warning anyone that had the same thought. They felt embarrassed. Wang Teng had saved them, but they wanted to get benefits out of him. If other people knew about this, they would be condemned as unscrupulous fellows. Of course, I'm extremely grateful for Wang Teng's contribution. Sun Yuanju wanted to refute, but he was interrupted by a voice before he could finish his sentence. Wow, what a lively atmosphere. Wang Teng's voice was heard before he appeared at the scene. Everyone's expression changed. Sun Yuanju's expression became unnatural. He looked towards the door guiltily. A young figure walked in slowly from outside. It was Wang Teng. When he appeared, all the noises disappeared. Wang Teng glanced around him, scanning everyone present with his intense gaze. His eyes didn't pause on Sun Yuanju. He didn't seem to care about him. Sun Yuanju's expression turned ugly. He sensed that he was being disregarded and felt frustrated. But when he saw Wang Teng's mysterious gaze, he didn't dare to say a word. You're here? Have a seat. The leader opened his mouth and pointed to a seat beside him. This seat was just beside the leader of martial arts, and it was at the same level. To him, Wang Teng had the same status as him. When the others saw this scene, their gazes flickered. Many thoughts went through their minds. Wang Teng didn't reject the offer. He walked over directly and sat down. What were you guys discussing just now? It seemed heated. Don't mind me, I'm just here to show my presence. Please go ahead. Wang Teng raised his hand to signal them to continue. Coincidentally, his hand pointed in Sun Yuanju's direction. Everyone looked over involuntarily. Sun Yuanju's face turned green. Wang Teng didn't do anything, but he felt an invisible pressure pressing down on him. It made it hard for him to breathe. Sun Yuanju's expression kept changing. He felt exasperated. He finally understood that in front of absolute power, every other effort was futile. Everything he had done was a joke. Chapter 768. If I don't give, who dares to snatch from me? There was pin-drop silence in the control room. No one spoke up for Sun Yuanju. No one dared to say anything about Wang Teng donating his scriptures. They finally understood the difference between them and Wang Teng. A wisp of his aura made it hard for them to look him in the eye. How powerful was he? They had no chance of showing off their little tricks due to the vast difference in ability. The leader of martial arts didn't say anything and just watched them quietly from the side. He allowed Wang Teng to solve this matter himself. To him, Wang Teng's ability was the best way to convince and frighten them. Punish someone as a warning to others. Since Sun Yuanju had jumped out, he would be the one getting punished. Wang Teng glanced around him calmly. "Weren't you speaking just now? Why are you silent? Commander Guardian Sun, don't you want to continue talking?" Sun Yuanju's expression changed slightly. He felt unlucky. He raised his head and met Wang Teng's composed gaze. He stammered, "It's a misunderstanding. He stuttered and was incoherent. Just, Wang Teng gave him an ambiguous smile. Sun Yuanju couldn't answer him. He knew that Wang Teng had heard his words. There was no use speaking up for himself. If Wang Teng wanted to take revenge, he wouldn't give up because of his excuses. Wang Teng stopped wasting time. An indomitable aura erupted from his body and bore down on Sun Yuanju. Boom! Sun Yuanju was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Wang Teng to act without any scruples. Without any time to react, he got enveloped by his aura. Bang! The chair below him shattered into pieces, and he fell to the ground. Splurt. He spurted a mouthful of blood. Sun Yuanju became dispirited. His face was pale as he stared at Wang Teng in astonishment. He moved his lips but didn't dare to say a word. He climbed up from the ground miserably and stumbled a little. Everyone was shocked as they stared at this scene in bewilderment, not knowing what to say for a second, especially the people sitting beside Sun Yuanju. When Wang Teng's aura surged over, they felt it too. Their hearts were still pounding in fear. Imagine if they were the target of the attack, they might be in a worse state than Sun Yuanju. No one expected Wang Teng to be so domineering. He suppressed a 13-star General Stage Commander Guardian without any hesitation. This was a tight slap to Sun Yuanju's face. Many people felt lucky that they didn't speak. If not, they might be in the same tragic state. Qian Boyu, Zhao Fuhong, and the other important figures who had met Wang Teng before glanced at one another. They felt as if they just knew him. The polite young man they knew must be a fake, right? These important figures finally realized that Wang Teng wasn't someone they could control easily. Wang Teng resumed his indifference and spoke in a calm tone. "If you have anything to say it directly to me. If you talk behind my back, don't blame me for being merciless. You can only take the things I want to give. If I don't give, who dares to snatch from me?" He scanned everyone, but no one replied to him. No one even dared to look him in the eye. Wang Teng was satisfied with this result. Suddenly a smile blossomed on his face, and he continued, "All right, I've finished my speech. Don't be so serious. You look as if I'll eat you up." Silence. Everyone was speechless. "Didn't you look like you'll really eat us up just now? Stop pretending like you don't know," they complained as they looked at Wang Teng's smiley face. "Continue acting? Go on." Despite being young, this fellow was a good actor. Which one was the real him? "All right, if you want the higher-level scripture, you can tell me directly. If you don't say, how will I know you want it? Look, everyone is unhappy at your little cheap tricks. Was it necessary?" Wang Teng suddenly said. Everyone was honestly stunned this time. It seemed like Wang Teng was willing to take out his higher-level scripture. What did he mean by telling him directly? Who would have thought that he would say it himself? Sun Yuanju's face turned green. If he knew that Wang Teng wanted to share his scripture, he wouldn't have made that speech and be the bad guy. Now he had provoked Wang Teng for nothing. The loss outweighed the gains. He was filled with bitterness. Why didn't Wang Teng say it earlier? Why? If he did, he wouldn't have stepped out and be the first to speak. The leader of martial arts and the three great commanders looked at Wang Teng in surprise. They didn't think that Wang Teng would give out his scriptures so easily. Moreover, he was the one to bring it up. He was the one who wanted to reveal it. Did he have such a high sense of responsibility? When the meeting ends, the leader will evaluate everyone's qualifications. After that, You can get the scripture from me." Wang Teng sniggered in his heart when he saw everyone's expression. "We need to go through an evaluation?" Everyone was stunned. Of course, if I give my planetary stage scripture to someone with an unknown or evil motive, I will be holding a candle to the devil, Wang Teng replied. Planetary stage scripture? Their eyes lit up. That's right, the next level after the general stage is the planetary stage. If you want to reach that level, you need to have a planetary stage scripture, Wang Teng explained briefly. Planetary stage. Excitement burned in everyone's eyes. They looked at him enthusiastically. You have witnessed the power of the planetary stage. One planetary stage martial warrior is powerful enough. This is a special moment. We need to be extra careful. I don't want to create an enemy, Wang Teng continued. Everyone's expression changed slightly. They felt fortunate that they weren't Wang Teng's enemy. If not, they would lose this amazing opportunity. They immediately agreed to Wang Teng's idea. Yes, you're right. Yes, I second the idea. It makes so much sense. Yes, we should do it like this. I'll be the first to support you. The Ministry of Education supports you too. Everyone felt that the matter should be resolved this way. They had no grudges against Wang Teng, so they weren't worried. Only one person's face was black. He looked as though he fell into a drain. Many people noticed his emotions and looked at Sun Yuanju. Strangely, if there was an evaluation, Commander Guardian Sun would be the first to fail, Tisk. At this moment, they finally understood Wang Teng's intention, stick and candy. His scheme was amazing. He punished Sun Yuanju to warn the rest of them, letting them fear him. Then he took out his scripture, which made everyone grateful. He captured their hearts instantly. Was this Willie Fox a young man who hadn't reached 20? Chapter 769, Trial Ground. The atmosphere in the room changed because of Wang Teng's words going from tense to lively. I've already said what I wanted. Let's start the meeting officially. Wang Teng glanced at everyone. There was joy in his eyes. He was already planning to reveal his planetary stage scriptures. All his 5 basic elements had advanced to the planetary stage. The blue-haired young man who was at the 3rd level of the planetary stage wasn't his match, so he didn't need to worry about anyone surpassing him. Besides, it wasn't easy to advance to the planetary stage. Converting their forces to Constellation Force would consume most of their time, much less the most crucial part of the advancement process. Many people wouldn't be able to overcome that barrier. Wang Teng was certain that most of the people in this room wouldn't be able to reach the planetary stage. Some of them were too old. They had exhausted their potential, and there was a limit to how far they could go. Of course, the most important thing was, Wang Teng would only give them the conversion method in the planetary stage scripture. After they finished converting their forces, he would consider giving them the advancement method. He hadn't finished his sentence. Do you want the advancement method? Sure. Give me money. These words weren't suitable for this situation. When they came to look for him to get the scripture in the future, he would discuss the price with them properly. In summary, he wouldn't give his scriptures out easily. No one knew what Wang Teng was planning. They were still immersed in their excitement and couldn't calm down. They were daydreaming about advancing quickly after receiving the scripture. They didn't know that their assets would be gone. Cough. The leader of martial arts finally regained his composure. He coughed and attracted everyone's attention. Then he said, "Let's have Dan Teishuan report the status of the alien invasion." Yes, Dan Teishuan let out a long sigh. Even she felt nervous a moment ago. She was afraid that Wang Teng would vent his anger on all the important figures present, but luckily he only targeted one. It wasn't outrageous. She hurriedly stood up when she heard the leader calling for her and turned on the projector. A world map shone on the wall opposite. Based on the information we have received, there are signs of aliens in every big country on Earth, including the White Eagle Nation, Country Inca, Country Star, and Country Bat. They have all been conquered by aliens. The participants started to turn serious. They stared at the red spots marked on the map besides Country Zia. All the other areas were red. This meant that they were all invaded and taken over by aliens. It was a terrifying sight. Everyone was solemn. The situation was worse than expected. Not much information could be found, so Dan Teishuan finished her report soon. The control room turned silent. All of you understand the situation now. Every large country has been invaded by aliens. I have a reason to believe that they have a special purpose. If not, they wouldn't take over all the countries at the same time, the leader said. What do they want? Someone asked. Everyone went into deep thought. They couldn't guess the aliens' motive. They knew that the aliens came to Earth for an opportunity, but them landing in different parts of Earth made them a little confused. Stop wasting your time. We'll know the answer by asking the blue-haired alien. Wang Teng suddenly spoke up. Everyone was stunned. Someone hesitated before asking. Will he say the truth? Don't worry, I have a way to make him speak the truth, Wang Teng said confidently. Bring the person over. The leader ordered his men to bring the blue-haired young man. The swelling on the blue-haired young man's face had subsided. It was hard to tell that he was once beaten like a dog. His recovery rate was astonishing, but he was still unconscious and hadn't woken up. His face healed quite quickly. It looks like he can withstand another round of the brick's caress. Wang Teng touched his chin and muttered to himself, Everyone caress your head. This fellow called Brick smashing the caress of the brick. How shameless. Huh? Where am I? The blue-haired young man woke up right then and rubbed his head. He glanced around him absent-mindedly. Stop pretending. You're exaggerating. Wang Teng smirked. Everyone, this alien was acting. They didn't realize a thing. They were surprised. How did this guy discover it? The blue-haired young man was puzzled. However, he still pretended to be lost and continued. What are you saying? I don't understand. What do you want? I don't want to waste any time. I'll ask questions and you'll answer. If you dare lie, my brick won't show any mercy. Wang Teng took out his golden brick and waved it in front of the blue-haired young man. The young man felt the corners of his eyes twitching. He immediately recalled the unpleasant memory. He wished he could snatch the brick and smash it on Wang Teng's face, but he knew that he was in Wang Teng's hands and couldn't escape. Thus, he wouldn't have the power to snatch the brick over and repay the favor. What do you want to know? He forcefully suppressed the humiliation in his heart. Why did you all come to Earth? Wang Teng asked. There's nothing to hide. We came to find an opportunity on this planet. The blue-haired young man replied with a flicker in his eyes. What else? What else can there be? That's it. You're not being honest, Wang Teng squinted. He tossed the brick in his hand and got ready to smash it on the blue-haired young man's head, scaring the poor fellow. He almost charged forward and fought for his life. This brat was a monster. How dare he still want to smash his head with the brick? He couldn't bear it any more. Damn it, if you do it again, I'll fight with you. The blue-haired young man glared at Wang Teng, unwilling to back down. I was waiting for you, idiot! A smirk appeared at the edge of Wang Teng's lips. His eyes flashed with crimson light. Bewitch. Wang Teng had already raised his bewitch skill to the perfected stage. With the help of his Imperial Realm spirit, he never failed. The blue-haired young man's expression changed. Before he could react, he went into a daze, and his gaze turned blurry. I succeeded. Wang Teng was stunned. He was prepared to have a spiritual battle. After all, when he used the bewitch skill on Shah Didi the previous time, he struggled for a long time before he succumbed. This blue-haired young man's ability was above Shah Didi's, so he thought that it would be harder. Yet the blue-haired young man lost his consciousness almost instantly. Is it related to one's mentality? Wang Teng touched his chin and pondered. Shah Didi was a sly old fox, while this blue-haired young man was a greenhorn who had just entered the society. He lacked vigilance, so he fell into Wang Teng's trap easily. Other people didn't know what Wang Teng was doing, but they were stunned when they saw the blue-haired young man's confused look. Now, answer me. What's your real purpose? Wang Teng didn't explain to them. He started questioning the man right away. Many months ago, the Olent Federation detected this planet where force had awakened. At the same time, the top academy in the Olent Federation, St. Star Pagoda, is recruiting new students. Hence, they decided to use this planet as a trial ground. We can only enter the Saint Star Pagoda if we pass this trial, the blue-haired young man said, with no emotions in his eyes. Trial ground, Saint Star Pagoda. Everyone was astounded then. They started to get furious. They are using our planet as a trial ground. Commander Long was indignant. He slammed the table heavily, causing a long bang. So this is their real motive. The opportunity isn't the main thing. Passing the test is their final mission, Commander Yang said. Snatching the opportunity might be part of their trial. Someone snorted, "Our planet is extremely underdeveloped, so we'll obviously get beaten. We're just a remote planet. We have no chance of resisting," the Minister of Education said as he shook his head. "Is the trial only for you?" Wang Teng asked a question that surprised many people. No, the trial doesn't only include the talents from Olant Federation. It's also applicable to all the martial warriors on this planet. Any gifted martial warriors 30 years old and below that have reached the planetary stage have the chance to participate. It's difficult to get the chance. But as the trial ground, Olant Federation gave 3 spots to this Earth. However, Earthlings don't know about it. They must be dreaming if they want to get a spot. There are a limited number of spots. If Earth gets 3 spots, the martial warriors from other planets will have 3 lesser spots. Hence, no one told the Earthlings this piece of news, the blue-haired young man continued. What? Everyone exchanged glances with one another. They were dumbstruck and furious. What a good plan they have. As long as no one on Earth gets a slot, those 3 slots will be theirs, Commander Hong said angrily. It looks like this isn't just a simple school enrollment, Commander Yang said with a glint in his eyes.
Trial spots. The eyes of the leader of martial arts lit up. He opened his mouth and said, "Unfortunately, only those 30 years old and below have the right. We don't even have to think about it." Everyone shook their heads. They couldn't hide their disappointment. They would be lying if they said that they didn't have hope.
However, based on what the blue-haired young man said, only a planetary stage martial warrior 30 years old and below had the chance, 30 years old, the planetary stage. No one here fulfilled these 2 criteria. No, there was one person. Everyone looked at Wang Teng with envy. They didn't have the chance, but he did. Chapter 770, Monitor the Entire Planet. Wang Teng was contemplating the blue-haired young man's words when he noticed everyone staring at him. There was strong envy in their eyes. He was stunned for a moment. Then he understood why. The blue-haired young man's words must have been a huge stimulation to everyone. The Saint Star Pagoda was the top academy in the Olant Federation. If they could study there would definitely be ample benefits. But they had lost this precious opportunity. Well, it was more appropriate to say that they had never gotten it, so they couldn't lose it. From the beginning, they didn't meet the requirements. Don't act as if you lost $1 billion. Who knows what the Saint Star Pagoda is like? I might not want to go. Wang Teng comforted them with a nonchalant expression. Silence. This consolation didn't have any effects. Instead, they wanted to beat him up even more. He didn't want to go. Look at what he was saying. Indeed, talk was cheap. "Get out of this place, bastard." Everyone stared at him with hidden bitterness. They didn't want to speak to him anymore. Cough, Wang Teng. Question him, and see if you can get any other useful information. The leader of martial arts coughed and said. Wang Teng nodded. He thought for a moment before asking, "How many candidates are there?" "No one knows which factions will get the right to participate in this trial. My land family was extremely fortunate to get 1 slot after spending much manpower and wealth," the blue-haired young man replied. His gaze was rigid and stiff. Wang Teng frowned. Things were getting complicated. He exchanged glances with the leader. They thought of the same thing. From the blue-haired young man's explanation, they inferred that this trial was targeted at the gifted disciples groomed by powerful factions. Normal martial warriors wouldn't be able to get the right to participate. Even if they did, they would only make up a small fraction. They could imagine how hard these talents groomed by powerful factions would be to deal with. One's background was a strong factor. Wang Teng wanted to ask about the strength of the aliens that had landed on Earth, but from the looks of it, he wouldn't be able to get any answers from the blue-haired young man. He didn't even know who they were or how many people there were. How would he know their abilities? Wait. Wang Teng thought of something. He couldn't get a specific answer, but he might be able to guess a range. He asked, quickly, "Are there any strength requirements for the trial?" By right, there isn't. However, reaching the planetary stage before 30 years old is the limit for most martial warriors. In history, only a handful of gifted martial warriors have reached the celestial stage before 30. In my generation, less than 3 martial warriors have gained this achievement. They have already been specially admitted into different famous academies in the universe, and don't need to participate in this trial, the blue-haired young man said. The celestial stage. Everyone started pondering. The planetary stage, the celestial stage. These two names sounded high and mighty, just like the universe. No one had experienced the power of these two stages, but just listening to the name was enough to get them excited. They wanted to go home and start cultivating immediately. As the top-tier martial warriors on Earth, they had their own extravagant hopes for the powerful realms. All of them wished that they could climb to the peak and look at the scenery from a higher mountain. Wang Teng's eyes were shining too. He saw a wider world opening up in front of him. It was attractive. After some time, he sighed secretly, and a sharp glint flashed past his eyes. Based on the blue-haired young man's words, it wasn't hard to tell that none of the invaders had surpassed the planetary stage. Wang Teng had the confidence to deal with a planetary stage formidable warrior, but asking him to fight against a celestial stage martial warrior was akin to gifting his life on a silver platter. Fortunately, there weren't any martial warriors at this stage on Earth. Since they were all at the planetary stage, it would be easier for them to have duels. A smile appeared on Wang Teng's face. There must be many planetary stage formidable warriors among the aliens. He would definitely be able to get some attributes from them. Everyone looked at his face and felt that his smile was a little evil. Was he conjuring some evil plan? Wang Teng asked a few more questions. They were mostly about the Olant Federation, the Saint Star Pagoda, and information about the Lan family. The blue-haired young man answered without reservation. Very soon, everyone had a better understanding of the Olant Federation. In summary, the Olant Federation was a universe alliance formed by many factions. It was one of the top 5 powerful factions in the universe. Yes, top 5 Olant Federation wasn't the only major power in the universe. The blue-haired young man didn't know about the other powerful factions, so Wang Teng didn't ask for the details. One Olant Federation was strong enough to destroy them, much less the other factions or the entire universe. The Saint Star Pagoda was the biggest and most powerful academy in the Olant Federation. It had groomed numerous formidable warriors in the universe. You could say that this was a holy location in the Olant Federation. The Saint Star Pagoda would open for enrollment every 3 years. The criteria would be planetary stage martial warriors, 30 years old and below. They would need to participate in a trial. Only qualified people would be admitted into the academy. This time, Earth was chosen as the trial ground, who would assess their scores at the end of the trial. Wang Teng knew the answer through the blue-haired young man. It was better if he didn't. After hearing the answer, everyone in the control room turned eerily silent. They realized that someone was monitoring and watching over the entire planet. That meant that someone was watching all their actions. They might have clearly seen everything that they had done. No one doubted the young man's words. After all, the technological advancement of the alien civilization had exceeded their imagination. It was possible they could monitor the entire planet. They felt uncomfortable after learning that they were under surveillance. Their expressions turned awkward. Who wanted to be watched all the time? What if the person was a pervert? What if the person was a peeping Tom? What if the person had some weird fetish? Everyone shuddered in their hearts. They raised their heads and looked at the ceiling, trying to find the eye that was watching them. Can the Saint Star Pagoda see everyone's actions? Wang Teng took a deep breath to force himself to calm down. Not everyone, mainly the candidates. They wouldn't see everything since there are only a few surveillance. They can only focus on a few events. But they know what's happening around the personal terminal of the candidate, the blue-haired young man explained. Personal terminal? Wang Teng relaxed a little. That's good. That's more acceptable. The other people heaved a sigh of relief too. They felt much better. Where's your personal terminal? Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp. Chapter 771. It's better to kill him. The blue-haired young man raised his hand and displayed the special-looking black wristwatch he was wearing. This is my personal terminal. Once you kill the owner, you can renew the login and become the new owner of this personal terminal. The blue-haired young man spoke like a robot. Silence. Everyone's expression turned strange. Would the blue-haired young man slap himself if he was awake? Kill the owner and you would become the new owner. Was it all right to say this secret aloud? Everyone looked at Wang Teng. As expected, they saw a chilling and weird expression on his face. He was looking at the blue-haired young man like a butcher walking toward his livestock with a knife. How scary. They finally had a clearer understanding of Wang Teng's bewitched skill. With this ability, it would be extremely simple for Wang Teng to know other people's secrets. Everyone shivered in fear when they thought of their secrets being sucked out from the bottom of their hearts so easily. Their gaze turned vigilant when they looked at him again. This young man was dangerous. They must stay away from him. They must never offend him. Wang Teng disregarded their expressions. He took off the blue-haired young man's personal terminal and snapped his fingers. The blue-haired young man trembled. His gaze turned lively again. He was awake. After a moment of confusion, the blue-haired young man finally realized what he had done. His face turned white. He stared at Wang Teng in bewilderment. You. He pointed at Wang Teng and stammered. Stop stuttering. I just asked a few simple questions. Why do you look as if you got bullied? Wang Teng snapped back. The crowd was speechless. Was it honestly a few simple questions? He almost got his entire ancestral lineage, my personal terminal. The blue-haired young man screamed when he saw his wristwatch in Wang Teng's hand. His face turned paler. Don't be nervous. Relax. I've gotten all the answers I want. It's useless for you to be worried, Wang Teng said calmly. The blue-haired young man was on the brink of tears. He was about to have a breakdown. He felt that the other party wanted to kill him. This feeling was extremely strong. It sent chills down his spine. Yet this fellow was asking him to relax. Relax your head. My life is in your hands and you're still making jokes about it. This is too much. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Lan family will come and look for you, the blue-haired young man shouted. Wang Teng ignored him. He turned to the other martial warriors and said, I've asked everything I wanted. Do you have anything else? If not, he didn't finish his sentence, but they knew what he was hinting at. If not, he would kill this blue-haired young man. Ruthless. What a savage young man. This fellow was vicious. Different expressions appeared on their faces. Their fear of Wang Teng reached new heights. The Lan family is a powerful faction, many times more powerful than Earth. If we kill him, they might take revenge. Commander Yong frowned and said. Many people had the same thought. They looked at Wang Teng but didn't dare to speak up. After all, the scripture was in Wang Teng's hand. If they offended him, they would lose the chance to break through. It would be a huge loss. Even if we don't kill him, they might not let us go, Wang Teng replied calmly. Well, Commander Yong didn't know what to say. He understood the logic, but he was still hesitant since it would affect the entire country IAA. He wasn't the only one. The leader of martial arts and the other two commanders felt the same way. But they had to admit that Wang Teng was right. Some things couldn't be solved by compromise. No, if you let me go, I promise I won't take revenge. The blue-haired young man guaranteed. He panicked when he realized that Wang Teng would really kill him regardless of the consequences. In front of death, nothing was important, including pride and status. Now, he finally understood that he was no different from a normal person. The blue-haired young man felt humiliated and downcasted. He never imagined that he would have to beg for mercy in front of an earthling, hoping that he would spare his life. In that case, I'll let you go. Wang Teng touched his chin and nodded. He seemed touched by the blue-haired young man's sincerity. Really? The blue-haired young man was stunned. He stared at Wang Teng in disbelief and joy. Everyone was surprised too. They didn't know that Wang Teng was so easy to convince from the way he looked at the blue-haired young man a moment ago. They didn't think that he would agree. He seemed intent on killing the other party. However, "No," Wang Teng replied indifferently. The blue-haired young man's expression distorted. "No, this devil was playing with him." The blue-haired young man had a mental breakdown. His eyes turned bloodshot. They were burning with flames of anger. "Look at your eyes. It's so scary. You will definitely seek revenge in the future. I think it's better to kill you." Wang Teng pretended to be frightened. He sounded as if the blue-haired young man was the one who wanted to kill him. The blue-haired young man, silence. Everyone was dumbfounded by Wang Teng's shamelessness. "You will die a terrible death. Don't think about living in peace after you kill me. The Lan family will take revenge for me." The blue-haired young man knew that he wouldn't be spared, so he started threatening Wang Teng with a vicious gaze. Swoosh! Before he could finish his sentence, a soft sound was heard. A blood-red flower blossomed on the blue-haired young man's forehead. Indeed, it's better to kill him, Wang Teng mumbled to himself as he lowered his finger. There was unwillingness and hatred in the blue-haired young man's eyes. His lifeless body fell to the ground with a thump. The entire control room was dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Was the blue-haired young man dead? Wang Teng killed him before anyone could react. The crowd only regained their senses after some time. Their expressions turned grim. Wang Teng killed the young man so they would need to worry about the revenge from the Lan family now. This was a family that owned 3 life planets. They didn't have the power to confront it. Wang Teng wasn't as worried. He looked at the ground after killing the blue-haired young man. A few attribute bubbles had dropped from his body. Get it. Imperial Realm Spirit 132. Imperial Realm Enlightenment 145. Constellation Force Water 2400. Ultimate Stage Water Talent 650. 1000 Crashing Ripples Water Element Ultima 520. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He felt that the blue-haired young man had died a worthy death. He died for a reason. Both his spirit and enlightenment were at the Imperial Realm, and he dropped more than 100 points for each. Wang Teng's spirit and enlightenment were getting closer and closer to achieving a breakthrough. Then, there were 2400 points of constellation force. After advancing to the planetary stage, the number of force attributes needed to advance a level was extremely high. The limit of the first-level planetary stage was 10,000 points. Wang Teng was worried that his progression speed would slow down, but it seemed like he was overthinking. Killing a planetary stage martial warrior gave him 2400 points of constellation force. He would be able to advance after killing a few of them. Very good planetary stage martial warriors were wealthy fellows. There were no planetary stage martial warriors on Earth, but there must be many in the universe, as expected of a talent from the universe. The blue-haired young man possessed ultimate stage water talent, and he dropped 650 points of the talent. Rarely any martial warriors on Earth dropped so many points of talents at once. Ultimate stage water talent 2210 5000. His talent increased from 1560 to 2210. The increment speed was fast. Wang Teng wondered what was after the ultimate stage at that time. How powerful would his talent become? The last attribute bubble was the Ultima attribute bubble. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, memory fragments appeared in Wang Teng's mind. Waves, sword glows, a figure. These memory fragments were regarding the enlightenment of the 1000 crashing ripples. They floated into his mind and became part of his memory. Boom! A white light flashed past, and a glaring sword glow burst in Wang Teng's mind. Layers of waves tossed and turned amidst the sword glow. This Ultima was extremely powerful. Wang Teng opened his eyes. A flash of blue sword glow blinked in them. It gave off a frightening aura. 1,000 crashing ripples water element Ultima, 480 50-second level. In an instant, Wang Teng's 1,000 crashing ripples rose from the first level to the second level. The effect increased greatly. The blue-haired young man had practiced hard for many years before reaching the third level of the Ultima. Yet Wang Teng managed to attain the second level just by picking up attributes, taking less than a day. Comparison made one infuriated. Chapter 772, Remember to raise money when you go back. The Ultima was higher than the conscious level. It was harder to comprehend. You could say that anyone who reached the Ultima level was the cream of the crop. Raising the level of their Ultima was more difficult. Each level was harder than the previous one. You would need high enlightenment and plenty of opportunities to upgrade your Ultima continuously. If the conscious level was an entry-level luxury item, the Ultima stage was the real luxury brand. Normal people wouldn't be able to afford it. All in all, the Ultima stage was a high-end product. Mind you, ever since Wang Teng received the strength of Ultima, it hadn't increased much. Unlike the 1,000 crashing ripples, which had already risen to the second level, the difference in advancement speed was vast. He was working hard to pick up attributes, but there weren't many martial warriors on Earth who had reached the Ultima stage. It was like finding a cock that could lay eggs and a pig that could climb a tree. They were a rare breed. Wang Teng felt a little helpless. However, things were getting better. The arrival of aliens on Earth opened a new path for him. There were numerous attributes he could pick up on this path, attributes he had never gotten before. The future was beautiful. However, Wang Teng wasn't very satisfied with the attribute bubbles this time. The blue-haired young man didn't drop any scriptures. Poof! Rubbish! Wang Teng was furious and contemptuous. Then he thought of something and muttered to himself, "What was this fellow's name? I forgot to ask his name just now. Never mind, he's dead, so there's no use knowing his name." He shook his head and threw the blue-haired young man's corpse into his space fragment. Then he looked up at everyone. Everyone was surprised when they saw the blue-haired young man's corpses disappearing. They thought that Wang Teng had kept it in his space ring. They couldn't say anything. This was Wang Teng's spoil of war. "Why are you looking at me?" "The meeting hasn't ended," Wang Teng said. The attendees were speechless. "So you do know that the meeting hasn't ended." "Do we look like we were in a meeting a moment ago?" The leader of martial arts knocked on the table helplessly and attracted everyone's attention. "Since we know the purpose of the aliens' invasion, it will be easier for us to come up with a plan. Wang Teng, you're the only one who has the right to fight for a slot in the Saint Star Pagoda." "What's your opinion?" Wang Teng pondered before answering. "Actually, there isn't much we can do now. First, you will need to work hard in your cultivation after getting the planetary stage scripture from me. I hope that you can achieve your breakthrough as soon as possible. As for the second matter," he paused and glanced around him. Then he smiled, revealing his white teeth. "We need to be proactive and attack and catch the alien invaders. I'll turn their trial into a joke." Everyone was stunned. They stared at Wang Teng in astonishment. "You plan to catch all the alien invaders?" Commander Hong exclaimed. He looked at Wang Teng as if he were a maniac. "Why not?" Wang Teng asked indifferently. Nothing." Commander Hong choked on his own words. He wanted to say that Wang Teng was too daring and overestimated his ability. However, he remembered all the events he had gone through. All his words had come true. He wasn't boasting. "Well, it's decided then. Do what you're supposed to do and leave the aliens to me. I'll catch them." Wang Teng stood up from his seat and stretched his back. Waving his hands, he walked out of the meeting room. The others looked at his back view and exchanged glances with one another. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. When Wang Teng reached the door, he suddenly stopped. He turned and said, "All right, if you want the scripture, remember to bring enough money. You can exchange for it with other things if you don't have enough cash. I'm not picky." He disappeared afterward. Silence. Everyone was puzzled. They had a bad feeling, but Wang Teng had already left. He didn't give them a chance to inquire more about it. "Wait, we have to buy it. How much is it? Is it expensive?" That's a brainless question. "It'll definitely be expensive. I knew that this fellow was up to no good. I got happy for nothing. Can I pay in installments? My family is poor. We have no money. What do you think? Everyone started discussing. There was frustration in their tones. Cough. The leader of martial arts had a strange expression on his face. He coughed and said, "Stop complaining. This is a planetary stage scripture. We're lucky to have the chance to get it. Go back and raise some money to buy it from Wang Teng." The instant he spoke, everyone felt even more exasperated. All right. They would go back and raise money. Leader, Wang Teng is going to target the alien invaders. Do we need to make some preparations? Commander Yong hesitated before asking. The leader shook his head and gave a sad smile. Wang Teng is right. The only thing we can do now is to raise our ability, let him handle the rest. I believe that he can do it since he's so confident. Let's wait for him to take over the entire trial. Everyone was astounded. The leader trusted Wang Teng wholeheartedly. What poison did Wang Teng feed the leader? Why did he believe so much in him? Disperse. The leader of martial arts waved his hand. Remember to raise money when you go back. Everyone. Oh, right. Try to raise more money, the leader of martial arts added. Everyone. Oh, all the important figures were frustrated and helpless. After leaving the control room, they rushed to their homes. They might complain loudly when they were asked to raise money, but they were extremely hardworking in their actions. Wang Teng went directly to his lodging in the military, in the little villa. Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia were playing with a little child at home. Well, you couldn't say that they were playing. They were actually practicing martial arts. However, the child was too young. She looked like she was playing when she moved her little arms and legs. Wang Teng burst out laughing when he saw this scene, especially upon noticing the serious expression on Dodu's small and chubby face. He found it funny. This little girl has grown plumper. Wang Teng muttered in his heart, "Brother, you're back." Dodu's black eyes lit up when she saw Wang Teng's figure. Her short legs shuttled back and forth as she ran towards him. She threw her hands behind like a little fat kite in the air. She came in front of Wang Teng within a few seconds before putting on her brakes. Then, she raised her little head and asked him in a sincere tone, "Brother, are you done with your work?" Chapter 773, 5 Bowls of Rice, 5 Bowls of Rice. 2 bright and large eyes shimmered on the little fat face. She looked at Wang Teng cutely. It was so adorable. Wang Teng's heart melted. He knew that he had been busy with cultivation recently and neglected this little girl. Dudu was also extremely sensible. She didn't disturb him and only dared to ask him now. Wang Teng felt a little ashamed. He immediately gave her a smile and said, "Yes, I'm done. Why don't I play with you?" "Really?" Little Dodu didn't expect this answer. She was stunned. She stared at her brother with wide eyes filled with disbelief. "Of course your brother never lies," Wang Teng said firmly. "Wow, this is great." Little Dodu jumped on the spot and pounced on Wang Teng. "Brother hug? Oh my, you little chubby kid." Wang Teng laughed and caught Dodu in a hurry. He pinched her nose. Dodu pulled a long and chubby face at him. She was slightly embarrassed when she said, "I'm not fat. I'm just growing." Wang Teng chuckled in his heart. He didn't expose her and smiled instead. "That's right. You're still growing. You need to eat more." "Yes." Little Dudo nodded fervently. "I eat a lot. I can eat 3 bowls of rice in a meal." Wang Teng was shocked. "Oh my, this little girl has a good appetite. Please don't raise her into a heavy little fatty." He thought of something and realized the reason. Activating his eyes of essence, he looked at Dodo. He immediately saw her physique. As expected, this little girl had made a small achievement in her cultivation. She was a beginner-stage martial disciple. Oh my. A 5-year-old little girl managed to become a beginner-stage martial disciple. Could you imagine it? Wang Teng wondered what he was doing when he was 5 years old. He was probably playing with sand. He immediately gave a reserved and proud smile. He felt that he was a useless person when he was young. He touched Dodu's mushroom hair and praised her. "Dodu, you're amazing. Little Dodo thought that Wang Teng was complimenting her for eating, so her smile got wider. She rubbed her belly and said shyly, "I think I can eat 5 bowls, but I'm too embarrassed to ask." "Wang Teng, I thought you already eat a lot, but I was too naive. You can eat more than that." Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia gave weird expressions when they heard their conversation. They tried to control their laughter, but they couldn't hold it back. "Sister, why are you laughing?" Dodo asked curiously. "Oh, haha, nothing. I thought of something funny." Lin Chuxia was the first to stifle her laughter. She quickly waved her hand. "Are you laughing at me for eating too much?" Dodo was puzzled. "No, eating is a good thing. Why would we laugh at you?" Lin Chuhan quickly straightened herself. "That's right. I get envious when I see you eating so much." Lin Chuxia spouted nonsense. "Really? Why don't you eat 5 bowls of rice with me today?" Dodo asked. Lin Chuxia felt that she had shot herself in the foot. She was rendered speechless. "That's right, your sister Chuxia will eat 5 bowls of rice with you." Wang Teng made the decision for her. Lin Chuxia almost cried. "I don't want to become a rice bucket." She glared at Wang Teng bitterly. She almost charged forward and fought with him. Lin Chuhan was working hard to keep her laughter in check. This time, she did it. Search our noun eller? She was afraid that Wang Teng would ask her to eat 5 bowls of rice if she laughed. 5 bowls of rice were nothing to a martial warrior, but she was a lady. There was no reason for her to eat so much. Also, they were having dinner with the Wang family today. If the Wang family saw her devouring bowl after bowl, they might laugh at her. Wang Teng accompanied Dodo to practice martial arts and taught her how to cultivate after she became a beginner-stage martial disciple. Ever since he realized this little girl's exceptional gift, he decided to groom her properly so that her talent wouldn't go to waste. One should start practicing martial arts from a young age based on her current progress. Dodo would be able to become an advanced stage martial disciple after a year, a 6-year-old advanced stage martial disciple. This was heaven-defying. He was bringing up a little genius. Wang Teng felt proud just thinking about it. Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia liked Dodo, too. They accompanied the pair at the side. Dodo was overjoyed. Normally, she was always alone. This was the first time there were so many people with her. The courtyard was filled with her sweet and cheerful laughter. Her eyes formed a thin line as she smiled happily. Soon, it was time for dinner. Li Xiumei came out in an apron and called, "Stop practicing. Wash your hands and prepare to eat." "All right." Wang Teng carried Dodo up and walked into the house. "Come, let's eat 5 bowls of rice." 5 bowls of rice. 5 bowls. Dodo repeated his words enthusiastically, as if eating 5 bowls of rice was something to be proud of. She was influenced by Wang Teng. Lin Chuxia was depressed. She wore a sad face as she walked behind them. Everyone from the Wang family was present at the dining table. The blue-haired young man had brought the whole family to capital Xia. What an unexpected turn of events. Lin Chuhan's family was also present. This was the first time the Lin family was sitting with the Wang family. No one expected it to happen like this. Wang Shengguo and Li Xiumei invited them to the table enthusiastically. Wang Teng specially placed Dodo and Lin Chuxia together. Then he served a bowl of rice personally to each of them. The rice was piled up like a small hill. "Eat. We'll continue practicing afterward." Wang Teng signaled them to start eating. "Why are you serving so much rice to a lady?" Li Xiumei reprimanded him gently. Li Xiumei nodded her head fervently. She hoped that Li Xiumei could save her from her predicament. "Mom, you don't understand. Martial warriors need to eat more. You might not know, but Dodo is already a beginner-stage martial disciple," Wang Teng replied. "What? Dodo is a beginner-stage martial disciple?" Wang Shengguo was dumbstruck. The other members of the Wang family looked over and fixed their gazes on Dodo. They were bewildered. "That's right," Wang Teng nodded. They all gasped after Wang Teng's confirmation and looked at Dodo as if she were some rare animal. No wonder this little girl became stronger lately. "A few days ago, she carried my vegetable basket for me without much effort." Li Xiumei was enlightened. Why didn't you say earlier? Wang Shangguo felt speechless. How would I know? I thought that she became stronger because she practiced with our son, Li Xiumei replied innocently. Our family has a dragon already, but it looks like we'll have another phoenix in the future. Grandpa Wang laughed heartily. Wang Shangjun and Wang Shanggong were envious. Look at their brother. His son was an exceptional talent, and the daughter they picked up from the street was a genius, too. Then look at their family. None of the younger ones was talented in martial arts. In this era, martial arts was the only way to succeed. Dudu noticed everyone staring at her. She bit her chopsticks and asked timidly, "Am I eating too much?" "No, not at all. Eat all you want. If you ever get hungry, tell me. Grandpa will buy food for you." Grandpa Wang laughed. "Thank you, Grandpa," Dudu replied obediently. She was elated. "Good, what a good child," Grandpa Wang praised her happily. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. "Stop daydreaming. The dishes are getting cold. Let's eat quickly." Everyone started moving their chopsticks. The dinner was sumptuous. The family drank some alcohol to celebrate surviving this disaster. Dudu had a taste, too. Wang Teng tapped his chopsticks in the alcohol and placed them in her mouth. The atmosphere was harmonious. The fear and anxiety during the day were dispersed entirely. After dinner, everyone went to the living room for a casual chat. The elders and the youngsters gathered in two different groups. Wang Teng and Lin Shuhan sat together unconsciously. They played with Dodu and enjoyed this sweet moment. I think we can start preparing for their wedding. Grandpa Wang smiled as he watched them. I think so too. However, we'll have to ask for the children's opinions first. The smile on Mother Lin's face never disappeared. She was extremely satisfied with Wang Teng. Where would she find another outstanding son-in-law like him? Chapter 774. A Great Sale. In the villa, the Wang family was happy and harmonious. Grandpa Wang, Wang Shengguo, and Li Xiumei started discussing Wang Teng and Lin Chuhan's wedding with Mother Lin and Father Lin. Father Lin's health had improved greatly with the help of Wang Teng's Dan medications. He wasn't as weak as before. The improvement of the Lin family gave him hope, and he rekindled his desire to live. He stopped locking himself in his room and drowning himself with alcohol. A prosthesis was fitted on his leg so he could move around freely like a normal person. However, he had been through too much, so he looked weary and time-beaten. His hair was white, but he still looked handsome. If not, he wouldn't have two beautiful daughters, Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia. In summary, this was a handsome middle-aged man. He couldn't help but smile when he talked about Wang Teng and Lin Chuhan. "Mom, Dad, Grandpa, it's too early for you guys to talk about this. The alien invasion hasn't been solved yet." Wang Teng walked over and said in a helpless tone. "You can continue your date and we'll continue our chat. It's not conflicting." Grandpa Wang laughed and replied. He seemed open about this topic. "Sure, you make a lot of sense." Wang Teng didn't expect his grandpa to be so cheeky. No one was held up. Great. Lin Chuhan felt embarrassed. She played with Dodo and pretended that she didn't hear anything. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Everyone was stunned. Grandpa Wang said to Wang Teng's little cousin, Wang Horan, "Little Ran, check the door." "Okay." Wang Horan stood up with his phone and ran to open the door while playing his game. After some time, he came back with an elder. "Major General Wang, I'm sorry to disturb you at this time of the night." This elder was the family head of the Sun family from capital Xia. He had met Wang Teng during the banquet. Its old son, Wang Teng, stood up to welcome him. He might be powerful, but this elder was still many years older than him. It wouldn't hurt to give him some respect. Also, being polite would make it easier for him to coerce more money from him. "Who is this?" Grandpa Wang stood up and asked Wang Teng. "This is the family head of the Sun family, one of the top 10 elite families from capital Xia," Wang Teng introduced. "The Sun family." Grandpa Wang was stunned. He hurriedly said to Wang Teng's aunt beside him, "Huili, make some tea." Zhao Huili was preparing to be an audience when she got called by Grandpa Wang. She was stunned for a moment. This was Wang Teng's guest. Why didn't he ask Li Shumei to make the tea? Why call her? Zhao Huili complained to herself in frustration. But she didn't dare to refute. She got up obediently and went to make tea. "It's all right. It's all right. I'll leave after a short conversation." The family head of the Sun family waved his hand and said to Wang Teng, "Major General Wang, you should already know the purpose of my visit. I'll get straight to the point. How much is the scripture? Please tell me directly. Please have a seat." Wang Teng signaled him to sit down. After he sat down, Wang Teng continued, "Your ability right now isn't enough for you to advance to the planetary stage. You can try converting your force first. What is this force conversion?" The family head of the Sun family had a great attitude. He listened to the advice humbly. It means converting your normal force into constellation force. You can think of the constellation force as a higher form of energy. This is a necessary requirement for you to advance to the planetary stage. Wang Teng didn't mind everyone's presence and explained the idea to him on the spot. The family head of the Sun family nodded. He looked at Wang Teng and waited for him to continue. "Nothing. That's it," Wang Teng said. "Cough, what do you mean?" the old man asked carefully. He didn't think that Wang Teng said that just to explain the concept to him. "My meaning is very simple. You can buy this skill that converts force into constellation force." Wang Teng smiled and said, "Isn't it the entire planetary stage scripture?" The family head of the Sun family asked. His heart skipped a beat. "Do you think you have enough assets to buy the entire set of planetary stage scripture?" Wang Teng raised his eyebrows. I can't afford it." Old Sun felt a stab in his heart. He shook his head in exasperation. "That's right. So you can buy the conversion method first and think about the advancement part later." "I'm thinking of you. I have no selfish motives," Wang Teng said righteously. "As if I will believe you," the family head of the Sun family rolled his eyes in his heart. The Wang family raised their heads and looked at the ceiling. They felt that Wang Teng was scamming the old man, so they shouldn't interrupt him. "How much is the conversion skill?" the family head of the Sun family asked. "Not much." Wang Teng opened his mouth. Before the family head of the Sun family could smile, he continued, "You can just give me 50 billion RMB. How much?" The old man almost jumped up from his seat. 50 billion. Wang Teng was trying to swallow all his assets. This young man was heartless. The family head of the Sun family looked at Wang Teng as if he were a devil wearing a sinister smile. The Wang family was thunderstruck, too. 50 billion. Oh my God, 50 billion. What kind of scripture was that? Despite being incomplete, it cost 50 billion. Wang Shengong and Wang Shengjun couldn't help but gasp in shock. "Calm down. Calm down. Damn it, I can't calm down." Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei looked at Wang Teng. They wanted to see if he had the words "unscrupulous merchant" printed on his forehead. Was this truly their son? Was he a gene mutation? The Wang family was also conducting business, but they had never thought of doing such a big deal. It was unbelievable. Grandpa Wang's expression didn't change, but the corners of his eyes twitched a little. He tried his best to hide his astonishment. No matter what, Wang Teng was the descendant of their Wang family. Nothing wrong with that? Wang Teng's aunt was making some tea when she heard 50 billion. Her hand shook and she dropped the cup of tea she was pouring. She hurriedly held the cup up and smiled awkwardly before pouring another cup. Everyone regained their senses because of her interruption. The family head of the Sun family lifted the teacup and gulped a mouthful to calm his nerves. He didn't care if it was scalding or not. Can it be cheaper? 50 billion is too expensive, he said bitterly. Family head, son. This is already a discounted price. It's heavily discounted, in fact. Wang Teng said earnestly, You don't know how expensive planetary stage scriptures are. I'm not lying. Many people in the universe won't be able to afford a planetary stage scripture, even after working hard for their entire life. I'm offering this great sale because we are fellow Earthlings. Earning money is secondary. The main point is to give everyone a path that leads to the planetary stage. You will be able to walk out of Earth at that time. Once you have reached the planetary stage, you can tour the universe without any external help and have the right to step into a wider world. What's a bit of money compared to that? The Wang family watched Wang Teng as he coaxed the family head of the Sun family. They felt that they were looking at a sly fox in human clothing. Chapter 775, the item the leader of martial arts used for exchange. The family head of the Sun family trembled as he lifted his teacup. He was snowed by Wang Teng's words. Although it was expensive, he also felt that what Wang Teng made sense. This was a planetary stage scripture. 50 billion wasn't expensive, but the family head of the Sun family still felt that something was wrong. He suspected that Wang Teng was bluffing. Mr. Sun, I gave you the discount because you're the first buyer. The others after you won't get this price. Wang Teng decided to add some oil to the fire when he noticed his indecisiveness. The family head of the Sun family was surprised. He didn't think that he would be the first. Based on what Wang Teng said, he might really increase the price for the people behind him. He wanted to bargain, but decided not to. He should buy and leave quickly. The price might change if he dragged the deal. All right, 50 billion it is. The head of the Sun family gritted his teeth and said firmly. The two of them made a secret transaction, and the item was passed to the head of the Sun family. The old man left Wang Teng's villa happily after he received the planetary stage conversion skill. From his expression, he seemed excited. This was like buying a car. You might feel heartbroken when you made the payment, but after getting the car, you would be over the moon. Grandpa Wang and the others widened their eyes in surprise when they saw Wang Teng earning 50 billion with a snap of his fingers. They stared at him intently. This money came too easy. It was like a breeze and felt so unreal. Why are you staring at me? Wang Teng kept the money and turned around, only to see everyone staring at him. Son, what kind of scripture is that? Why is it so expensive? Wang Shengguo asked. He couldn't control his curiosity. These aliens are a level above the general stage, which is the planetary stage I just mentioned. The scripture I sold to the family head of the Sun family will allow him to break through to that stage, Wang Teng explained. The planetary stage, the Wang family was surprised. This is an important scripture. Is it all right for you to pass it to them so easily? Grandpa Wang asked with a shimmer in his eyes. Don't worry. I'm only giving them the conversion skill that is one part of the scripture. By the time they finish the conversion, I'll have progressed much further. I won't need to worry about them causing trouble. It's good that you know what you're doing. Grandpa Wang had seen many examples of the farmer and the snake story. He hoped that Wang Teng wouldn't be the farmer. It was better for one to be a little selfish sometimes. Wang Teng nodded. He was willing to sell the scripture to others because he wanted to open another advancement path for the martial warriors on Earth. He was also not concerned that others would surpass him. While they were chatting, another knock was heard. The crowd glanced at one another. Is it for the scripture again? Grandpa Wang asked curiously. Most likely Wang Teng nodded. This is honestly a great sale. Everyone was speechless. Ha ha, what better way to recover my cost? Wang Teng sniggered. Grandpa Wang asked Wang Haran to open the door again. The other children from the young family were astounded. 50 billion RMB was earned so easily, it felt like a dream. They anticipated what would happen later, wondering how much money Wang Teng would earn. Wang Haran immediately went to open the door. Very soon, a middle-aged man was brought into the living room. Wang Teng smiled and started another round of discussion. Many people visited the Wang family that night. All of them came to buy the scripture. To the Wang family, these people were all here to give Wang Teng money. One gift cost a few billion. They were wealthy and stupid. Wang Shenghong, Wang Shengjun, Zhao Huili, Mother Lin, and Father Lin were all in a daze. How much money was this? They couldn't even count anymore. They saw Wang Teng building his wealth to a frightening level within one night. Everyone found it unbelievable. They even had an illusion. This wasn't money. It was just a long string of numbers. Zhao Healy was jealous. This money belonged to Wang Teng and his family. It wasn't for the entire Wang family. They wouldn't get any of it. This was an exciting night for the Wang family. Everyone had insomnia. After everyone went to bed, Wang Teng came to the roof of the villa alone and laid down. He gazed at the stars in the night sky. What he did tonight was just the start. The effects would be seen after some time. A new batch of planetary stage martial warriors would appear on Earth soon. How far these people would go was unknown. Wang Teng had his hopes up, though. "What are you thinking?" A voice sounded behind him. Wang Teng turned and saw a person a few steps away. His face slowly appeared in his vision. The person stood on the roof with his hands behind his back. It was the leader of martial arts. Wang Teng didn't reply to him. He smiled and said, "I thought you wouldn't come. I'm just an ordinary guy. I can't resist the temptation of a planetary stage scripture either." The leader shook his head and replied, "Please reading on NWN 0VLG." He didn't hide his intention or his ambition. Everyone is working hard to forge ahead on this path. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Wang Teng smiled. I have been stuck at the entrance for a long time. The leader was a little emotional. Do you want the conversion skill or the entire planetary stage scripture? The entire scripture, of course. An item appeared in the leader's hand. He threw it toward Wang Teng and continued, "This is a fair exchange. I won't let you suffer a loss. This is a star bone I took from an alien. I'd like to exchange it for the scripture. I think it's enough." "What is this?" Wang Teng was shocked when he took over the item. Starbone. This was the starbone from a universe behemoth. Wang Teng felt the strange fluctuations coming from the starbone in his hand. He activated his eyes of essence and saw the dense and complicated patterns on the starbone clearly. This item is enough. Wang Teng nodded. He didn't waste any time and took out the star metal scripture for the leader. The leader had metal force. The leader of martial arts stood on the spot with a sharp glint in his eyes. He seemed to be comprehending the uniqueness of this scripture. After some time, he let out a long sigh and muttered to himself, "So this is the planetary stage scripture. You need to find the sea of nihility and form stars with your force. Then you will be able to overcome the status of life. Impressive indeed." Wang Teng smiled when he saw his expression. "Why don't you go back and try it out?" "I apologize for my actions. I almost couldn't control myself." The leader shook his head bitterly. He didn't maintain an arrogant attitude because of his status. Wang Teng kept the starbone and shook his head. "No one could maintain their composure after getting the scripture from me. It's a planetary stage. Scripture, after all, it signals a new path. By giving the scripture, you're opening an unknown path for Earth." "Haha. I just want to see how Earth will advance," Wang Teng said. "I think we won't disappoint you." The leader paused before asking, "Are you leaving tomorrow?" "Yes. It's better to take action as soon as possible so that the aliens won't have time to react." Wang Teng nodded. "Be careful. I'll take care of the Wang family. Let them stay in the military for now." "Thank you." Wang Teng nodded. "You're welcome." The leader shook his head. "I'm leaving. I'll wait for your success." Success, Chapter 776, the start of his hunt. The next day, the Wang family woke up one after another. All of them had dark circles and were yawning with tears and gum in their eyes. They couldn't sleep the entire night, only dozing off in the early morning. Grandpa Wang came to the living room. Li Xiumei, Zhao Huili, and the other ladies were already preparing breakfast. There were disadvantages of having a large family staying together. With so many people, it was troublesome to cook for everyone. A lot of ingredients needed to be prepared for a simple breakfast. The ladies spent half an hour making breakfast, even though there were many of them. When Grandpa Wang saw breakfast being served, he said to Fang Tianwen beside him, "Tianwen, see if your cousin is awake." "Oh, okay." Fang Tianwen had just brushed her teeth and hadn't woken up fully. She nodded and went upstairs. Wang Teng was the pillar of the Wang family. Grandpa Wang wasn't planning to start the breakfast without him. "Sister, I want to go too." Little Dodu shot out from the side and ran to catch up with Fang Qianwen with her short legs. "Slow down. Don't trip," Li Xiumei reminded her. After some time, Fang Qianwen came down while holding Dodu's hand. She said in a strange tone, "Cousin isn't in his room? I wonder where he went." "Yes, he's not inside. Brother has woken up already." Dodu nodded her little head in agreement. "He's not around?" Grandpa Wang was surprised. He might have gone out for morning practice. "Dad, let's eat first. Don't wait for him," Wang Shengguo said in a casual tone. "In that case, let's sit down and have breakfast." Grandpa Wang nodded. Everyone sat down around the dining table. Just when they were about to start eating, a ray of light lit up above the dining table and a figure appeared. It was Wang Teng. "Grandpa, Mom, Dad, when everyone sees this video, I'd have already left. You can stay in Capital Xia for now. The leader of martial arts has promised me to take care of you, so don't worry about safety. I have to leave for some time to attend to a matter. I don't know when I'll be back. Don't miss me." A voice came out of the video after ending his speech. The light shut down, and the image disappeared as well. Everyone went silent. "Stupid child. He didn't even bid farewell before leaving," Li Xiumei complained. Her eyes turned red. She knew what Wang Teng had left to do, and her expression turned anxious. She was concerned about his safety. Worry appeared on Lin Shuhan and Lin Shujia's faces, too. They didn't expect Wang Teng to leave so quickly. He left before they could have a proper chat. This time his enemies were the gifted martial warriors from the universe. They were many times stronger than the martial warriors on Earth. The family wondered if Wang Teng would come back alive. They started to feel frustrated. They were honestly useless. They couldn't offer any help during crucial times, and were a burden to Wang Teng most of the time instead. "He probably left quietly because he doesn't want us to worry." Grandpa Wang sighed and waved his hands. "Don't worry. We should have more confidence in him. Freewebnovel.com, our little Teng is the genius of his generation, the most powerful martial warrior on Earth. He will be fine. Before he comes back, stay put in Capital Xia. Don't run away or cause any trouble. Wait for him to return." "All right, this is it. Let's eat." At the same time, a large bird with crimson-black feathers was flying above Nanhai. This was a handsome and majestic-looking crow. Its crimson eyes were as bright as flames. They gave off a sharp gaze, and there was a terrifying aura exuding out of its body. The sea beasts below swam away quickly, afraid of provoking it. It flew at a fast speed. Every time it flapped its wings, it would travel 100 meters, leaving behind a gale in its wake. Yet there was a person sitting on the back of this crow. He didn't seem affected by the fierce wind around him. His hair didn't even fly an inch into the air. Country Silo, Country Annan, Country Glow, these small countries are marked by different colors. It looks like they have already been seized. The person opened his mouth and murmured to himself. A hologram of a map shot out from his wristwatch and floated in front of him. This was Wang Teng, who had left Capital Xia. His Queen Phoenix battlecraft was destroyed, so he had to use Little White as his ride. Fortunately, Little White was a Lord-level wild beast now, so it could move quickly. He wouldn't waste much time. Also, compared to a battlecraft, Little White was a spiritual pet that could maneuver more flexibly. Wang Teng was calculating where he should enter from. After snatching the blue-haired young man's personal terminal and investigating it for some time, he finally understood how to use it. The most important function of the personal terminal was its ability to mark the size of the land that had been conquered by the different aliens. One of the assessment criteria for this trial was the mass of the land you conquered. Looking at it carefully, the map displayed all the zones and countries on Earth. There were many human symbols floating above the different counties, which gave off lights of different colors. The rays of lights enveloped the area around it, forming different colored zones. Country Xia was marked in blue, while the neighboring countries, including Country Bor, Country Neon, Country Gausha, Country Talit, Country Annan, and Country Glow, were all marked in different colors. These counties had all been invaded by aliens. This function of the personal terminal was extremely useful. He didn't have to waste time finding the countries with aliens. However, once the conqueror of the country changed, the other aliens would notice it right away. If Wang Teng's blue area swallowed too many countries, the other aliens would view him with high importance and place more attention on him. They might even work together to resist him. That would be troublesome. Although Wang Teng was unhappy, he could only shake his head helplessly. He couldn't change what had already happened. He could only accept it unwillingly. Wang Teng was surprised that none of the countries around Country Xia managed to escape the invasion of the aliens. All of them were colored. It felt like a pack of wolves had surrounded a tiger. Country Xia was the tiger, while the small countries around it were wolves. They were waiting for the right time to swallow this large piece of land. However, the aliens didn't know that the owner of Country Xia had been changed. It was no longer a tiger, it was an awakened giant dragon. Let's take care of the aliens around us first, so that I don't have to worry about the rear, Wang Teng muttered to himself. His gaze turned cold. Little White to Country Annan, at his order. The majestic crow gave a shrill screech and expanded its wings. It flapped them furiously. Swoosh! A strong gale was formed, and Little White disappeared from the spot. It carried Wang Teng and flew towards their destination at the speed of lightning. This was the start of his hunt. Chapter 777, 1,000 Years, Chalcedony Heart, Country Annan. In its capital, Shenglong Little White crossed the ocean and arrived at their destination. The first area Wang Teng chose to target was Country Annan. He wasn't certain where the aliens would be, but they were most likely at the capital, just like how the blue-haired young man took over capital Xia. This was the easiest and most direct way of conquering a country. Wang Teng didn't plan to hide on this trip. He guessed that the alien invaders had different levels of strength. The stronger ones captured larger areas while the weaker ones seized smaller pieces of land, waiting to see how things worked out later. This was their only choice. Country Annan was just a small country. The alien invaders here must be weaker than the blue-haired young man, so Wang Teng wasn't worried. As expected, when he reached the capital of Country Annan, Shenglong, he saw a large alien spacecraft parked above Plaza Baiting. If Shenglong was the heart of Country Annan, Plaza Baiting was the heart of the capital. The plaza was huge and could fit a couple 100,000 people. This was the gathering and event spot for the people in Shenglong. The large shadow of the spacecraft cast a gloomy atmosphere over the city. No one dared to step into this plaza. Wang Teng stared at the spacecraft. He was right. This spacecraft was smaller than the blue-haired young man's by about half a size. Although it was a little superficial to judge an alien's ability by the size of his spacecraft, it was the most direct method. Of course, it might be related to his background, or the blue-haired young man might be a premium player. Wang Teng suddenly remembered that the blue-haired young man's space items were still on his body. He slapped his head. How could he forget this? There might be a lot of good stuff inside. Fortunately, the corpse was in his hand, so he could take them out at any time. He didn't need to hurry. Wang Teng wouldn't put down his guard no matter how weak these alien invaders were. They were planetary stage martial warriors. He mustn't underestimate them. Wang Teng didn't hide his movements, so someone immediately noticed his arrival. A few figures flew out from the spacecraft and shot towards his location. He activated his spiritual sight and gauged their ability. These were 3 martial warriors at the peak of the 13-star general stage. They possessed constellation force, not ordinary force. Normal force was vastly different from constellation force. Constellation force was purer and thicker. Under his spiritual sight, there were dots of force crystals shimmering in the balls of lights. They looked like stars. Wang Teng's expression didn't change after knowing their abilities. He wasn't looking down on them. He didn't even have to look at them. Who are you? The 3 martial warriors stopped 10 meters away from Wang Teng. This was a safe distance, or so they thought. If Wang Teng attacked them, they had time to react. The 13-star general stage was powerful. It would only take an instant for them to travel more than 10 meters. These aliens weren't speaking in Earth language. However, Wang Teng wasn't worried. He was aware of the personal terminal's language translation function. This was why the blue-haired young man was able to communicate with him. The guy didn't speak their language. The personal terminal was translating for him. But these martial warriors in front weren't in the planetary stage. They weren't participants of the trial. Instead, they were just the candidate's subordinates or his sidekicks. They didn't have the personal terminal, so they couldn't communicate with Wang Teng. The language translation function in the personal terminal was able to translate a large number of alien languages. Even if Earth's languages weren't recorded into the universe language database, the personal terminal could come up with the translation using its powerful calculation ability. This was how advanced this technology was. Hence, normal martial warriors wouldn't be able to possess it. Wang Teng had a personal terminal now, so the language barrier wasn't a problem for him. The martial warriors were using the common universe language. The meaning of their words was sent into Wang Teng's mind after the personal terminal translated it. Tell me, where's the candidate of this country? When Wang Teng spoke, the personal terminal would translate his words too. To the alien martial warriors, he was speaking in the universal language. This was how special the personal terminal was. No one would be able to detect the difference. Once again, Wang Teng realized how advanced the alien civilization was. Earth's technology was nothing compared to theirs. The martial warriors' expressions changed. They thought that Wang Teng was a candidate and had come to snatch their land. The martial warriors didn't dare resist. They knew how powerful planetary stage martial warriors were. The general stage was as weak as an ant in front of the planetary stage. They didn't dare to be conceited and immediately bowed with respect. There was an unspoken rule during the trial. When fighting for land, the candidates rarely killed their opponent's subordinates. To the candidates, the subordinates weren't part of the trial. Also, they were at most at the general stage. They wouldn't pose any threat to them. Also, every single area required men to watch over it. The locals of the country might not surrender so easily. In comparison, these alien martial warriors were easier to use. Thus, the candidates didn't bother to kill them. However, if they went overboard, they didn't mind lifting their fingers and ending their lives. Wang Teng was stunned when he saw the attitude of these alien martial warriors. Were they all so timid? The subordinates of the blue-haired young man weren't so easy to speak to. They were all extremely fierce. He didn't know that these alien martial warriors felt superior in front of Earthlings. They looked down on him because he was a local from Earth. After following the blue-haired young man for some time, they got influenced by him and started to be arrogant and domineering too. The three martial warriors in front of him treated him as a candidate. To them, every candidate came from a powerful background or possessed exceptional talent. They didn't dare to resist. Humans were cowardly at times. They looked down on people with a lower status than them, but they would grovel in front of those who had more power than them, even willing to be their slaves. Wang Teng read the situation and immediately put on an arrogant expression. He started his acting, saying in an indifferent voice, "Stop talking nonsense. Let me ask you again. Where is the candidate?" The martial warriors didn't dare to offend him. However, they were still a little hesitant. If they betrayed their young master, they would have a hard time in the future. Wang Teng snorted. A crimson glow appeared in his eyes, shooting into one of the martial warrior's eyes. Bewitch. The martial warrior got hit by the attack. He started to lose focus and lost his consciousness. The other two martial warriors were flabbergasted. "Tell me," Wang Teng shouted. "Our young master is the son of the leader of the Heilang mercenary group. He found a awakening spot and is heading there now," the martial warrior replied without any expressions. The Heilang mercenary group. Wang Teng was surprised. He felt that the factions in the universe were different from what he had expected. There were even mercenary groups, and they seemed to be quite powerful. Wang Teng didn't think too much. Where is this place? At Country Glow. The martial warriors there found 1,000 years Chalcedony heart. Our young master is going there to snatch it from them, the martial warrior replied. 1,000 years Chalcedony heart, wondering to himself. Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp. He knew that Country Glow was known for producing jades, but he didn't think that they would have such a rare treasure. It was definitely something extraordinary, since 2 planetary stage martial warriors were willing to fight for it. Wang Teng suddenly got interested. How could he not join this fight? He asked a few more questions and got all the information he could from the 3 martial warriors. He learned that the candidate from Country Annan wasn't the only one going to snatch the 1,000 years Chalcedony heart. The candidate from Country Silo was on the way too. That meant that there were 3 candidates in Country Glow now. Fortunately, none of them was at the 3rd level of the planetary stage, like the blue-haired young man. 2 of them were at the 1st level, and the last one was at the 2nd level. No wonder they could only take over small countries like Country Glow, Country Annan, and Country Silo. The blue-haired young man was able to suppress all 3 of them alone. Chapter 778, Below the Mine. North of Country Glow. There were mineral lodes near the Wulu River and the Kengdi River, situated at the border of Shiji Province and Kekin's Special Administrative Region. There were a few thousand small and big mines scattered in this area, with figures working hard in them. These were the local miners. The situation in the mining industry was complicated. There were companies with an official background, companies with local warlords supporting them, and companies owned by local wealthy families. They were also corporations jointly owned by local and overseas investors. The relations were so complicated that normal people wouldn't be able to snatch any of the business. However, these mines were all controlled by the aliens now. None of the factions dared to resist. Wang Teng reached this place more than an hour later. He used his spiritual sight to scan the area, but he didn't see any planetary stage martial warriors. Have they left? Wang Teng frowned. Who are you? A martial warrior flew over and blocked Wang Teng's path. He was at the 11-star general stage, and he looked like a martial warrior from Earth. Where are the alien invaders? Wang Teng asked directly. How dare you call the 3 lords like that? The martial warrior's expression changed as he shouted at Wang Teng. Wang Teng's gaze turned cold. You're an Earthling, but you've betrayed your home planet. Damn it. The martial warrior's expression turned ugly. His face turned distorted, and he charged toward Wang Teng with a blade in his hand. Impudent! Wang Teng's expression didn't change. A sharp glow flew out of his body and twirled around the martial warrior. Splurt! A severed arm holding a blade flew high into the air. The blood splattered more than 3 meters away. Ah! The martial warrior widened his eyes in fear, screaming in pain. I hate betrayers, Wang Teng said indifferently. You! The martial warrior's face turned pale. Cold sweat poured down his forehead, and he kept retreating while screaming. Who are you? Someone that kills alien invaders. Wang Teng snorted. You, to the martial warrior. This was treason. After shouting these 3 words, he didn't know what to say anymore. Get over here. Wang Teng released his spiritual power. It formed an invisible hand and grabbed the martial warrior's body. The martial warrior was flabbergasted. He struggled frantically, but to no avail. He was dragged back by a huge force. No, don't kill me. He panicked. He was terrified. Wang Teng couldn't care less about his mental well-being. He used his bewitch skill to control him and asked him for the location of the 3 candidates. They're at the bottom of the mine. Wang Teng mumbled to himself. He flew in the direction where the martial warrior had pointed. A bloody hole appeared on the martial warrior's forehead. He had already lost all signs of life and dropped to the ground. The other martial warriors on the ground ran away when they saw this scene. A few rays of light flew out from Wang Teng's body and chased after those martial warriors. He killed all of them, sparing no one. Traitors should die, but these were just small fries. The real alien martial warriors weren't here mid-flight. He saw many small tents built over the mining area. These were to block the sunlight and act as landmarks. Wang Teng floated down in front of a tent. A few alien martial warriors were stationed here. They walked over immediately when they saw an invader. "Who are you?" one of the alien invaders asked, using the common universe language, "Get off." Wang Teng didn't show any mercy. The rays of light shot out again and flew towards the alien invaders. Damn it! The alien martial warriors' expressions changed. They immediately retreated. However, they were just at the 13-star general stage, so they couldn't withstand Wang Teng's flying dagger attack. The flying daggers slit their throats, spilling fresh blood everywhere. Arg! The alien martial warriors' eyes widened in shock as they clutched their throats. They fell back unwillingly. Constellation Force, Earth, 20, Constellation Force, Water, 32, Constellation Force, Metal, 25. Wang Teng stepped over the corpses while picking up the attribute bubbles scattered on the ground. He came to the mine and looked down. He activated his spiritual sight and saw through the layers of obstacles. Finally, he managed to see 3 glaring balls of light near the end of his vision. My intermediate stage spiritual sight allows me to see 2,000 meters ahead of me. This means that they're approximately 2,000 meters underground. Wang Teng frowned, muttering to himself, "They are not fighting over the 1,000 years Chalcedony heart. Have they decided to cooperate with one another? It's possible that they had no other choice but to work together to seize other pieces of land. The 1,000 years Chalcedony heart might become an opportunity for them instead." Wang Teng touched his chin and wondered to himself. 2 of these 3 martial warriors are at the 1st-level planetary stage, while the other one is at the 2nd-level planetary stage, as expected. I have nothing to be afraid of. Wang Teng jumped down the mine and executed his shadow-merging secret skill, fusing into the darkness and crawling towards the location where the 3 candidates were at the bottom. The 3 candidates were making their way down. There was a machine with a drill at the front. As the drill spun at high speed, the rock in front of them broke like a piece of tofu and revealed a path down. Eric, how much longer? A lofty and muscular man with brown hair asked. The man called Eric was another young man with brown hair. He looked at the detector in his hand and said, "We're almost there. We're more than 2,000 meters below the ground and will reach the 1,000 years Chalcedony heart around 300 meters later." "Basa, it's still early. Why are you so impatient?" Another easy-going, green-haired young man chuckled. The muscular Basa didn't seem to like this green-haired young man. However, he still replied to him in a frustrated tone. "Our families spent much effort to give us the right to participate in this trial. They didn't send us here to play. Our abilities are at the bottom of all the martial warriors present. However, if we get the 1,000 years Chalcedony heart, our strength will increase greatly. We can work together and snatch more land from the other talents. We can't waste any time. How can I be patient?" Basa is right. "Wolf, you should work harder. If you fail this trial, your father will break your leg," Eric said calmly. All right, you guys are right. I'll work harder. We haven't reached it right. There's no use being impatient now. Stupid driller. Eric, can't you change to a better one?" Wolf shrugged and shook his head helplessly. Chapter 779. I'm Wang Teng from Earth. 1. Eric's face turned black. These 2 fellows didn't bring any drills, yet they were complaining about his. He had brought a low-class driller, which was good enough to serve its purpose. However, this wolf kept complaining. If their elders didn't know each other, he wouldn't have agreed to work with him. The driller was done quickly. After a few minutes, they drilled 300 meters into the ground, and a large hole appeared below them. The driller almost fell in. Luckily, Eric caught it in time. "We're here." Wolf and Base's eyes lit up as they looked into the hole. Green light swarmed out of the entrance, giving their faces a green hue. They were overjoyed. They glanced at one another before jumping down the hole. None of them noticed a figure hiding in the dark a few meters behind them, watching their every move silently. Wang Teng didn't follow them right away. He used his spiritual sight to scan the area below first. He noticed a large patch of green light filled with a special energy fluctuation. At the same time, in his vision, the three candidates had already left the entrance of the hole. Wang Teng walked over with ease and jumped down the hole. The scene below was amazing. It was like a stalactite cave. Icicle-shaped jades hung from the roof. Bang! A drop of water dripped down the jade icicle, making a crisp and clear sound in this quiet and spacious cave. It was impossible to see this scene in a mine, but it appeared now. Wang Teng was filled with amazement. He scanned the cave and found the three candidates. The cave wasn't big, so they were only 10 meters in front of him. They were gathered around a large piece of jade. This jade was entirely emerald green and crystal clear. It was etched on the ground, with only half of it revealed. The three candidates had their eyes trained on this piece of jade after they entered the cave. This is it. This must be the 1,000 years Chalcedony heart. Eric's face was filled with happiness. What are we waiting for? Let's break it and take out the Chalcedony heart. Bassa couldn't wait anymore. He would have hammered his fist and broken the piece of jade if he had any jade knowledge. He didn't do it because he was afraid of destroying the Chalcedony heart. Eric acted already. Wolf's eyes were glistening too. He urged his companion at the side. Yes, Eric didn't hesitate. He took out his tool and started breaking the jade. The tool he was holding looked like a cutter, but it was more exquisite. It didn't rely on mechanical blades to cut the jade. Instead, it shot out thin blades of white light under Eric's operation. They were as sharp as blades. Move aside. Eric pierced the jade with his cutter. An entire portion of jade got sliced like a piece of butter. Eric, be careful. Don't damage the Chalcedony heart, Wolf exclaimed involuntarily. Shut up. Eric's face turned black. Don't speak if you don't understand. I'm a professional mining engineer. This is nothing to me. All right. You can do your job. I'll keep quiet, Wolf said hurriedly. He had no temper. Wolf, do you see the darkest area in the middle? If I'm right, that is the exact position of the Chalcedony heart. Eric isn't cutting near that area yet, Bassa said. He seemed to have noticed something. Learn from Bassa. He might look rough, but he's detailed. You don't know anything. Eric reprimanded him again. Wolf took a look and realized he was right. He felt a little embarrassed and awkward. It was so obvious, but he didn't notice it. That muscular Bassa was better than him, mining engineer. Wang Teng whispered to himself in the dark. He didn't know that there was such an unpopular profession. It looked like the universe was more interesting than he had imagined. While Wang Teng was lost in thought, Eric had sliced off the exterior of the jade. A squarish piece was left. The jade's color was exceptional. It was extremely dense and bright. This was definitely an imperial-grade piece of jade. Moreover, it was huge. This was an expensive item. However, Eric treated it like a random stone found on the side of the road. He sliced it without batting an eye. The three martial warriors' gazes were fixed on the part of jade that was cut out. What do we do now? Bassa asked excitedly. We need to remove the outer layer. However, this layer is very close to the Chalcedony heart, so we have to be extra careful. Eric bent down and took out many tools from his space ring. Wang Teng was stunned. Was this what a mining engineer did? Was he a fake mining engineer? Wang Teng complained to himself. However, he still stared at Eric's hand to watch how he operated. Eric held the tools and started cutting and polishing the jade. He slowly removed the outer layer. There were many techniques involved in the process. He seemed extremely afraid of touching the Chalcedony heart in the center, hence he was exceptionally careful. Perspiration appeared on his forehead while he was working. Chapter 780. I'm Wang Teng from Earth 2. Wolf and Bassa didn't dare to make any sound. They were afraid of interrupting him. Honestly, Wang Teng also felt nervous when he saw this scene. He was worried that Eric would damage the Chalcedony heart inside with a tremble of his hand. Suddenly, Wang Teng was stunned. He saw a few attribute bubbles dropping from Eric's body. Seriously? You can drop attribute bubbles now? Wang Teng was astounded. He hurriedly picked them up. Mining Skill 5. Mining Skill 2. Mining Skill 1. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, some basic knowledge of mining appeared in Wang Teng's mind. Mining skill? This was a skill that allowed him to locate mines and mine them. There was ample knowledge encompassed in this skill. It required an accumulation of experience over a long time, so this was a profound occupation. Eric might seem a little unconvincing, but the real mining engineer was extremely powerful. How powerful was he? You might not believe it, but a master-level mining engineer could locate a mine with one look. He could even detect what kind of ore was present in that mine. In this universe, this was a high-class and well-recognized profession. There were many planets in the universe with all kinds of mines on each of them. Some had more, some had less. Some were ordinary, some were precious. Hence, mining engineers were extremely important. After all, not everything could be detected by machines. Many special ores with strange energies in them would interfere with the mechanics of the machines, so they couldn't be detected. When the tycoons discovered a new planet, they would hire one or multiple mining engineers with huge salaries to scout the planet for ores. Also, many mining works needed the guidance of mining engineers. They might even do it personally to prevent damaging the value of the ores or stones. This was the value of mining engineers. Wang Teng was stunned. He didn't think that this profession was so useful. He started to view it with high importance. He looked at his attributes panel and saw a new secondary profession. Mining engineer, 8100, foundation. He got speechless upon seeing the 8 points of attributes. This Eric was too unprofessional. He dropped so few attributes. No wonder this fellow spent so much effort and took such a long time to slice this jade. I thought it was difficult, but he's just an amateur. Wang Teng thought to himself and shook his head. At this moment, Eric finally completed his work on the jade. He took out the chalcedony heart. Sigh, holding the chalcedony heart. Eric heaved a long sigh of relief. He said happily, "I finally extracted it." Wolf and Besa exchanged glances with each other. They wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads in unplanned unison. "I don't want to look at Eric's mining anymore. It's torture." "That's right, I won't look at it anymore. He still says that he's a mining engineer. He's not professional at all. Amateur. Amateur." They used voice transmission to complain about Eric many times, but very soon their mood changed. They stared intently at the 1,000 years chalcedony heart. The chalcedony heart was like a jade egg. It sparkled brightly. The emerald green light it gave off was mesmerizing. "Our ability will rise by a level with the help of this," Wolf said excitedly. "I might be able to break through to the second-level planetary stage," Basa said with enthusiastic eyes.
What?
"You're about to achieve a breakthrough." Eric and Wolf were shocked. "Yes, soon," Basa nodded. "In that case, let's go back and cultivate as soon as possible." Eric took out a jade box carved with lock runes and placed the chalcedony heart inside. Just as he was about to keep the jade box, a change occurred. An invisible force intertwined around the jade box. Before anyone could react, the force pulled it over. The box fell out of his hand. "Who is it?" Eric was shocked. He shouted and wanted to snatch his box back, but it was too late. The jade box traveled more than 10 meters away in an instant. At the same time, Wang Teng's figure appeared from the dark. He reached out to grab the jade box and kept it in his space fragment without a second look. "Thanks for your hard work." Wang Teng finally raised his head after completing the series of actions. He turned to look at the 3 candidates and gave them a smile. "Who are you?" Eric's expression was ugly. Basa and Wolf also regained their senses. Their expressions changed when they saw Wang Teng snatching the chalcedony heart. They glared at him in anger. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Teng from Earth." Wang Teng was calm and composed. His expression remained the same even though he was facing 3 planetary stage martial warriors. An Earthling. The 3 candidates were stunned. They didn't think that the person who had snatched their treasure was an Earthling. Was he foolhardy or was he unafraid of death? Hand over the 1,000 years chalcedony heart. "If not, I'll make sure you'll suffer like hell," Wolf said with a look of disdain. His gaze turned sharp. Did anyone tell you that your green hair is quite pretty? Wang Teng ignored his threat and changed the topic suddenly. You're tempting fate. Wolf's expression turned ugly. His green hair had been laughed at by many people ever since he was young. When he grew older, he beat up everyone who had teased him before. No one dared to mock him again. He didn't think that one day an earthling would dare to laugh at him. It's all right. Your life will be better when you have a little green over your head, Wang Teng said. You'll know the benefits of having green hair in the future. Wolf's face turned black. Flames of anger almost shot out of his eyes. I'm going to kill you. He took a step out before finishing his sentence. Eric and Bassa wanted to pull him back, but it was too late. Be careful. He's trying to enrage you. Their expressions changed as they shouted. Wolf could no longer listen to their words. He had arrived in front of Wang Teng in an instant and smashed his palm on his head. Frightening force floated around his palm. Anyone's head would burst if they were hit with this attack, including planetary stage martial warriors if they were caught off guard. Wang Teng's expression didn't change, though. He allowed the strong wind to ruffle this black hair. When Wolf's palm was less than half a meter away from his head, he finally looked up and released his fist. Boom! A terrifying force surged out within a split second. Wang Teng's fist landed on Wolf's heart. Boundless force smashed out of his fist like water from a broken dam. Wolf's expression changed. However, it was too late. Crack! A crisp sound came from his arm. His arm twisted like a braid, and his body flew back due to the impact of the force. He spurted a mouthful of blood. Bang! Wolf slammed heavily to the ground. An agonizing scream of pain escaped from his throat. Ah, Wolf! Eric and Bassa were shocked. They rushed over and held their companion up. Wolf's face was white. He was trembling from the pain. Are you all right? Bassa asked worriedly. My arm is broken, Wolf replied with a distorted expression. Who the hell are you? Eric was appalled. How could an earthling possess such strength? He couldn't believe it. Wang Teng from Earth? Wang Teng put down his fist and repeated his words. You're really an earthly, a human from Earth. Eric wanted to call him an earthling, but he remembered his strength and changed his words. You guys look down on earthlings, but you never imagined that an earthling will come to kill you one day, right? Wang Teng asked. Their faces turned green with anger. Just as Wang Teng had said, they felt contemptuous toward earthlings, yet they were forced into a corner by an earthling. How ironic. Wait, if you're an earthling, why do you have personal terminal? Eric asked. Oh, it's simple. I killed a candidate and got it, Wang Teng said nonchalantly. He smiled, revealing his white teeth. The three of them squinted. Waves of bewilderment crashed onto their hearts. Chapter 781, You're a Divine Spirit Master. The three candidates stared at Wang Teng in astonishment. They didn't know if they should believe him. An earthling had killed a candidate. This was absurd. The candidates had only been on Earth for a few days, and one of them had already died. This had never happened during the trials in the past. No matter what, the three of them wouldn't let him go so easily. What do you want? Eric asked with a grim expression. I came to kill you, Wang Teng replied with a smile. He sounded as if he was talking about a simple affair. The three candidates felt indignant. They were a bunch of planetary stage talented martial warriors. They had never been looked down upon by others, yet this person told them that he wanted to kill them right in their face. Moreover, his tone was so casual as if they were nobodies. His attitude was infuriating. Eric, stop wasting time talking to him. If we attack together, he might not be our match. Wolf bore with the excruciating pain in his right arm and said viciously with bloodshot eyes. That's right. This person won't let us go. We can only fight. Bassa's gaze was sharp. He gave off a frightening aura like a bear that had gone wild. It was terrifying. A huge, double-edged axe appeared in his hand. It hung beside his thigh naturally, but one could tell that he was ready to act from the bulging muscles on his arms. Yes, Eric nodded. A sword appeared in his hand with force glow covering the entire blade. They were planetary stage martial warriors who had experienced many battles. Even though they knew that their opponent was powerful, they didn't panic or lose their confidence. Based on the ability he had displayed a moment ago, they had no chance of escaping. They would be killed by him if they did. Hence, they would rather fight for their lives. The three of them spread out in unplanned unison, surrounding Wang Teng in the middle. Wang Teng glanced at them and smiled. The curve of his lips ignited the anger of the three candidates. Kill Bassa acted first. With a bellowed and a sharp glare, he took a step forward and wielded his double-edged axe. He formed a semicircle force glow on the other side. Eric and Wolf acted too. Eric slashed his sword, shooting a sword glow toward Wang Teng's head. He wanted to chop his head off. Wolf's right hand was crippled, so he could only use his left hand to hold his gun, which was a rune weapon. As energy gathered in it, a force bullet hurled out, aimed directly at Wang Teng's lethal spot. The rune bullet traveled like light. It disappeared on the spot and appeared again in front of Wang Teng, within a split second. He had fired his shot after Bassa and Eric, but it reached Wang Teng faster than theirs. Wang Teng felt a tingling pain on his forehead. He was surprised when he saw the force bullet spinning at high speed a few meters away from him. The power of this rune gun was greater than the rune guns made on Earth. He felt the energy in the rune bullet and realized that the bullets fired by this gun could hurt a planetary stage martial warrior. He didn't dare to take it easy and instantly released his spiritual power. Wang Teng compressed his spiritual power into a shield the size of his palm. It blocked the path of the force bullet. It wasn't hard for him to predict the path of the force bullet since he had mastered the gun kung fu. Bang! The force bullet erupted as it smashed into the yellow round shield. It left a deep hole, but it didn't break it. Bassa and Eric's attacks also arrived. Bassa's terrifying axe attack bore down on Wang Teng's head while Eric's sword cut through his throat. However, the two of them didn't show any signs of happiness. Instead, their expressions changed, and they retreated like a scared rabbit. They could feel that their attacks didn't land on anything. That was just a lingering shadow. They were flabbergasted and filled with disbelief. How did this guy disappear from their sight without any detection? This was unbelievable. A few sharp glows appeared behind them and silently targeted the critical parts of their bodies. Eric and Bassa squinted. They felt a sense of danger and dodged instantly. Swoosh! But it was still a little late. A sharp glow slit Eric's arm, leaving a trail of blood. Another 2 rays of light soared past Bassa's left ribs. If he had moved a step later, the sharp glows might have penetrated his body. Behind you, Wolf's agitated voice was heard suddenly. Wang Teng had appeared behind Eric and Bassa without any warning. He slashed Mo Qi down, forming a blade glow in the air. Wolf's expression changed when he saw this scene. He gathered energy in his rune gun and fired 3 shots continuously. They charged toward Wang Teng at a weird angle. A cold glint appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. He used his spiritual power to control a few flying daggers to intercept the 3 bullets. The stronger your spiritual power, the stronger the attacking power of the weapons you controlled. Wang Teng's spiritual power was almost at the peak of the imperial realm, thus the power of the weapons he controlled was similar to an attack from a planetary stage martial warrior. Blocking the force bullets was a piece of cake for him. Bang, bang, bang. The flying daggers, which were spinning at high speed, collided with the force bullets under his control. Amidst a series of violent explosions, the rune bullets burst in midair. Divine Spirit Master. The 3 candidates finally saw Wang Teng's attacks. The words escaped their mouths in astonishment. "You're a Divine Spirit Master," Eric shouted, as if he had seen a ghost. Divine Spirit Masters were extremely rare in the universe. Every single one of them was a rare talent. The Divine Spirit Masters who managed to climb higher on the martial path were even more frightening. They were almost invincible among their peers. Ordinary martial warriors couldn't fight with them at all. Bassa and Wolf's expressions were no better. They never imagined that there would be such a powerful Divine Spirit Master on Earth. Eric looked at the flying daggers dancing around him and realized something. He was elated. No, you have spirit, but you don't have a legacy. You only know the easiest skills like controlling objects. You can only release less than 20% of your true potential. Divine Spirit Master legacy? Wang Teng frowned. The other party was right. He didn't possess any legacy. He had learned some skills from Gorlin, but they couldn't keep pace with his power, becoming a little useless. Kill him. We mustn't let him grow stronger. Wolf's expression turned ruthless. There was jealousy in his eyes. This fellow is extremely gifted. He can't be left alive, Besa said grimly. Kill. Their expressions were distorted. The talents Wang Teng had displayed made them envious and fearful. He was just an earthling. How could he possess the Divine Spirit Master talent? Naive. Even if I don't have a legacy, I can still kill you easily. Do you think you can stop me? Wang Teng snorted. Killing intent poured out of his eyes. Chapter 782. The soil on the earth is fertile. Boom. Cold light shot out of Wang Teng's eyes. He strode forward and faced the three candidates. Numerous flying daggers turned into sharp rays of lights and danced around him at an unbelievable speed. Only lingering shadows could be seen. Go. Wang Teng moved his thoughts, and the flying dagger, moving at high speed, abruptly disappeared. The three candidates felt their eyelids jumping when they saw this scene. Their vigilance was at an all-time high. They released their spiritual power to sense their surroundings. A planetary stage martial warrior had to have Imperial Realm spiritual power. Hence, none of their spiritual powers were weak. They could leave their body to sense the environment. They could even defend and retaliate when an external spiritual power invaded their consciousness. But that was it. They weren't divine spirit masters, so they couldn't utilize spiritual kinesis. Their spiritual power spun around the venue, but they found no traces of the flying daggers. They were worried and anxious. Wang Teng didn't care what they were thinking. He clutched his moke and charged toward them, sending a flaming blade glow in Eric's direction. Boom. 8th level flaming blade conscious erupted, and frightening energy swept towards Eric. Eric was an earth element, martial warrior. Seeing this attack, he knew how scary it was. He couldn't care about the flying daggers hidden around him, and placed all his attention on handling this attack. A sword glow gathered on the battle sword he was holding, 9th level earth sword conscious. Boom. 2 sword glows crashed in midair, causing an explosion. Powerful force surged out. 3 cold glints appeared behind Eric, aimed respectively at his heart, throat, and head. Eric was appalled. He felt the threat of death hanging above his head. He released all the force in his body and formed many layers of defense shields around him in an attempt to block the lethal attacks. Basa came in front of Wang Teng, swinging his double-edged axe and attacking him with rays of sharp axe glows. Wolf pulled the trigger of his rune gun like there was no tomorrow. Multiple rune bullets were fired, leaving a clear and translucent trail in the air. They blocked all the areas around Wang Teng. The events happened almost simultaneously. Eric was in danger, but Wang Teng's situation wasn't good either. No one knew who would win. Despite everything, Wang Teng remained composed. He punched his fist out. Strength of Ultima, boom. A frightening fist aura shot forward, bringing along an indomitable force glow with it. Base's axe glow and Wolf's force bullets were all destroyed by his fist. What an easy feat. The powerful residual impact surged toward Besa, and Wolf splurt. Splurt! The two of them flew backward at the same time, vomiting a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. On the other side, Eric was resisting the onslaught of the flying daggers. The formidable Constellation Force formed layers of defensive walls around him. When a planetary stage martial warrior decided to go all out in defense, his defensive ability was quite astonishing. Wang Teng was distracted, so the 3 flying daggers under his control got stuck in midair, unable to move an inch. The scene overjoyed Eric right then. Wang Teng succeeded in pushing the other 2 candidates back and appeared in front of him. He slashed his weapon out, boom, crack. The defense walls cracked instantly. Eric was flabbergasted. He seemed to be hit by a powerful impact, and deep sword wounds started to appear on his chest. Fresh blood oozed out. His body flew back like a cannonball and slammed heavily on the stone wall. Within a few seconds, all three candidates had lost. Their faces were pale, and they found it hard to accept this result. Despite working together, they still lost to this earthling. Moreover, their attacks didn't even touch his clothes. This was humiliating. The three candidates were dumbstruck. They stared at Wang Teng in disbelief. "The soil on Earth is fertile. You won't feel bad getting buried here," Wang Teng said calmly as he walked over with numerous flying daggers swirling around him. "You!" The three of them were appalled and indignant. They vomited another mouthful of blood. "How dare you kill us?" Wolf said with a gloomy expression. "Why won't I?" Wang Teng tilted his head and looked at him. "The three of us have powerful backgrounds in the Olan Federation. The only thing you'll gain by killing us is endless trouble." Eric took a deep breath. He knew that this earthling was a tough fellow. There was no fear in his eyes. He wasn't easy to deal with, so he could only relax his tone. "That's right. You can't kill me. My father is the leader of the Heilang Mercenary Group. Do you know what the Heilang Mercenary Group is? There's a large number of planetary stage martial warriors in the mercenary group, and my father is at the half-step celestial stage. He rules over a territory," Wolf said proudly. "My background is powerful too. There's no benefit in killing us," Basa said. The three of them kept adding value to themselves in hopes that Wang Teng would let them go. "Someone told me the same thing in the past. He said that his family controls 3 life planets. I wonder how your backgrounds are as compared to his." Wang Teng touched his chin and asked with interest. The three candidates were stunned. Their hearts sank, and they had a bad feeling. 3 life planets? They were nothing compared to such a faction. "From your expressions, you can't be compared to that guy, right?" Wang Teng smiled indifferently. "Do you know what happened to that fellow?"
"What?"
Eric asked with a bitter taste in his mouth. Wolf and Base's expressions were ugly too. They stared at Wang Teng intently, wanting to hear his answer. "His personal terminal is on my wrist now." Wang Teng raised his left hand, revealing the personal terminal he was wearing. The three candidates couldn't smile anymore. They felt a chill running through their bodies, shooting from their spine all the way to their crown. This fellow was a devil. Friend, don't do this. Having more friends will bring you more opportunities. With your talent, you will be challenged by the other talents in the universe. Making friends with us will be beneficial for you, Eric said. "Didn't you say that you wanted to kill me a moment ago?" Wang Teng asked. "No, we didn't. It's a misunderstanding," Eric explained hurriedly. However, he was interrupted before he could finish his sentence. "Misunderstanding your head. Do you think I'm deaf?" Wang Teng's expression turned cold. A golden brick suddenly appeared in his hand, which he smashed at Eric's head. Bang, bang, bang. Eric was stunned. He never expected to receive such inhumane torture. His eyes were filled with doubt and innocence. Wolf and Basa were also dumbfounded. Their jaws dropped, almost hitting the floor. Wang Teng didn't let them go. He would receive more benefits by hitting more of them before they could react. The brick landed on their heads. After some time, all 3 of them were badly bruised. Their vision was blurred and spinning. They started questioning their lives. As planetary stage martial warriors, why were they receiving such treatment? Even if they were captives, they shouldn't be treated like this. Is this the distortion of human nature, or is it the decline of morality? Wang Teng disregarded them. He stopped after seeing the ground layered with attribute bubbles, putting his brick back. Get it, Imperial Realm, Spirit 25, Imperial Realm, Enlightenment 32, Constellation Force, Earth 350, Constellation Force Metal 410, Imperial Realm, Enlightenment 20, Imperial Realm Spirit 26, Constellation Force Fire 469th level Earth Sword Conscious 850, Gun Kung Fu 320. A large number of attribute bubbles merged into his body. Some turned into wisps of constellation force and entered the stars floating above the sea of nihility. Some turned into memories and knowledge sinking in his mind and body. Constellation Earth Force, Constellation Metal Force, Constellation Fire Force, As these three forces entered his body, the three respective stars shone slightly before dimming and regaining calmness. The merging of imperial realm spirit and enlightenment invigorated him. At the same time, memory started to appear. Two outlines of humans popped up in his consciousness. One figure was practicing a sword skill. The yellow sword conscious wreaked havoc in the air. It was thick, solid, and firm. The other figure held a rune gun. Countless force bullets shot out of it, traveling in different directions and angles. Their path was unpredictable. Very soon the two figures finished their showcase. Droplets of light entered his memory and turned into enlightenment. Wang Teng absorbed them. Earth Sword Conscious, 859,000, 9th level, Gun Kung Fu. 210,000, Gun Kung Fu. Chapter 783, Spoils of War and Activities 1. Wang Teng got surprised by the changes on his attributes panel, then his expression turned strange. Gun Kung Fu. How long had it been since he last saw it? How long hadn't he used it? It was unexpected that he managed to get this attribute from an alien martial warrior. What was this? Reunion, after a long time, reviving an old dream, starting afresh? Starting again, was the system reminding him that he should fire some shots occasionally? Wang Teng touched his chin and wondered to himself. He was honestly stunned by right. The Gun Kung Fu attribute had been raised to the perfected stage. After getting more attributes, it advanced to the master level. Master level Gun Kung Fu sounds powerful. I wonder how I should use it. Wang Teng shook his head and temporarily put this thought down. Even if he had reached the master level, Gun Kung Fu wasn't very useful for him. The other conscious attribute helped Wang Teng greatly increase his ability. His Earth Sword Conscious was at the 9th level. It was getting closer and closer to the Ultima stage. Once he hit the 10th level, he would have a chance to reach Ultima. Of course, if Wang Teng was lucky, he could receive the Ultima directly and wouldn't have to spend so much time on it. Wang Teng felt that picking up attributes was better. He had 36 more luck points than a normal person, so he should have a good chance. After picking up the attribute, Wang Teng looked at the three candidates again. They were dizzy, but they held on firmly and didn't faint. They were staring at Wang Teng in fear as well as some hidden bitterness. Let us go, and we can give you whatever you want. Eric made his final attempt. Wang Teng's spiritual power was extremely sensitive. He detected something wrong instantly and squinted. Smiling brightly, he said, "It's time for you to leave." The three of them were astounded. They hurriedly gathered the remaining force in their bodies and pulled themselves up. They wanted to escape. Wang Teng remained calm and looked at them reaching the entrance of the cave in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, he released 3 flying daggers. Splurt, splurt, splurt. 3 sounds of blades slicing up flesh were heard. The 3 candidates died before they could scream in pain. Their bodies dropped to the ground, having lost all signs of vitality. They died unwillingly. These 3 candidates were all talented people. They had reached the planetary stage at a young age, and their families were quite powerful. After receiving the right to participate in this trial, they had a bright future ahead. They would never have expected themselves to die on this underdeveloped planet, much less die in the hands of an Earthling. What a joke. They were filled with unwillingness and frustration. They died a terrible death. Wang Teng shook his head and picked up the attribute bubbles scattered on the ground. He wanted to catch them and beat more attributes out of them, but he decided against it after some thought. It was better to kill these 3 troublesome fellows earlier. Constellation Force, Earth, 1250. Ultimate Stage, Earth Talent, 200. Constellation Force, Fire, 10-1008. Ultimate Stage, Fire Talent, 185. Constellation Force, Metal, 1000 20. Ultimate Stage, Metal Talent, 210. Imperial Realm Spirit, 1/4 Imperial Realm Enlightenment, 108. Common Universal Language, 320. Common Universal Language, 210. Mountain Cleaver Battle Axe, 350. Wang Teng received another round of attributes. The smile was tattooed on his face. Picking up planetary stage martial warriors' attribute bubbles was so refreshing. Look at them, in the past. It was so hard to get the constellation force. Now each bubble contained more than 1,000 points of it. Wang Teng felt like crying when he remembered the 1 and 2 points of the constellation force he was collecting. Those were the difficult times. Fortunately, the struggle had ended. This was a huge leap of improvement. Also, the talents of the planetary stage martial warriors were all at the ultimate stage. Wang Teng had never seen anything below this stage. After gaining 3 ultimate stage talents, Wang Teng felt that he had become more outstanding and amazing. He felt like he was floating in the sky. The spirit and enlightenment were all at the imperial realm too, which allowed his spirit and enlightenment to rise quickly. He was only around 400 points away from a breakthrough. Then there was the common universal language attribute bubble. After these bubbles merged into his body, the knowledge of a special language appeared in his mind. Many words and symbols merged into his memory, becoming part of him. Common universal language, 10,000. Small achievement, he jumped the well-versed stage and went straight to the small achievement stage. Wang Teng grasped a language in an instant. He could say and write it without thinking, as if he had used it for many years. Before this, he needed to use the translation function of the personal terminal to understand the common universal language. Now, he didn't need it. He had grasped this language. This was amazing. The last attribute bubble was unexpected. It was an axe battle technique. Although it was a planetary stage battle technique, the axe wasn't a weapon he would use. He had finally received a planetary stage battle technique, but he couldn't use it. Wang Teng was frustrated. Trying to picture himself wielding a huge axe and slamming it around him furiously, he shuddered. The image was too beautiful. He didn't dare to think further. Never mind, I will sell it in the future. Wang Teng shook his head and started making plans silently. Chapter 784, Spoils of War and Activities 2. This was a planetary stage battle technique, so he could sell it for some money. Wang Teng had no idea that he was coming up with a plan that could get himself chopped. After picking up the attribute bubbles, Wang Teng looked at the corpses. He started to look through their bodies sneakily. He was a professional at this. After some time, Wang Teng received 3 space items and personal terminals. These were his spoils of war. He must keep them properly. He could use them when he roamed the universe in the future. Of the dead, say nothing but good. Go on. Wang Teng was prepared to leave when he remembered something. An emerald flame appeared in his hand. He flicked his finger, and it landed on the 3 corpses. Amid the sizzle of the green fire, the 3 corpses were set aflame. Wang Teng didn't give them another glance. He turned and left the cave. Very soon, the 3 corpses turned into ashes. In the sky, Wang Teng sat on Little White's back and flew in a certain direction. He took out the 3 space items. There were 2 rings and 1 bracelet. The owners of the items were dead, so the spiritual mark left on them also disappeared. Wang Teng was able to use his spiritual power to invade the items easily. Oh my, the space is huge. Wang Teng's eyes lit up uncontrollably when he entered the space. All the 3 spaces were around 500 square meters wide. This was his first time seeing such a huge space within a space item. These 3 candidates were indeed wealthy people. Wang Teng went through their belongings and discovered many good things. There was a small pile of energy stones in all the spaces. The color of these energy stones was darker than the ones he saw in the past. Wang Teng picked up one randomly and held it, sensing its energy. The force contained in these energy stones was more than 100 times of that in yellow rank energy stones. This must be a dark rank energy stone. He didn't know if there were many energy stones like this in the universe, but it was still a fortune. It was better than nothing. Besides the energy stones, there were some weird machines and luxury products. Wang Teng didn't place much attention on that stuff. His gaze landed on one particular item in Wolf's space equipment. It was a rune gun. Wang Teng examined it carefully. He realized that the runes on it were extremely complicated. They were beyond his understanding. He couldn't even recognize a majority of them. What is this? He suddenly felt ignorant. His face turned black. Damn it, I look so uneducated. He took a deep breath to force himself to calm down. Relax, relax. No one knows anyway. Wang Teng pondered for a moment and activated his eyes of essence. He looked at the rune gun to see if he could see through the structure inside. He wanted to know what was the difference between this rune gun and the rune guns on Earth. The internal structure of the rune gun was laid out clearly before him under his eyes of essence. From the simplest gun barrel to the most crucial energy consolidation device, Wang Teng could see everything, even the material of the device. He was astounded by the complexity of the rune gun. Earth's rune gun couldn't be compared with it at all. They were leagues apart. It was like comparing the crude guns in the early days and the superior guns. Now there was an entire generation in between. Of course, if there was no external intervention, Earth might not be able to reach this level of technology even after progressing for a few hundred years. Wang Teng stopped using his eyes of essence. He saw two strange words carved on the handle of the gun in the common universal language. Fortunately, Wang Teng knew this language, so he recognized the two words, scorching python. It was obvious that this rune gun was called Scorching Python. As a gun that had a name, it shouldn't be a mass-produced product. There must be a story behind this gun. Wang Teng wondered to himself and kept the gun. He took out the other two weapons of the remaining candidates. They were a sword and a double-edged battle axe. He realized that these two weapons exceeded the boundaries of a 9-star soldier-level weapon. Their strength and sharpness had surpassed that level. He took out his moki. It looked a little tragic now. When he was fighting with the blue-haired young man, Moke didn't get destroyed. But it wasn't in a good state either. There were many marks left on it. You could see the material inside the weapon in some parts of the sword cuts. His weapon couldn't keep up with his ability anymore. Wang Teng shook his head. He suddenly thought of something. "Oh, right. I still have the blue-haired young man's space equipment." He remembered that the blue-haired young man used an ice-blue sword. It had wounded his beloved Moko. It looked like the level of the sword was above Moko. Wang Teng immediately brought out the blue-haired young man's space ring and instilled his spiritual power into it. He scanned the space and discovered many energy stones. He didn't look at them, though. Instead, he searched for the ice-blue sword and took it out. This is a good sword. Wang Teng compared it with Eric's sword. He felt that this ice-blue sword was sharper and more powerful. "I'll use you from now." Smiling, he swung the sword gently. The battle sword gave a soft, ringing tone. He kept the other weapons and stared into the distance. "Little White, we'll go to Country Neon." Little White cawed and flapped its wings. It headed quickly in Country Neon's direction for some reason. Little White was still unable to speak even though it had reached the 10-star low-tier Lord level. It could only communicate with Wang Teng through the spiritual pet contract. While Wang Teng was heading to Country Neon, the other alien invaders scattered on Earth discovered a situation on their personal terminal. The spots that represented Country Glow, Country Silo, and Country Anon had all turned blue. It became the same color as Country Zaya. This meant that the three candidates from those three countries had either died or submitted to the other party. They had lost their right to continue this trial. Those three candidates had failed. This was the first failure of this trial, and 3 of them had appeared at once. The other candidates went into deep thought when they saw this situation. What happened there? No matter what, the other candidates started to fear the candidate from Country Zaya. Of course, those powerful candidates who had conquered large masses of land only took a small note of it. They didn't take the incident to heart, White Eagle Nation. A golden-haired young man sat on a huge throne in a large alien spacecraft. He blinked and smiled with interest. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Send someone to Country, Azaya. I want to know the situation there." Yes, a figure appeared out of nowhere and received the order in a respectful tone. He half-kneeled on the ground and then disappeared once again. "How's our takeover of this country going?" the golden-haired young man asked again calmly. "We have controlled all the states in this country and killed anyone that dares to disobey us. We left no one out." Another figure appeared in the hall and replied respectfully, "Good. The golden-haired young man nodded elegantly. We can start expanding. Yes. The people below disappeared. Country star on Mount Saint. The young lady with long green hair was also looking at her personal terminal. She smiled. Continue the fight. This is just the start. Alay was beside her, but she didn't care. She even purposely showed it to her to let her know what was happening. There was a flash of emotion in Alea's eyes when she saw a change in Country Zia. She asked, "What are you planning to do?" "Guess." The young lady with long green hair chuckled. "Seriously." Aleas turned her head away without a change in her expression. She knew that this young lady wouldn't be explaining to her, so she didn't bother to ask again. Wait, and you'll know. Stay by my side and learn from me. The green-haired young lady brushed Alea's long hair and curled it around her finger. Her tone was flirtatious. Aleas was rendered speechless. She felt that this lady was a bad influence. Chapter 785, no title. Country Neon. Country Neon was situated on a sizable island. It was surrounded by water and was a sea away from Country Zaya and Country Gosha. Wang Teng sat on Little White's back and skimmed across the boundless sea at the speed of lightning. Only a trail of shadows could be seen. A faint coastline had appeared in front of them. Because of Little White's appearance, a shrill siren suddenly sounded on the land. As a country surrounded by the sea, it placed a huge emphasis on its defense mechanism. If not, it would have been invaded by the numerous sea beasts in the sea. What a poor island country. It was said that this small country had suffered more than 10 sea beasts riots ever since the dawn of the martial arts era. The sea beasts would get more terrifying each time. The most recent sea beasts raid was 6 months ago. Country Neon lost 8 general stage martial warriors and countless low-rank martial warriors in the battle. This was the greatest loss over the past few years. The only fortunate thing was there weren't any signs of dark apparitions in their small country. Their situation would be more arduous if that were the case. There was a shortage of resources in Country Neon. The main reason why they were able to linger on with their last breath of life for so long was because of the White Eagle Nation. They received some aid from them, but they needed to give some things in return too. For instance, they would send their martial warriors to the dark apparitions' dimensional rifts in the White Eagle Nation and help the country defend against them. There were many other cases. They were just the frontline warriors groomed by the White Eagle Nation. Country Neon wanted to migrate to the White Eagle Nation, but the other party wasn't that stupid. They wouldn't usher a wolf into the house, even if the wolf wasn't as powerful yet. Wang Teng had read up about Country Neon in the past. As the information floated into his mind, he heard the blaring siren causing a frown to appear on his handsome face. Boom, boom, boom at this moment. A violent explosion came from the coastline. Rays of light shot towards them from afar, closing in on them at a frightening speed. They gave off an intense energy fluctuation. Wang Teng didn't even bat an eye, remaining cool as a cucumber. He had no intention to move. Caw! A look of contempt flashed past Little White's eyes. It gave an ear-piercing screech. Then it opened its dark red beak and spurted out a ball of emerald flame. Boom! All the rays of light exploded when they collided with the green flame. Then they got swallowed by the ball of fire. Swoosh! Little White passed through the roaring flames as if they were non-existent. An instant later, it had arrived above the coastline. The flames didn't leave any marks on its body. Its crimson-black feathers seemed to be made of steel. They gave off a cold and sharp glimmer under the sunlight. Star Beast. Lord-level Star Beast invasion. Damn it! Why is there a Lord-level Star Beast here? There were many defense structures built along the coastline. Different heavy rune weapons were placed on the fortress made of metal. Yet they didn't give any sense of security to the people below. The low-rank martial warriors stared at the giant crow in the sky in astonishment. They were in a mess. A lot of noise came from the people below. They were speaking in Country Neon's language. Their tone sounded a little strange. Open fire. Fire the cannon. Bring it down. Thunderous explosions were heard once again. Rays of force lights shot into the sky continuously, submerging Little White. We hit it. The martial warriors were elated when they saw this scene. Troublesome, Wang Teng opened his eyes. There was impatience in his gaze. Little White, destroy all the military buildings below. Caw, a furious screech rumbled in the sky. The cheers of the martial warriors from Country Neon stopped abruptly, as if their throats had been choked by an invisible hand. Then, a frightening ball of flame plummeted down from the sky. It destroyed the ray of light in front and went on with a powerful force. Before the scorching heat even arrived, many pieces of equipment below had already started melting. Boom. The next moment, the emerald flame crashed into the ground. All the rune weapons blew up, and the military buildings were enveloped by a sea of fire. Screams of agony rose into the air. How dare you? An angry roar came from afar. A 10-meter-long and narrow blade glow arrived seconds later. It slit the air, aiming straight for Little White's head. It's General Dubian. Great General Dubian is an 11-star general stage martial warrior. The star beast is dead. The martial warriors below started cheering again. Wang Teng snorted softly. He waved his sleeve and a terrifying force swept out. The blade glow paused in mid-air, freezing there forcefully. Then it exploded and scattered with a bang as if it had suffered a huge hit. Pfft! The general stage warrior who came fiercely vomited a mouthful of blood. He was flabbergasted. He made use of the frightening impact and turned to run away without any hesitation. His speed was even faster than when he came silence. The martial warriors below turned eerily silent. General Dubian ran away. They couldn't accept this truth. Stunned and confused, a wave of despair swarmed into their hearts. Wang Teng was caught between laughter and tears, too. He disregarded this clown and ordered Little White to head to the capital of Country Neon, Pingshan City. The martial warriors were in tears after they realized they had survived this ordeal. They couldn't understand what had happened. This Lord-level star beast left them and flew away. Was it playing around? No, there's someone on the star beast's back. It's heading to Pingshan City. The martial warriors finally realized what had happened. Their expressions changed as they exclaimed, Pingshan City. This was the capital of Country Neon and where the palace of the emperor was situated. At this moment, there was an alien spacecraft floating above the city. This alien spacecraft was quite special. It looked like a huge piece of scrap. There were large pieces of metal boards on it, as if someone was fixing a broken roof. However, it was hard to tell what metal they were. Their colors were all different. Some had rust, some were brown, others were black, yellow. It looked like a patchwork quilt. Below the alien spacecraft, in a resplendent and magnificent hall situated in the palace, a fatty had taken over the throne that used to belong to the emperor of the country. He was sitting comfortably on the giant seat, seemingly enjoying himself. A few beautiful ladies from Country Neon were massaging and feeding him. A middle-aged man stood respectfully some distance away from him. This was the emperor of Country Neon. He looked at the fatty with hidden anger in his eyes. In the middle of the hall, a lady was hung in mid-air. Ropes were tied around her body in an indescribable way. All her sensitive parts were bound tightly, making them conspicuous. A strange-looking alien creature was circling the lady. Yes, circling her. The upper half of this creature looked like a human, but its lower part was filled with tentacles. They kept moving restlessly. The lady was terrified. There were tears welling down her eyes. Her cries were filled with sorrow as she shouted weakly, "Please don't." Chapter 786, Haydock, Jin Yuan. Pitiful screams and cries of agony would resound in this extravagant hall occasionally, bringing tears to the listeners. The emperor felt the muscles on his face throbbing when he saw this scene. Haddock, you have a bad sense of humor. The fatty sitting on the throne saw the emperor's expression from the corner of his eyes. He sniggered. Hey, my friend, don't you think that this country's language is very pleasant to the ear? Look at the way she's screaming. It's mesmerizing. The human octopus in the middle of the hall hugged himself and moaned with a look of satisfaction. You're right, it's not bad. It sounds like the language on Asiba Star, the fatty Jin Yuan touched his chin, and replied, "Ha ha ha, let me play for a while longer." Haddock looked at the lady tied up in midair and released his evil tentacles. He felt around her chest and waist. No. The lady gave an ambiguous and enchanting cry again. "Haddock, we need to get down to business soon," Jin Yuan suddenly said sternly. "Are you planning to attack country Zaya?" Haddock stopped moving his tentacles and turned to look at the fatty on the throne. "That martial warrior is not easy to deal with, didn't you see? He has dealt with 3 other candidates just recently." "Yes, I saw it. The change in the personal terminal is huge. How can I miss it?" Haddock didn't look good either. He continued, "It looks like that candidate is hard to handle. Shall we change our location?" When I landed on this planet, I did my research and have a brief understanding of the talents that participated in this trial. If I'm right, the candidate in that area is Lan Feng from the Lan family. He's at the 3rd level of the planetary stage. We can fight with him if we work together. A smart glint shone in Jin Yuan's eyes. "That sounds a little troublesome," Haddock muttered. "This trial was never simple. Compared to other people, I prefer to face a conceited and wealthy young man like Lan Feng." Jin Yuan replied, "How confident are you?" Haddock nodded. Jin Yuan remained composed as if he was extremely confident in himself. "Not much, 50%. Why are you being so confident when it's only 50%? Haddock was furious. The tentacles below him swung violently as he roared in anger. "Ha ha ha ha, 50% is high enough. We need to be confident in ourselves." Jin Yuan scratched his head and said with a smile, "Seriously?" Haddock scoffed in anger. The Emperor at the side was confused. Jin Yuan and Haddock were speaking in the common universal language, so he didn't understand a thing. He only saw them starting to quarrel at the end. He didn't know what happened. Just when the Emperor of Country Neon was turning mad, a loud explosion occurred. Boom. The entire hall trembled. A large number of wooden shards and stone fragments fell, and a huge hole appeared on the roof out of the blue. There were burnt marks around the hole. The next second, scorching heat waves floated in from outside. "What happened?" the Emperor of Country Neon exclaimed. "Huh." Jin Yuan and Haddock frowned. They exchanged glances with each other before looking up simultaneously. "Huh, there are 2 candidates." A soft voice was heard. Jin Yuan and Haddock's expressions changed. Candidate. They immediately knew that their opponent was another candidate. They didn't even need to think. Come out. "How long are you guys planning to hide?" The same voice came again. Jin Yuan and Haddock started to get serious. They got up at the same time, and a sharp glint flashed across their eyes. They charged forward, but they didn't leave through the hole. They smashed another hole at the side of the hall and flew out. The Emperor's expression was complicated. He left the hall hurriedly and looked into the sky. 3 figures were floating in the sky. 2 of them were Jin Yuan and Haddock, while the other person was sitting cross-legged on a huge crow and staring at the fatty and the half-octopus. It's him. The Emperor was a martial warrior, and he wasn't weak. He had reached the 11-star general stage, so he recognized Wang Teng at a glance. He was familiar with Wang Teng. After the Global Exchange Conference, Wang Teng had entered every country's eyes. He had investigated him before, so he was extremely familiar with him. However, he never thought that Wang Teng would appear here, and it looked like he was challenging the 2 aliens from the universe. The Emperor of Country Neon was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his eyes. Had the guy gone crazy? Why did he dare to fight with these 2 martial warriors? Didn't he know his own ability? But soon he noticed that the 2 alien martial warriors looked grim when they faced Wang Teng. It was as if they were facing a formidable warrior. What's going on? The Emperor was astounded. Did they see wrong or misunderstand something? Wang Teng's only at the general stage. Swoosh, swoosh. Many other people had noticed the commotion here. A few figures rushed over from afar, almost all of them general stage martial warriors. They were the foundation of the nation. One of them was an old friend of Wang Teng. It was Shenai Tongji, who had participated in the Global Exchange Conference. "Emperor, Emperor." The martial warriors greeted the Emperor at ease. The emperor waved his hands. Wang Teng? Shanai Tongji looked into the sky and saw Wang Teng's figure at once. Thunderstruck, she asked the emperor impolitely. What's going on? The people around them were used to this. They stared at the ground. They weren't in any position to interfere in the matters of this father and daughter pair. Why are you here? The emperor's expression changed as he reprimanded her softly. I'm already here. What's there to be afraid of? Shanai Tongji said calmly. You? What if the two of them see you? You know their fetish. The emperor felt his head throbbing when he remembered their hobby. He was agitated. Quick, go back before they see you. No, hurry up and tell me what's going on. Shanai Tongji wouldn't listen to him, asking him impatiently. It looks like you won't give up until you hit the wall. All right, I'm not going to care about you anymore. You will suffer when the time comes, the emperor said angrily. So, Nagi. The emperor shook his head. He noticed that everyone was looking at him, so he gave a forced smile and said, I'm not sure about the details. I only know that Wang Teng from country Xia suddenly appeared. He came specially for these two aliens. Everyone was appalled and confused. Chapter 787. Stupid fatty. The situation is unfavorable. Is Wang Teng looking for the two aliens? One of the general stage martial warriors hesitated before asking, from his stance. I think so. That is insanely bold of him. Where did he get his courage from? Oh, right. Isn't country Xia overtaken by aliens too? Why is he here? Someone finally reacted and asked the crucial question. Everyone turned silent. The emperor's expression changed slightly. An absurd thought popped into his mind. The other people also regained their senses and thought about the same thing. They stared at one another with astonishment in their eyes. There was a beautiful and charming lady, with an amazing figure standing among the crowd. Bewildered, she stared at the figure in the sky in a daze. It's him. The lady almost wanted to cover her face and run away. She never wanted to face this young man again, yet he appeared. What? Bad luck. The lady wanted to cry. She was so frustrated that she wanted to vomit blood. She felt that she had entered the lion's den again. Wang Teng didn't notice the reaction of the people below. His gaze was fixed on the two candidates before him. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. This combination of a fatty and an octopus was a little out of his expectations. The other candidates he saw all looked like humans. He almost forgot that humans weren't the only race in the universe. There were others, too. The alien that was caught and locked up by country Saya was from another race. Similarly, the Plato beings in his space fragments were different, too. Thus, it wasn't strange for him to meet an octopus monster now. The universe was huge. Anything could be found there. You couldn't blame him for looking a little strange. Young man, what are you looking at? Haddock glared at Wang Teng upon noticing his weird gaze. Why can't I look at you? Wang Teng's lips rose at a sinister angle. Try looking again. Haddock was infuriated. I'm looking, do you want to hit me? Wang Teng stretched out his arm and hooked his fingers at the other party. Ah, damn it. Haddock was furious. The tentacles below his body grew, and he swung them towards Wang Teng like long whips. Bang, along with a sonic boom. Powerful airwaves shook the space. Wang Teng turned serious. He kept Little White in his space fragment. It wouldn't be able to participate in a planetary stage battle. A sweep of the tentacle was enough to turn it into a pile of bird meat. But Wang Teng wasn't afraid. He jumped up, and the ice blue sword appeared in his hand, drawing a dazzling sword glow in the sky. Flames burned and soared towards the thick and long tentacles. Splurt! The moment they made contact, the sharp and scorching sword glow chopped the tentacles into two. Fresh blood spilled out. The blood was green. Haddock screamed in pain and retracted his tentacles. He was dumbstruck. Stupid fatty, is this what you mean by 50%? 50 your head? He turned and shouted at Jin Yuan. Oh my God, he isn't Lan Feng. I don't know where he came from. There's no record of him in my data. Jin Yuan bellowed. What should we do now? Do we continue? Haddock asked agitatedly. Yes, we'll fight together. I don't believe that we can't beat him. Jin Yuan gritted his teeth. 2 large metal maces appeared on his hand. He wielded them violently and shouted, "Go, kill him, damn it! I'll have to give it my all." Haddock was afraid of Wang Teng, but Jin Yuan had already charged forward. He stopped hesitating and placed weapons in all his tentacles. There was even a rune gun. He flung his attacks at Wang Teng. Receive my attack? Jin Yuan twirled his maces. His fat body didn't hamper his agility. This was another fatty that moved like the wind. When he leaped into the air, yellow shadows appeared around his maces. The shadows were as heavy as a mountain. He slammed them down on Wang Teng ferociously. Wang Teng frowned. Instead of using the sword in his right hand, he released his left fist, strength of Ultima. Boom! A frightening sonic boom occurred before the force hit the maces. Clang! A dull metallic tremor echoed in the air. The people from Country Neon standing below felt their eardrums vibrating too. They couldn't hear any other sounds. How is that possible? Jin Yuan was astounded. His eyes were wide open as if he had seen something unbelievable. This person was able to block his double mace attack. How frightening was his strength? Kill? Haddock had arrived in front of Wang Teng. All his tentacles were holding weapons, and he swung them at Wang Teng. The force bullets fired from the rune gun blocked all paths of retreat for Wang Teng. Are you trying to compare who has more hands? Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp. Killing intent shot out of his eyes. In an instant, with a single thought in his mind, the spiritual power in his consciousness surged out and turned into numerous invisible hands. These invisible hands controlled the flying daggers and started fighting with the weapons on Haddock's tentacles. He also gathered some force into a shield to block the force bullets. Some of his spiritual power turned into the shape of a rope and spun around Haddock. Divine Spirit Master. Haddock screamed as though he had seen a ghost. Stupid fatty. The situation is unfavorable. This fellow is a monster a little later, and we will be dead already. He resisted Wang Teng while retreating. However, at this moment an invisible force intertwined around his body like a chain, limiting his movements. Jin Yuan already knew how powerful his opponent was. It exceeded his expectations. After taking Wang Teng's blow, he made use of the impact and flipped in the air before bolting. Haddock's face turned green. He shouted, "Damn it, fatty, save me. Haddock, I want to save you, but I can't even save myself now. Let's just hope for the best for ourselves." Jin Yuan continued running away without turning his head. His fat body was like a ball. He rolled away as his voice floated over from afar. Haddock felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. Although he knew that the fatty was like this, he still felt like cursing when he abandoned him and ran away without any hesitation. He also understood that he could only rely on himself now. He struggled frantically and released all his force as he tried to break free from the grip. Wang Teng looked at the fatty strangely as he ran away. The next second, he took a step out and disappeared on the spot. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. The fatty in front suddenly bounced back like a ball as if he was hit by a large force. His fat body slammed heavily on the ground and destroyed an entire building. Clouds of dust flew into the air. The Emperor of Country Neon and the other general stage martial warriors widened their eyes in shock. Their faces were filled with astonishment and disbelief. Chapter 788, Doing 18 Things at Once. Have those 2 aliens been defeated? Are you kidding me? Those are formidable martial warriors from the universe. How can they lose to Wang Teng? This doesn't make sense. Damn it, this doesn't make sense at all. The general stage martial warriors from Country Neon were stunned. Their mouths remained agape for a long time. They couldn't accept this result. No matter how much of a genius Wang Teng was, he was still a talent from Earth. He couldn't be compared to the formidable warriors from the universe. Yet reality proved otherwise. They stared at the young man who fought with 2 universal martial warriors alone and defeated them thoroughly. It felt like a dream. This talent from Country Zia was trying to defy the universal rules. The Emperor's expression was complicated. The two aliens he viewed as the hope of their country lost to Wang Teng. At first, he planned to make use of these two aliens to push Country Neon into the universe and leave this underdeveloped planet. Compared to the technology and martial arts civilization in the universe, everything on Earth was nothing. Who would have thought that this could happen? Wang Teng from Country Xia broke his beautiful dream and showed him the reality. This fellow has reached such a high stage. Shanai Tongji was astounded. She stared intently at Wang Teng with her bright eyes. Even after taking a few deep breaths, she couldn't calm down. On the other side, the lady who knew Wang Teng shrunk her body, afraid of being recognized. She wanted to run, but somehow she didn't. Unexpectedly, she saw this appalling scene. This young man was indeed an abnormality. He wasn't a normal person. Haddock was astounded when he saw Jin Yuan crashing to the ground. That fatty might be weak in other areas, but his escaping ability was top-notch. It didn't matter, though he got caught up and thrown to the ground. How powerful was this young man? He didn't dare to move either. He realized that he couldn't break free from the grip around him. No matter how hard he struggled, it was in vain. He might even provoke the other party and end up in the same situation as the fatty. Boom. The collapsed building trembled. Jin Yuan staggered as he crawled out from the debris. His face was covered with dust and his clothes were torn and tattered. There were many wounds on his body. He looked miserable. Damn it. We met someone more powerful than us. This is the first time I have failed in my life. Jin Yuan muttered angrily as he spat out some blood from his mouth. Ha 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 ha. Why Rob, this no. What, They even had the heart to argue with each other. What a strange duo. He shook his head and released his spiritual power to collect the attribute bubbles dropped by the two aliens. Constellation Force, Earth, 360. Constellation Force, Water, 420, Imperial Realm. Spirit, 32, Imperial Realm, Enlightenment, 28. Raging Battle Mace, 10, 18 tasks, multitasking, 20. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Teng was stunned. He didn't know where to vent his frustration. Raging Battle Mace. This was another planetary stage battle technique. Battle techniques were good. But the problem was, why was this another battle technique suitable for muscular hunks? One mountain cleaver battle axe and one raging battle mace. Was the system afraid that he wasn't masculine enough? Wang Teng froze on the spot. The edge of his lips twitched a few times. He tried to picture himself holding a battle axe in one hand and a mace in another, wielding them and chopping his enemies into pieces. The scene was quite beautiful. No, I mustn't use these battle techniques. I'll sell them when I have the chance. Wang Teng shook his head and promised himself. Then his attention landed on another attribute, 18 tasks multitasking. What kind of strange attribute was this? After the attribute bubble merged into his body, he understood the use of this skill. The first thing he did was to count the number of tentacles on the octopus monster. Very good. There were 18 tentacles, not one more, not one less. Silence. Was this how this skill came about? Wang Teng couldn't be bothered to complain anymore. 18 tasks? Why don't you call it 18 touches? Wang Teng felt that this technique was useless for him. He didn't have 18 tentacles. Wait, he didn't need to use them on tentacles. Wang Teng suddenly thought of something. He was only looking at the surface. He needed to delve deeper into this technique. The biggest use of this technique was thinking. Yes, thinking. To put it simply, it was able to let a person think of 18 tasks at once or launch 18 attacks simultaneously during a battle. Thinking of 18 things at once and launching 18 attacks in unison was a little frightening. Wang Teng's eyes lit up suddenly. He felt extremely smart since he had thought of the crux almost immediately. The octopus monster's attacks were too plain. He attacked solely using the weapons. If not, Wang Teng wouldn't have been able to defend himself so easily. However, Wang Teng was different. He possessed multiple forces and knew countless battle techniques. If he could execute them simultaneously, his opponent would feel despair. I thought this would be a useless technique, but it's actually a rare treasure. Wang Teng was elated at this moment. Jin Yuan looked up and shouted at Wang Teng, "Brother, what do you want to do? Come down and tell me about it." Wang Teng lowered his head when he heard him. He noticed that the other party didn't seem frightened of him. He lifted the corners of his lips. He wasn't in a hurry to reply. He moved his thoughts and controlled spiritual power to pull the octopus monster who was a distance away. Boom! Before Haddock could react, he started plummeting down like a shooting star. He slammed to the ground a few inches away from Jin Yuan. Haddock's 18 tentacles danced and twitched furiously in midair. He looked like an octopus that was stepped on the ground. Jin Yuan raised his eyebrows as he glanced beside him. His composed expression was gone and his heart dropped. Oh my God, where did this evil man come from? "We can talk properly now," Wang Teng said with an ambiguous smile. "Ha, ha, ha, my friend, we can talk properly. There's no need to act, I was just joking." Jin Yuan smiled in embarrassment. He rubbed his palms and gave a frightened expression. Chapter 789, Abandoned Star, M3. In this world, some skills could be learned without any teaching. For instance, admitting defeat. The fatty was timid. However, he didn't think that he was a coward. To him, he who understood the times was a wise man. Nothing wrong with that. Thus, he displayed his most humble side to Wang Teng. He lowered his back and made himself look extremely harmless and innocent. Silence. Wang Teng looked at him with a strange expression. He saw a part of him on this fatty. Oh my God, this fatty is copying me. The thought suddenly popped up in Wang Teng's mind. He started to sympathize with this fatty. How could he sympathize with fatty? He must have lost his mind. Wang Teng shook his head to fling this absurd thought out of his mind. He had removed his spiritual power, so Haydock was finally above able to move. He crawled up from the ruins. He looked at Wang Teng with a trembling gaze. He put on a similar inferior and cowardly look on his face and said, "I think we can discuss properly. There's no need to fight to the ends of the world. We don't have to be enemies. We can win together by cooperating with one another." Another one. Wang Teng was speechless. He saw bits of himself on this octopus monster too. This fellow was as unique as the fatty. No wonder they were good friends. Shut up. Wang Teng couldn't stand their shamelessness. He glared at them and asked, "Tell me about your background." Jin Yuan and Haddock looked at each other. Then Jin Yuan opened his mouth and explained first, "I'm the eldest son born to the first wife of the Jin family from Taco Planet." Do you know the Jin family? They possess the development rights of 2 life planets. The family head, who is my grandfather, is a celestial stage formidable warrior. He's a boss-level figure. Wang Teng's expression didn't change. He tilted his head towards Haydock. "I'm from the Labrod planet. I'm the son of the head of the celestial python clan. My father is the most powerful person in the clan. He's at the celestial stage too," Haydock said proudly. Wang Teng touched his chin. For some reason he felt that these 2 fellows were bullshitting, although they spoke seriously and there were no loopholes in their words. He could sense a strange aura. These 2 aliens were definitely lying. Wang Teng believed in his gut instinct. "You're not lying to me, are you? If you do, you will have hemorrhoids on your butt and tumors on your head. They will rot, so you better speak the truth." Jin Yuan and Haydock felt the corners of their eyes twitching slightly. This man was so evil. "So, you have anything else to say?" Wang Teng asked. They shook their heads in unison. "I have an ability that can make you speak the truth obediently. Why don't you have a taste of it?" Wang Teng sniggered as he glanced at them. "Brother, are you kidding? It's not right to delve into other people's privacy." Haydock stuttered. He was shocked. "Idiot," Jin Yuan cursed in his heart. "He knew that they were dead. Indeed, you're not being honest." Wang Teng didn't waste any time. A flash of red light shot past his eyes and stabbed into Haydock's. This fellow was stupid, so it was easier for him to get affected. As expected, Haydock only struggled for a second before his consciousness got controlled by the bewitched skill. Jin Yuan was flabbergasted when he saw this scene. He had a bad premonition. How could he have such a skill? "Oh my God, we're dead." He wanted to wake Haydock up, but he didn't dare to move when he saw Wang Teng smiling at him. "Brother, I think this isn't good. We can talk properly," Jin Yuan said weakly. "I want to speak properly with you, but you guys didn't cooperate." "It can't be helped," Wang Teng shrugged. "Fake, so it's our fault," Jin Yuan complained in his heart. He was shocked by Wang Teng's shamelessness. This fellow was worse than them. "Come, tell me where you're from. What's your identity?" Wang Teng asked Haydock. "We're from the abandoned star M3. We don't have any status. We are just low-level citizens that escaped from the abandoned star," Haydock replied honestly. Wang Teng was surprised. Abandoned star M3. There was such a place in the universe, abandoned planet. It looked like these 2 people had stories on them. As expected, they were spouting nonsense. Eldest son of the Jin family, son of the head of the celestial python clan. That was all fake. Fortunately, he was smart and saw through their lies. "You're too naive if you think you can fool me." Wang Teng glanced at Jin Yuan. He was covering the frustrated look on his face with his hands. "Based on what I know, it's not easy to get the right to participate in this trial. You probably don't the right. That's simple. We heard of this trial and ambushed 2 candidates along the way. We killed them and gained their spots. A candidate's spot can be snatched," Haddock replied. "Not bad." Wang Teng gave Jin Yuan a thumbs up. He thought that all the participants of this trial were descendants of elite families in the universe, but there were 2 anomalies inside. "You're too polite." Jin Yuan laughed awkwardly. "Do you think I'm complimenting you?" Wang Teng snapped back. Jin Yuan became embarrassed. He stopped talking and stood obediently at the side. Wang Teng questioned Haddock again and gained a lot of information from him. Then he stopped his bewitched skill. His eyes shimmered, and he went into deep thought. Haddock woke up and stared at Wang Teng with a pale face. There was fear in his eyes. He knew what Wang Teng had done to him. "Brother, are you planning to kill me?" Jin Yuan looked at Wang Teng carefully and noticed his indifferent expression. He continued hurriedly, "Killing me won't do you any good. We have some small skills that might be useful to you. Keeping us with you is better than killing us. We can leave the trial, so we won't be of any threat to you." "Oh, you can leave the trial?" Wang Teng asked. Of course, Jin Yuan was afraid that Wang Teng would go back on his words, so he didn't think why Wang Teng didn't know this simple piece of information. Instead, he immediately started operating his personal terminal. "Look, I've already given up the trial." Wang Teng glanced at the fatty curiously. He lowered his head to look at his personal terminal and saw an announcement. "Candidate No, 15 gives up the trial. Chapter 790, Brother, I'm your long-lost little brother. Candidate No. 15 gives up the trial." A line of words written using the common universal language appeared on the personal terminal. The words were red and extremely eye-catching. Wang Teng wasn't the only one. The other candidates had probably seen it too. He was amazed. This fatty did give up his chance. He was so decisive that Wang Teng had to view him in another light. This fatty wasn't a simple man. Me too, me too. Haddock didn't want to be left behind. He hurriedly operated his personal terminal. Candidate No. 22 gives up the trial. Another line of red words appeared. Haddock's decisiveness was no weaker than Jin Yuan's. Wang Teng was speechless. These two were weirdos. This chance was extremely important to other people, but to them, it was just a piece of trash they could throw away at any time. They gave up so easily. Even more, they were fighting to give up their spot, afraid that they would be a step too late, but they weren't humans. Wang Teng squinted. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. These two candidates had given up their position in the trial. By right, his motive was achieved, so he didn't have a reason to target them anymore. However, he didn't have much trust in the aliens from the universe. Should he just kill them? After all, dead people were the safest. He could pick up more attributes from them too. Wang Teng was eager to move. However, at this moment he heard a cautious voice beside him. "Brother, what do you think about this?" Wang Teng glanced beside him and saw the fatty's timid look. He was caught between laughter and tears. "Why should I keep you?" Wang Teng asked. "We're useful, very useful. I specialize in collecting information, and this tentacled monster is an analyst. He can multitask. His brain runs faster than a normal guy," Jin Yuan said hurriedly. Wang Teng glanced at them curiously. These two weirdos had specializations? He remembered the 18 tasks multitasking attribute dropped by the octopus monster. They should be speaking the truth. Wang Teng touched his chin and nodded. "That's quite useful. Brother, you're our boss from now on. If you point to the left, we won't go to the right." Jin Yuan immediately gave his promise when he noticed they had a chance. "That's right, boss. We are your long-lost little brothers." Haddock was even more outrageous. He stretched his tentacles out and wanted to hug Wang Teng. "Go away." Wang Teng glared at him. These two weird aliens were even more shameless than him. Their skin was so thick, their ability to grasp an opportunity was perfect. Did they study it in school? In the end, Wang Teng decided to keep them. In this era, talents were important. It wasn't easy to find people like them, so he would keep them under observation. It wouldn't be too late to kill them if he learned they had other thoughts. Wang Teng was extremely confident in his ability. He believed that he could deal with two first-level planetary stage martial warriors. Besides, they were two timid rats. "Wait for a while? You'll return to Country Saya with me later." Since he had made his decision, Wang Teng didn't waste any time and gave them his response. The duo's eyes lit up, and they heaved a sigh of relief. They felt fortunate. Their lives were finally saved. Wang Teng disregarded them and turned to look at the people from Country Neon. His gaze paused on Shanai Tongji for a second. Then he saw a person who kept retreating in an attempt to hide herself. Long time no see. Miss Zuotian Lihewa, Wang Teng said with a mysterious smile. The lady froze. The other people from Country Neon were stunned. They followed Wang Teng's gaze and looked in her direction. You? The Emperor glanced at the two of them in surprise. He suddenly remembered that Zuotian Lehua was the one who brought back the news that Wang Teng had annihilated the Zhenli clan. However, she never mentioned how she learned of it, so he didn't think that there was any interaction between them. From the looks of it, there seemed to be something going on between them. Senior sister, do you know him? Shanai Tongji asked curiously. Lehua, what's the matter? A scrawny elder beside them opened his mouth and asked. This elder was normal-looking, but he held a high position in Country Neon. He was the famous yin-yang master of Country Neon, Anpei Yuansan. He had grasped many secret scriptures of the yin-yang family. He was Shanai Tongji and Zuotian Lihua's master. A hint of hesitance flashed past Zuotian Lihua's eyes. However, she had to reply to him. She said in a respectful tone, Master, I didn't make it clear to you in the past, but I had some dealings with him. Oh, since you know him, go out and meet him. Why are you hiding at the back? Anpei Yuansan said. This. Zuotian Lihua was in a dilemma. Lihua, Wang Teng is extremely powerful now. Even the universe martial warriors aren't his match. If you know him, you can interact more with him and build a better relationship. The Emperor spoke to her using voice transmission. Zuotian Lihua's expression turned even bitter. She felt that she was so unlucky. She didn't have any good relationship with Wang Teng. She gave him her spirit core and finally found a way to escape when he wasn't noticing. Yet, they were asking her to follow him again. How ironic. Zuotian Lehua wanted to cry. She was so frustrated that she felt like vomiting blood. Why are you hiding? We haven't seen each other for such a long time. Wang Teng walked over with a smile. What do you want? Zuotian Lehua knew she couldn't hide anymore. She gritted her teeth and stood up. One of my little pets ran away, and I caught it. How should I punish her? Wang Teng asked in a teasing tone. You don't go overboard. Zuotian Lihua's face turned pale. She had suffered the burning of her soul when she escaped the previous time. Just the thought sent shivers down her spine. She didn't want to experience it again. What is this? The Emperor and the other martial warriors noticed that something wasn't right. Their relationship wasn't what they thought it was. I'm not speaking to you all. Wang Teng glanced at them and said indifferently, the Emperor and Anpei Yuansan were stunned. They had always treated Wang Teng as a formidable martial warrior on Earth, so they didn't respect or fear him that much. When they saw his reaction, they finally understood. They finally understood how stupid they were. He was able to defeat 2 universe martial warriors who were now following him obediently. In comparison, what were they? Shanai Tongji stood behind the Emperor and felt dejected. She was a little unconvinced when she lost to Wang Teng during the Global Exchange Conference. She hoped that one day she would have a chance to fight with him again, but his ability had surpassed her greatly, and she was tossed far behind by him. She couldn't even bring herself to compare with him. Chapter 791. I'm not the same as you. Wang Teng didn't know what Shanai Tongji was thinking. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. He had already thrown the older generation of Earth martial warriors far behind him, much less his peers. No one in this generation could catch up with him. This was the hard truth. This was the sorrowful truth, too. On this planet, the only people that could pique his interest were these candidates. Shanai Tongji felt bitter. She stared at Wang Teng with a complicated gaze. However, she had to step forward and lower her position. She said humbly, Mr. Wang Teng, my father didn't intend to offend you. If he provoked you in any way, let me apologize in his place. I hope that you won't blame him. Wang Teng was surprised when he saw this arrogant young lady putting down her pride and speaking politely to him. He waved his hand. Forget it. Don't interrupt me again. We won't. We won't, the emperor replied hurriedly. I'm at fault for disturbing you. Anpei Yuan-san bent his back slightly. He sighed in his heart. Wang Teng ignored them and turned to walk towards Haydock and Jin Yuan. Just when Zuotian Lihua thought that Wang Teng had forgotten about her, she heard his calm voice. Catch up. Zuotian Lihua's expression changed slightly. She gritted her teeth, but she didn't dare to disobey Wang Teng. She looked at Anpei Yuan-san and said, Master, I'm leaving. Anpei Yuan-san sighed. He didn't know what to say, so he could only nod. Zuotian Lihua bowed to Anpei Yuan-san and quickly caught up with Wang Teng to Country Saya. Wang Teng ordered. Jin Yuan and Haddock raised their wristwatch and did some operations on it in an instant. A thick ray of light shone down from the spacecraft hovering in the sky, enveloping the four of them. The next instant they disappeared. The spacecraft filled with patches vibrated. It turned into a ray of light and disappeared on the horizon. It moved so quickly that the people on the ground couldn't even see how it disappeared. After the spacecraft left, the people from Country Neon felt empty in their hearts. The alien martial warriors whom they viewed as their hope were gone. They left without reluctance. They were like heartless lovers who left their girlfriends without any hesitation. The emperor's expression turned distorted. Wang Teng's arrogance and impudence had stabbed him in his heart. He was the emperor of a country, yet Wang Teng didn't give him any face. How could he not be furious? He lowered his head earlier because he had no other choice. He didn't dare to provoke a powerful martial warrior like Wang Teng, but it was still infuriating. Your Highness, we mustn't make him our enemy. Anpei Yuan-san noticed the emperor's expression. I know. The emperor took a deep breath to force himself to calm down. He continued with a stern face, I won't do stupid things. However, I feel sorry for Zuotian Lihua. I wonder what treatment she will receive after following Wang Teng. Anpei Yuan-san turned silent. He prayed that Wang Teng wasn't a sadist. Don't worry. Wang Teng isn't that kind of person. Senior sister might suffer a little, but she wouldn't be tortured. Shennai Tongji comforted them. I hope so. Anpei Yuan-san nodded. On the spacecraft, Wang Teng sized up the interior in astonishment. He didn't think that the inside of this ragged spacecraft would be so extravagant and comfortable. Did you steal this spacecraft? Wang Teng sat on the sofa and asked Jin Yuan and Haddock. How is that possible? Jin Yuan replied loudly as if he was humiliated. We spent much time and effort to build this spacecraft. We didn't steal it. You are our boss and you can question our character, but you can't question our skills. That's right. We spent 10 years building this spacecraft and used her to escape from the abandoned star M3, Haydock added. Wang Teng was shocked. He didn't think that they would get so riled up. All right, I said the wrong thing. He shook his head and asked, Didn't you say that you collected the information of all the candidates? Tell me about them. Ha, this is what we are good at. Jin Yuan chuckled. Out of the blue, he shouted, Alice? Yes, master. I'm here. A hologram appeared in front of them. The voice was sweet and cute. Wang Teng's expression turned strange when he saw the hologram. Zuotian Lihua, who was standing behind him, felt the corners of her lips trembling. She inched her way to the side to stay as far away as she could from Jin Yuan and Haddock. This hologram was the image of a sexy maiden with cat ears. Her figure was amazing, and there was a furry tail stuck behind her. It was seductive when she waved it back and forth. The most important thing was this sexy maiden was scantily clad. Her clothing barely covered the important parts of her body. This was a goddess-grade temptation to most otakus. You have good taste. Wang Teng coughed softly and gave them a thumbs up. Jin Yuan and Haddock were overjoyed, thinking that they had earned Wang Teng's recognition. They replied in unison. I didn't know that you had the same taste as us. We're indeed brothers. Tisk. Zuotian Lihua clicked her tongue softly, glancing at Wang Teng with contempt. This fellow was a bad guy, too. Silence. Wang Teng was exasperated. He was screaming in his heart. What the hell do you mean? I'm not the same as you. Why are you framing me? I should have beaten y'all to death. Jin Yuan and Hedok didn't know what happened, but they felt a chill in their hearts. They glanced around them in confusion and noticed Wang Teng's grim expression. Astounded, they stared at him with caution. Did they say something wrong? Start the introduction already. Why are you daydreaming? Wang Teng took a deep breath and said angrily, Oh, okay. Jin Yuan nodded his head fervently. He rearranged his thoughts and said, Alice, bring out the data. Yes, master. Alice gave a seductive pose and obediently carried out Jin Yuan's order. The ray of light disappeared, replaced by rows of data. There were numerous profile pictures displayed around the spacecraft. They looked no different from the real person. Jin Yuan cleared his throat and was about to start his speech. Boom. Suddenly, the spacecraft vibrated violently. Alice, what's happening? Jin Yuan frowned and asked. He was planning to give a spectacular display of his ability, but he was interrupted before he could even start. Master, there are sea beasts attacking our spacecraft, Alice said. Which sea beast wants to die? How dare it attack us? Jin Yuan was angered. There's more than one. The sea below is densely populated with sea beasts. There are countless of them. Alice continued calmly. Chapter 792, A Strange Sea Beasts Riot. Alice, are you making things difficult for me? Jin Yuan was speechless. No, master. There are really many sea beasts below. They're attacking us like crazy, Alice replied. The spacecraft shook violently as if to confirm its words. Show us what's happening outside. Jin Yuan frowned and ordered. We're not introducing the candidates anymore, Alice asked. Let's take a look at the situation outside first. Wang Teng was speechless too. Is this the right time to introduce the candidates? This intelligence system of the spacecraft seems a little stupid, Wang Teng complained to himself. Listen to the boss and show us what's happening outside. Jin Yuan felt guilty. This intelligence system was dismantled from another abandoned spacecraft. Although they had managed to put it into use after much effort, the technology level was still lacking. Alice was honestly a little stupid, brainless with a good figure. This was probably how one would describe it. All right, my master. As an AI mascot, Alice executed its master's order obediently, even though he had labeled it as brainless. Suddenly, the pictures of the candidates disappeared, replaced by terrifying images. The boundless sea was densely packed with sea beasts. They were fighting to emerge from the bottom of the sea and hurling powerful force attacks into the sky. Most of these sea beasts were below the Lord level. However, there was a huge number of them, so their combined attack was still formidable. It shouldn't be underestimated. There were also a few giant Lord-level sea beasts lying flat on the surface of the sea, blocking the spacecraft's path. A giant octopus waved its thick tentacles that were more than 100 meters long in the air. They swung towards the spacecraft like long whips. There was also a giant sea serpent that had a body as thick as a pillar twirling in the sky. Its large tail lashed down and landed on the top of the spacecraft, giving off a loud bang. The commotion a second ago was caused by the attacks from these two Lord-level sea beasts. Mind you, a spacecraft that could travel through the universe was anything but ordinary. Its defense mechanism was amazing. Numerous runes blinked on the surface of the spacecraft, forming an oval light shield. The attacks only caused a slight tremor when they landed on it. They didn't hurt the main body of the spacecraft at all. Wang Teng stood up and frowned slightly. Boss, don't worry. They are just Lord-level sea beasts. We can destroy them easily. Jin Yuan patted his chest confidently. Fatty, leave the octopus to me. I need to nourish my body. Hedok was staring straight at the octopus on the screen. His eyes were shimmering. Why don't we have barbecued octopus tonight? Jin Yuan suggested with glistening eyes. Holding all my hands up in agreement, Hedok nodded. Cough. Let's take care of these sea beasts first. Wang Teng swallowed his saliva secretly and coughed. Zhuotian Lihua was speechless. He just swallowed his saliva. She saw it clearly. Why was this fellow still thinking of food at this time? What a foodie. Zhuotian Lihua was extremely worried about the situation of country Neon as an island. The emergence of these sea beasts would be a huge threat to it. However, no one noticed her expression. She had no right to speak in front of 3 planetary stage martial warriors. The 3 martial warriors left the spacecraft and flew out. These sea beasts were nothing to mighty fighters like them. Kill. Wang Teng scanned the sea below with a sharp glint. He didn't forget what had happened during the sea beasts' riot in Donghai, but he wasn't who he used to be. Since these sea beasts came to find him, he would kill them. At this moment, the Lord-level sea beasts in the sky noticed the trio. They ignored the spacecraft and charged toward them instead. The octopus was a 12-star Lord-level sea beast. It lashed its tentacles out, bringing along a strong gale with it. Wang Teng held his sword and gave it a simple slash. A glaring golden light flashed past. 8 tentacles were thrown into the air and landed on the surface of the sea. Roar. The Lord-level octopus bellowed in pain. It looked extremely funny without its tentacles. Oh my, it's almost wasted. Haddock had nimble fingers. He quickly swept the 8 tentacles into his space ring and smiled at Wang Teng. Boss, these tentacles are delicious. Wang Teng glanced at Haddock's tentacles and suddenly felt respect for this fellow. An octopus monster eating another octopus monster. Didn't he feel weird? Wang Teng shook his head. He had no time to care about him. With a stab of his sword, he ended the octopus's life. He allowed Haddock to keep it. Kill all the sea beasts and return to Country Jia at once. Wang Teng ordered Jin Yuan and Haddock. He was worried that something bad had happened in Country Jia. The appearance of these Lord-level sea beasts was too sudden and strange. The surface of the sea was packed with sea beasts. Even though he had killed a Lord-level sea beast easily, the other sea beasts showed no signs of retreating. They continued attacking them crazily. This wasn't normal. Yes, Jin Yuan and Haddock didn't dare to laze around when they saw his serious expression. They acted immediately. 2 planetary stage martial warriors. Killing these sea beasts was a piece of cake. Soon, the majority of the sea beasts were dead. They had cleared an empty space 100 meters in diameter around them. The corpses of the sea beasts sunk into the bottom of the sea. The blood-stained surface of the sea was the only evidence of the terrifying massacre. Wang Teng glanced around him. He released his spiritual power and pulled over all the attribute bubbles in a split second. Water Force 150, Water Force 185, blank attribute 110, blank attribute 140, Poison Force 210, Deep Sea Breathing 10, Lightning Force 16 thas, blank attribute 200, Deep Sea Breathing 10, Ice Force 420, Water Force 240, Constellation Force, Earth 1240. A huge amount of force started flowing through Wang Teng's body. The 2 Constellation Force sunk into the sea of nihility and merged with his Earth and water stars. The other forces, including the Lightning Force, Ice Force, and Poison Force, were all common force attributes in sea beasts. They remained in Wang Teng's force nucleus. These forces hadn't reached the planetary stage, so they hadn't formed the force bridge to reach the sea of nihility. Since his water force had turned into Constellation Water Force, even the ordinary water force was stored in the water star, waiting to be converted into Constellation Force. It couldn't be helped. The star beasts on Earth didn't possess Constellation Force. Wang Teng had to convert them personally. Fortunately, all his planetary stage scriptures were at the perfected level. He could complete the conversion quickly. Although it was an ordinary force, the force he absorbed through the attribute bubbles was the purest and most concentrated. It could save him half of his cultivation time. Chapter 793, Whale Fall. Wang Teng's Ice Force, Lightning Force, and Poison Force rose by a large amount. Both the Ice Force and Lightning Force, which were at the peak of the 10-star Brigadier General stage, advanced to the 11-star General stage. Ice Force 3650 20,000 11-star. Lightning force 4260 20,000, 11 star. His poison force was still stuck at the 11-star general stage, but there was an increase too. It wasn't far from hitting the 12-star general stage. Poison force 16,800 20,000, 11 star. These three forces had seen sharp improvements. You could imagine how many sea beasts there were. It was terrifying. Unfortunately, no other elements appeared. Wang Teng was still a little greedy. Besides the force attributes, he also gained a sizable number of blank attributes. Blank attributes were a good thing. He relied on his pile of blank attributes to raise his cultivation to the planetary stage, blank attribute 36503. This time, he had gained more than 30,000 blank attributes at once. Adding his past tally, he had a total of 3650 points. Having a huge reserve of blank attributes made him feel at ease. Finally, there was a special skill, deep sea breathing. Just as its name suggested, it was a skill that would allow you to breathe in the sea. Wang Teng had collected this skill during the sea beast's riot in Donghai. This was the second time it had appeared, deep sea breathing. 31,000. First rank. First rank, Wang Teng wondered to himself. He found this interesting. This first rank deep sea breathing skill allowed him to breathe underwater without any external help. It was a useful technique. What if he raised it to the second rank, third rank, or even higher? Wang Teng smiled and dropped the matter. After taking care of the sea beasts around them, no other sea beasts appeared again. They might have been scared by their ruthless slaughter. The three martial warriors boarded the spacecraft and headed for Country Jaya. At this moment, in Country Jaya, Nanhai, as well as the coastline of Donghai, were all suffering from the attacks of numerous sea beasts. That wasn't all. In all the mountain ranges, forests, lakes, and rivers, countless star beasts started to get restless and rushed towards the nearest human city. Villagers, cities, highways, all the places with human presence were targeted by the star beasts. Frightening beast tides swept through every inch of the country. All the martial warriors in the country were activated. They rushed to the places with star beasts and started fighting with them. Ample heavy weapons were set up and battlecrafts were launched. They bombed large areas of land to resist the beast tide. Jingmen was the largest port city in Country Jaya and was linked to various grand canals and the mouth of the sea. It was the hub of the river and sea. However, this geographical location was the most advantageous for the advancement of the sea beasts. Boom, 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 violent explosions came from afar. The sea beasts bellowed and attacked Jingmen City using the Grand Canal, starting their massacre. Force attacks destroyed countless buildings. Humans cried in despair as they fell into the debris. Their voices were soon overpowered by the roars of the star beasts. This scene looked like an apocalypse. The leader of martial arts and his men hurried over with the military martial warriors. They were doing their best to resist the sea beasts while organizing manpower to rescue the ordinary people. This star beasts riot came without any warning. Their numbers were astonishing, and they covered the entire country, catching everyone off guard. The leader and his subordinates had to make arrangements hastily. They sent martial warriors to reinforce all the cities that were suffering the star beasts' assault. Boom! In the skies of Jingmen, the leader of martial arts was fighting with an enormous giant whale. This giant whale exceeded the size of the biggest whale that had ever been found on Earth. It was a few hundred meters in length and looked like a large aircraft carrier. The waves rose in the sea, pushing the giant whale up and allowing it to stay in mid-air. The leader of martial arts was holding a long spear. His expression was indifferent as he soared through the sky. Force erupted and struck the sea horizontally as he collided with the giant whale. The giant whale didn't back down. It flapped its tail and released a colossal wave. Bang, bang, bang. The wave erupted while an indomitable spear glow pierced through the air. It was aimed straight at the giant whale's body. Roar. A thunderous bellow shook the eardrums of the listeners. It didn't sound like the song of a whale anymore. The appalling sound waves echoed in the air. At the same time, a powerful blue pillar of light shot up and smashed into the spear glow.
Boom! The two of them crashed and released a violent explosion. The powerful impact swept throughout the sea. The giant whale slammed its giant body forward. The leader's expression changed. He released his fist, and a huge golden palm print landed on the whale, forcefully stopping it in its path. The giant whale's ability was between the peak of the general stage and the planetary stage.
Although it hadn't reached the planetary stage, it was extremely powerful. Yet it was stopped by the leader of martial arts and couldn't take another step closer to land. The human and the beast collided brutally at the junction between the sea and the land. It was a scary sight. In other areas, countless sea beasts were charging toward the human martial warrior's defense line. The other martial warriors weren't as powerful as the leader, so they kept retreating under the sea beast's offensive. The sea beasts won in numbers. The human martial warriors were only able to withstand until now with the help of all kinds of rune weapons. If not, Jingmen City would already have fallen. Boom, boom, boom. On the other side, Dan Tashuan was fighting with a lord-level sea beast. This sea beast was a hideous-looking monster. It didn't look like any animal that could be found on Earth, and it was frighteningly powerful to boot. From the aura it exuded, one could tell that it was a 12-star lord-level sea beast. Wang Teng would never forget how Dan Taishuan took care of him, so she was one of the first to receive the planetary stage scripture from him. Dan Taishuan was a double-element martial warrior possessing wind and fire force. Wang Teng didn't have a wind force scripture on him. He could only pass her the Fire Force planetary stage scripture, the Starfire scripture. Her ability rose exponentially after practicing the Starfire scripture. She had already reached the 12-star general stage, and most of the force in her body had been converted to constellation force. She had the upper hand against the sea beast. The sea beast was retreating continuously under her onslaught. Flames burned on her fists as she hurled them at the sea beast. It cried in pain continuously. Right then, roaring waves suddenly shot up in the sea below. A large and thick tentacle came out like a javelin, aiming straight for Dan Taishuan. Dan Taishuan had her back toward the tentacle, so she only felt a strong gale blowing against her back. Without any time to think, she instinctively shifted to the side. Bang! The tentacle changed from a stab to a sweep when it failed its first attack. It hit Dan Taishuan's body, throwing her off her feet. Splurt. She suffered a heavy blow and vomited a mouthful of blood. Her face turned pale. Boom, boom, boom. The surface of the sea erupted again, and numerous tentacles shot toward her, attempting to crush her to death. Dan Taishuan's expression changed. Force gushed out of her body as she got ready to fight for her life. Go away at this moment, she heard an angry shout. A figure appeared in front of her and punched towards the sea below. The water parted, and a giant deep-sea squid was thrown out of the sea forcefully. It was more than 10 meters long and was almost as huge as the whale. However, its body had exploded from the fist and turned into a flesh rain. Dan Taishuan was stunned. As she calmed down, all she saw was the familiar and tall figure in front of her. "Are you all right?" Wang Teng turned and looked at her. There was concern on his face. This brat. For some reason, Dan Taishuan's eyes turned slightly red. She shook her head hurriedly to hide her emotions. She said agitatedly, "I'm fine. Go and help the leader. There are too many sea beasts. A large part of the city has fallen in less than half an hour. Many people are dead. Don't worry, I'll send these bastards to hell now." Wang Teng nodded and went silent. Intense killing intent burned in his eyes. The next instant, he disappeared. Boom. The leader was battling with the giant whale when Wang Teng appeared out of the blue. He released a terrifying sword glow that slit the air into two. The giant whale was thunderstruck. It could sense danger and the threat of death inching toward it. It roared, and force erupted from its body. Large waves crashed into the sky. Layers and layers of waves rose behind it, reaching 100 feet in height. It was trying to block the sword attack. However, the giant wave was like a piece of paper in front of the menacing sword glow. It got torn into two, revealing the body of the giant whale behind. Swoosh. Within a split second, the sword glow slashed down, and a sword mark appeared on the enormous body of the whale. The sword mark cut through the whale's entire body, from the head to the tail. Fresh blood turned the surrounding water red. Boom. The giant whale's eyes were filled with disbelief and unwillingness. They gradually lost their vitality. The gigantic body was chopped into two, and it plummeted into the sea, forming large waves like a tsunami. It was terrifying. Then its body sunk into the bottom of the sea and disappeared. Whale fall. The leader had retreated some distance away. He held his long spear and stood there with astonishment in his eyes. Was this the power of the planetary stage? He was sincerely dumbfounded. He had seen Wang Teng attacking before, but never so directly and at this close range. He finally understood how vast the difference was between the general stage and the planetary stage. Sigh. Not far away. Dan Taishuan was in awe, too. She thought that Wang Teng would need some time and effort to deal with that giant whale, but all he required was one sword attack. One slash and the giant whale died. How frightening was that sword move. The sea beasts around him, including the human martial warriors, were stunned. They stared at the corpse of the giant whale as it sank into the sea. All voices were lost for a moment. "Wang Teng, it's Wang Teng. He killed the giant whale. We have hope. Ha ha ha, this is great. We are saved." Everyone regained their senses and an earth-shattering cheer erupted. "God of martial arts! God of martial arts!" Someone started shouting this nickname. Within a few seconds, the cheers turned into resonant chants, reverberating in every corner of the city ruins. Chapter 794. Don't panic. Put on a stern face first. God of martial arts. As the human martial warriors shouted, their morale shot up. They startled the sea beasts with their spirit. They needed moral support in this devastating situation. They need mental support, a pillar that could prop up their hope so that they wouldn't drown in despair. When Wang Teng killed the terrifying whale, he gave these people the greatest hope. Even that formidable sea beast was nothing in front of him. What could the other sea beasts do? This was their ray of hope. Everyone was invigorated, and they cheered for him and themselves. The leader of martial arts looked at Wang Teng in satisfaction. He seemed to have found his successor and felt emotional. Wang Teng was back facing the human martial warriors, so they couldn't see his face. No one knew what his expression was like. They only saw him raising his sword again and throwing another sword attack at the boundless horizon. Boom. A scary sword light gathered and wreaked havoc in the sky. Sea waves tossed and churned. They were even more appalling than the waves made by the giant whale. The entire coastline seemed to be boiling. The seawater fell back into the sea, and all the sea beasts started struggling frantically amidst the powerful waves. They roared in fear. Everyone was flabbergasted when they saw this scene. The sea beasts on land stopped their attack and stared at the water absent-mindedly. Fear started creeping up their hearts. Slash suddenly. A soft slash echoed in the water. It wasn't loud, but it entered every human and sea beast's ear clearly. Boom. Sword of Ultima Thousand crashing ripples. The terrifying sword glow cut through the sea, forcing the waves to wind back. A water wall was formed. It stretched for over 1,000 meters and was pressing forward into the sea. Countless sword glows danced in the sea waves, chopping numerous sea beasts into pieces. They turned into minced meat and stained the seawater with their blood. The water wall turned red at a visible speed. Blood waves bellowed and rose into the air like an upside-down waterfall. The god of the sea was angry. Many sea beasts were killed by this attack. They were washed to who knew where by the seawater. But no matter what, they would still end up at the bottom of the sea, becoming a fertilizer for this planet. This was the true whale fall. Born in the sea, die in the sea. Gradually, the sea waves subsided, and the 1,000-meter-tall waterfall died down. No sea beasts could be seen within a few thousand meters. Radius, silence, dead silence. The entire Jingmen city was eerily silent. All the sea beasts woke up from their stupor and shuddered in fear. They charged towards the sea and the rivers in unison. They were afraid, they were fearful, they were hopeless. This human was too scary. He was like a devil. One attack, and he killed the whale lord. One more attack, and he annihilated the entire sea beast tide. How could they fight against this monster? We won, we won. There was a huge uproar when the sea beasts started retreating. The cheers rang through the sky and echoed on the surface of the sea. No words could describe their joy and relief now. Everyone kill all the sea beasts, Wang Teng's cold voice resounded in the city. Yes, kill, kill! All the martial warriors replied in unison. Their bellows soared through the sky, and their intense killing intent surged towards the sea beasts scurrying away. The leader of martial arts, Dan Taishuan, and the other general stage martial warriors didn't waste any time. They killed the last few lord-level sea beasts immediately. Jin Yuan and Haydock followed Wang Teng closely and arrived at the scene. However, they didn't get the chance to act. Wang Teng solved the crisis alone. Nevertheless, they were amazed when they saw Wang Teng in action. He was more powerful than they had imagined, although they had guessed about his identity when they confirmed that he was a martial warrior from Earth. Their astonishment didn't subside. Instead, it grew stronger. A martial warrior from this underdeveloped planet managed to reach such a high level in his cultivation without any help. This fellow was a monster. They were dumbstruck and felt more fearful of Wang Teng. The remaining sea beasts posed no threat. They were cleared quickly, but Jingmen City was already in ruins. The survivors sat among the debris in tears. They were covered with blood. Some of them were digging the soil with their bare hands, searching for their partner, family, and friends. Scenes of desolation met the eye on every side. Sadness welled up in his heart. Wang Teng stood in the air and looked at the situation below with a heavy heart. It reminded him of Dong Hai. "I'm sorry I came late." A sigh escaped his mouth. Everyone looked up. The people kneeling on the ground raised their tear-stained faces and stared at the figure in the sky. In everyone's eyes, that figure was as mighty and formidable as a god. Everyone, my condolences. The dead are gone forever, but we have to move on. Wang Teng sighed again as he spoke. Everyone remained quiet. Then they stood up. God of martial arts. God of martial arts. Sparse voices were heard once again. Gradually, they merged together. At this moment, Wang Teng's position in everyone's heart exceeded that of the leader of martial arts. To them, Wang Teng was the new pillar of support. Many humans started to stand up in the distance and looked at Wang Teng while shouting the nickname. The leader of martial arts had a faint smile on his face. He didn't get angry because someone had taken his position. Instead, he felt relaxed. He was relieved that he could finally put down this huge burden. Dan Taishuan's eyes were glowing. She was probably the happiest person to see Wang Teng reach this level. After all, she had witnessed his growth. She had seen him transform from a cheeky greenhorn into this fine fellow standing right before her. In everyone's heart, Wang Teng's image was high and mighty. He was their hero, the new god of martial arts of his era. He was the epitome of invincibility. On the other hand, Wang Teng, who was the center of attention, felt a little agitated and confused. For some reason, he felt that this wasn't right. This wasn't the result he hoped for. He just wanted to cheer these people up. He had experienced Dong Hai's sea beasts riot personally, so he understood the pain and sorrow of these people. That was why he comforted them. He didn't want to cause such a scene. He had never thought of being a hero. Being a hero was tiring. You needed to be at your best all the time. It wasn't fun. This wasn't what he desired. Wang Teng regretted speaking too much and causing a misunderstanding among the crowd. What should he do? Was it too late to take back his words? Many thoughts went through Wang Teng's mind, but his expression remained unchanged. Don't panic. Put on a stern face and no one can tell what you're thinking. The leader of martial arts flew over from afar and spoke to him in a grim tone. Wang Teng, this isn't the only city that suffered a riot. Beast tides are occurring in every part of the country. Beijing, Nanhai, the various mountain ranges, and primary forests. Terrifying beast tides are everywhere. This is an extremely serious disaster. What? Wang Teng was astounded. There are beast tides breaking out all over the country. Yes, the whole country is under attack. I'm not sure why these star beasts went crazy and started running out of their territories. The leader of martial arts nodded gravely. Chapter 795, Special Skill, Whale Swallow. Why did this happen? Wang Teng asked solemnly. We just received the news, too. We have yet to find the reason. The leader of martial arts shook his head. If my guess is correct, we are not the only country suffering. The other nations might be facing this ordeal, too. Wang Teng nodded in deep thought. No matter what, let's solve the Star Beast riots in our country first. Yes. The leader of martial arts nodded grimly. However, there are too many cities facing this calamity. We might not be able to help all of them at once. By the time we go over, it might be too late. We can only reinforce the areas with the worst star beast tides. Wang Teng contemplated before turning his head. Jin Yuan, Haydock. Yes, boss. Jin Yuan and Haydock replied with smiles plastered on their faces. The leader and Dan Taishuan finally noticed these two figures. They immediately thought of aliens when they saw Haydock's tentacles. They were shocked. They are? The leader asked. That's right, they're alien martial warriors, but they're on our side. Wang Teng glanced at the two aliens intently as he spoke. Boss is right. We have abandoned the candidate side and joined the Earth's faction. We are honored Earthlings now. Jin Yuan immediately stated his stand without any dignity. I'm born an Earthing and will die as the Earth's ghost, Haydock added on firmly. The leader of martial arts, Dan Taishuan. These two aliens seemed a little shameless. All right, stop fooling around. One of you will head north and the other will go to the west. I don't care what method you use, but you must suppress the riots. I'll give you half an hour. Is it enough? Wang Teng said angrily. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. No problem. Half an hour is enough. Jin Yuan said with ease. A piece of cake? Fatty. Let's see who can end it faster, Haddock said. Sure, you said it. The one who loses will give up half his serving of barbecued octopus tonight. Jin Yuan sniggered. He said to Wang Teng, Boss, we'll leave now and meet again half an hour later at the capital of this country. They turned into rays of light and disappeared into the horizon, one heading north and the other west. Their speed was incredible. Planetary stage. Bewilderment flashed past the leader's eyes. His voice was a little hoarse as he exclaimed, These two happy-go-lucky aliens were planetary stage martial warriors. He didn't expect this. Where did Wang Teng find these two planetary stage martial warriors? This was as surprising as Wang Teng becoming a planetary stage martial warrior himself. They were planetary stage martial warriors, not some vegetables in the market. Seriously, the leader of martial arts didn't know what to say. Yes, they're planetary stage martial warriors. With them around, the Star Beast riot will be suppressed quickly. Wang Teng said. It shouldn't be a problem, since there are planetary stage martial warriors reinforcing us. The leader nodded in agreement when he remembered how Wang Teng had defeated the Star Beasts. I'll be paying a visit to Beijing, Wang Teng said. Good. I'll arrange people to take care of the other small Star Beast riots, the leader of martial arts replied. Wang Teng nodded. He didn't waste any time and disappeared into the north. His destination was Beijing. The leader of martial arts looked at his disappearing back view with a complicated and emotional gaze. I'll leave everything to you, Wang Teng. A figure dashed past the sky, breaking the sound barrier and reaching an impossible speed. He couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Wang Teng flew towards Beijing at the maximum speed he could for a planetary stage martial warrior. At the same time, he counted his gains. He had to admit that the harvest this time was greater than the previous batch. He had received another round of attribute bubbles. His ice force, lightning force, and poison force had risen recently, but they shot up again. Ice force, 17,900, 20,000, 11 star. Lightning force, 18,600, 20,000, 11 star. Poison force, 12,500, 3,500, 12 star. Both his Ice Force and Lightning Force were still at the 11-star general stage, but they were not far from achieving a breakthrough. His Poison Force hit the limit and reached the 12-star general stage. In just a few hours, Wang Teng's ability had improved tremendously. The speed of progression was a little appalling. He also gained many Wind Force attribute bubbles, so his Wind Force jumped to the 12-star general stage too. Wind Force, 856 Theory 35000, 12-star. These four forces were getting closer and closer to the 13-star general stage. If he found the relevant planetary stage scriptures in the future, he would be able to raise these four forces to the planetary stage. Everything would be perfect then. Of course, Wang Teng also gained a large number of Water Force as well as the other four basic element forces attributes. After all, there were sea beasts that possessed the other basic elements. Water Force wasn't the only one. The sea beasts also dropped many attribute bubbles containing weird skills, though they were useless to Wang Teng. There was only one exception: Whale Swallow. This was a special skill dropped by the Whale Lord. Wang Teng's eyes lit up as he went through the traits of the skill in his mind. Whale Swallow. In essence, this was a special skill that could allow him to swallow large amounts of food or force like a whale. This skill would be of great help in increasing a martial warrior's cultivation speed. Once they used it, they could absorb a large amount of force at once or swallow much food and extract energy from them. In summary, the application of this skill exceeded Wang Teng's expectations. Whale Swallow, 265 10,000, 1 star. Only 1 star. Wang Teng retracted his gaze from the attributes panel. He realized that all the skills he received came in different ranks. The perfected stage was no longer the highest level. Having ranks meant that a rise in rank would result in a jump in the strength of a skill. This was a piece of good news for Wang Teng. As his ability got stronger, some battle techniques would be useless if they couldn't catch up with his progress. Wang Teng also discovered that these ranks only appeared on the techniques had greater potential. For instance, the space physique and the deep-sea breathing skills had space for improvement, so they were segregated into different ranks. For other normal skills, the perfected stage was the limit. The system divided the skills clearly. Wang Teng could also understand the potential of his skills. The space physique and Whale Swallow required 10,000 points to advance. On the other hand, deep-sea breathing only needed 1,000 points. This was the difference, Chapter 796. They're just star beasts. Kill them directly. Beijing. A huge mountain ridge lay horizontally on the vast piece of land like a gigantic dragon that fell from the sky. Its body turned into the boundless mountain ranges, linking the east to the west, segregating the land into two parts. Beijing was situated at the north of this mountain range. The land was covered with snow all year round, and mist floated around the peak of the mountain. It felt like heaven, however. A frightening disaster was happening in this extremely peaceful region. Danger lurked everywhere. The situation was uncertain. Occasional loud roars were heard from the endless mountain ranges, one after another. They seemed to be announcing their right over this patch of land. Pfft, these beasts are getting arrogant. There was a steep valley within the mountains that was enveloped with blood. Corpses of humans and star beasts were littered everywhere. It was ghastly. The beast tide had retreated, and the humans were treating the survivors and recovering the corpses of their fellow companions. A military martial warrior heard the roar and raised his head abruptly. He spat in the direction of the sound. The other martial warriors gave the same expression. They felt immense hatred toward the star beasts. The entrance of the valley was heavily guarded. All kinds of heavy weapons were set up, their bores aiming at the valley. Once they discovered any signs of star beasts, they would launch Spitfire at them. There was also a tent behind the entrance. The general stage martial warriors guarding Beijing were all gathered inside. They were staring solemnly at a large map in front of them. This valley is an important gate for the star beasts to enter the human territory. Once they breach this defensive line, the vast piece of land behind us will welcome a massacre, Zhou Xuanwu said grimly as he stood in front of the host seat. After annihilating the Zhenli clan, he was sent to guard Beijiang. There were hordes of star beasts here, and this was the first known dimensional rift linking to the Darkland on Earth. It was an important location. This place required powerful martial warriors like him. Not only that, but he had brought a majority of the Xuanwu troop over too. If not, they wouldn't have been able to withstand the first round of Beast Tide. The general stage martial warriors turned grim when they heard this. This was just the first round of Beast Tide. Their abilities are not the strongest. These bastards are testing us. You can imagine how terrifying the future Beast Tides will be. A 12-star general stage martial warrior said, "General Lin is right. We mustn't put down our guards. There's a tough battle waiting for us." Another middle-aged man nodded and agreed. His expression was stern and his back straight. Sporting a general cloak, he was a 12-star general stage martial warrior too. Why did these star beasts suddenly attack us like they have gone crazy? Also, the majority of them seem to have gotten stronger. This has never happened in the past. I can't figure out what happened. A refined-looking 11-star general stage martial warrior spoke up. "Do you think it has anything to do with the alien invaders?" someone suggested. It's possible. It's too much of a coincidence." The other people started pondering over this possibility. Some nodded while others went into deep thought. "We haven't found the reason. There's no use thinking about it now." Zhou Xuanwu opened his mouth. "I'm worried about one thing. Besides star beasts, there's a dimensional rift linking to the Darkland here. If we are forced to move further down the valley, the dimensional rift will make use of this chance to expand if—" He didn't complete his sentence, but everyone knew what he wanted to express. If the dark apparitions seized the opportunity and broke through the dimensional rift, they would finally be able to land on Earth. That was the worst calamity that could happen. The entire tent turned silent. The Xingu continent suffered from the invasion of the dark apparitions. Whenever the dark apparitions landed in a city, the people would be plunged into hellish misery and suffering. It was a tragic event. They knew it better than anyone. If this situation occurred on Earth, more than 80% of humans would be killed. Most of the people in the Xingu continent practiced martial arts, and their foundation was stronger. Hence, they were still able to hold on under the dark apparitions' repeated invasions. They required help from the Earth to resist the dark apparitions. The martial arts era on the Earth had only started recently. Most of the human martial warriors were ordinary people, no matter how strong they were. They weren't the star beasts or the dark apparitions match. If the dimensional rift expanded, the human race could only move toward extinction. The brutal result appeared in everyone's mind. Their faces turned stern, and cold sweat started dripping down their foreheads. Sigh. At this moment, a strong gale blew in from outside. The green screen used as a makeshift door was blown up. Everyone was caught off guard. They turned to take a look. A figure strode in and said in a loud and clear voice, "They're just star beasts. Kill them directly. What are you afraid of? Who are you?" The expressions on many people's faces changed as they glared at the outsider. Some of these people had been guarding Beijiang for many years. They had never seen this person before. Hence, when they heard him boasting shamelessly, they were infuriated. Wang Teng! Zhou Xuanwu recognized this person. He was elated. "What? Wang Teng? That Wang Teng? He's Wang Teng. The Wang Teng who overpowered the alien martial warrior. Why is he here?" After a moment of astonishment, the people regained their senses and stared at the young man in bewilderment. "General Zhou, how have you been?" Wang Teng smiled and greeted Zhou Xuanwu. "Not good at all. My hair is turning white because of the Star Beast riot," Zhou Xuanwu said with a forced smile. "Ha ha ha ha!" Wang Teng burst out laughing. "You have your moments of helplessness too. It's good that you're here." Zhou Xuanwu didn't mind Wang Teng's teasing. "I heard that you've already reached that stage. I think you will be able to handle the star beasts easily, right?" Although Zhou Xuanwu was guarding the country's borders, he knew that Wang Teng had reached the planetary stage. He was one of the few stationed martial warriors who knew about this. He was a 13-star general stage martial warrior, so he had the right to know. Besides, he was gifted with the skill of converting force into constellation force and was already on the path to reaching the planetary stage. That stage. Everyone was shocked when they listened to their conversation. They knew what that stage meant. As martial warriors, everyone wanted to break the current bottleneck and ascend to a higher level. However, they were too far away. They hadn't even reached the 13-star general stage, so that stage was just a wild wish. Yet this young man who hadn't reached 20 had reached that stage. If they didn't hear it from Zhou Xuanwu, none of them would dare to believe it. This was utterly unbelievable. It didn't make sense, none at all. What had they been cultivating their entire life? Chapter 797, Wang Teng is still too young. Wang Teng didn't bother about what they were thinking. He nodded at Zhou Xuanwu and said, "Actually, that stage isn't hard to break through. Don't think too much about it." Silence. Everyone was speechless. "Are you sure you're consoling us? Why does it sound so infuriating instead?" Zhou Xuanwu felt helpless too. He practiced the conversion skill, so he knew that it wasn't simple. Did this fellow think that everyone was as gifted as him? "All right, I won't waste any more time. I came to end the Star Beast riot," Wang Teng declared. The listeners immediately turned serious. Ending the Star Beast riot was the top priority now. Everything else could be pushed back. "Let's discuss the future plan." Zhou Xuanwu nodded in agreement. The others started contemplating. It wasn't easy to find a suitable counterattack in this situation. However, Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise, "What plans do we need? We can just attack them." Silence. Everyone was stunned. They turned their heads in unplanned unison and stared at Wang Teng in confusion. "Why are you looking at me?" Wang Teng felt helpless. "Did I say anything wrong? I don't have time to waste here. Let's end this battle quickly. I have to take care of the other alien invaders. I'm busy." No one knew what to say. To Wang Teng, this thorny Star Beast riot could be solved with a wave of his hands. Was something not right? Wang Teng saw their expressions and finally realized that his words had stimulated them. "Cough, why don't you continue what you're doing, and I will enter the mountains alone to take a look." He coughed awkwardly and said, "Silence." It would be better if he hadn't spoken. The martial warriors felt even more ashamed of themselves. Honestly, were they useless? He must be thinking that they would hinder his plans. That was why he wanted to enter the mountains alone. This must be what he was thinking. It must be. Everyone stared at Wang Teng with hidden bitterness. Zhou Xuanwu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He hurriedly spoke up to ease the atmosphere. "How about this? Wang Teng and I will enter the mountains to take a look. You guys will guard the camp to ensure its safety and wait for us." The other general stage martial warriors had no objections. They nodded. They were afraid of entering the mountains now. The mountains were filled with dangers. Powerful star beasts were everywhere. They had sent many martial warriors to act as scouts in the past, but none of them came back. They were general stage martial warriors, so staying alive wasn't a problem for them. However, if they entered the mountains, they might have to face an intense battle. It wouldn't give them any benefits. You could say that they felt entering the mountains alone was a bad idea. Wang Teng dared to do it because he was strong enough. Zhou Xuanwu was a 13-star general stage martial warrior, so it wasn't a problem for him either. When Wang Teng suffered a setback, he would naturally come back and follow their plan obediently. He wouldn't act rashly anymore. Since no one had any objections, Zhou Xuanwu and Wang Teng went to prepare themselves. They would enter the mountains without delay. The two of them walked out of the tent, accompanied by the other general stage martial warriors. They arrived at the valley's entrance. The military martial warriors clearing up the scene stopped what they were doing when they saw the general stage martial warriors. They stared at them. "Who's that young man?" "He's walking in front of all the generals." "I don't know. I have never seen him before." "I know who he is." "It's him." "Who is it? Tell us quickly." "It's Wang Teng." "Major General Wang?" What? Major General Wang? Why is he here?" Low discussions were heard all around them. They were on the battlefield, so the discipline wasn't as strict. No one reprimanded them because of their noise. When Wang Teng walked past the military martial warriors, they dropped everything and saluted. They were extremely respectful towards him. They had already recognized Wang Teng. Amidst their gazes, Wang Teng and Zhou Xuanwu stopped at the end of the valley. What are they planning to do? Are they going to launch a counterattack? The military martial warriors started guessing. There was anticipation in their eyes. During the previous Star Beast attack, they had relied mainly on defense. It was frustrating. Thus, when they saw the general stage martial warriors taking action, they felt invigorated and excited. However, soon they realized that only two figures rose into the air among all the martial warriors. The rest of them remained on the ground. General Zhou, Major General Wang. They stared at the two figures in the sky in astonishment. Everyone will be leaving the camp to you guys. Please ensure that nothing happens to the camp, Zhou Xuanwu said. Don't worry, General Zhou. With us around, nothing will happen, the martial warriors below replied in unison. Wang Teng and Zhou Xuanwu stopped talking and disappeared into the depths of the mountains. The other general stage martial warriors stood on the spot for some time, staring in the direction Wang Teng and Zhou Xuanwu had left. They shook their heads. I hope they can come back safely. We can't afford to lose any one of them. Yes, General Zhou is the most powerful martial warrior in the camp. He must be safe. Wang Teng is still too young. Everyone chatted on their way back to the tent. They continued to discuss the future plan. In their hearts, Wang Teng and Zhou Xuanwu's trip would be futile. On the other side, Wang Teng and Zhou Xuanwu were now deep in the mountains. They had worked together once, so they were familiar with each other's abilities. There was no need to be doubtful of each other. Besides, after attempting the conversion skill, Zhou Xuanwu could sense that his ability had risen by a huge level. This allowed him to understand how powerful the planetary stage was. Other people might not believe Wang Teng when he said that he could solve the Star Beast problem alone, but he had trust in him. The only worry he had came from his fear of the Star Beast tide, roar. Just as they were heading deeper, a loud bellow came from below. A giant ape stood up on the ground under them. It was more than 10 feet tall. It leaped up and slapped its large palm at Wang Teng and Zhou Xuanwu. Boom! The air around the hand was compressed due to the force creating a sonic boom. The commotion created was appalling. The enormous palm pressed down on Wang Teng and Zhou Xuanwu like a mountain. 12-star Lord level. Zhou Xuanwu's expression changed slightly. He didn't think that the first star beast he met would be such a formidable foe. He wasn't afraid of this star beast, but he didn't want to receive this palm forcefully. As a human martial warrior, its strength was enough to hurt his body. Chapter 798, Fire Disaster. Zhou Xuanwu's expression turned grave. He was prepared to dodge the palm. He wasn't worried about Wang Teng. This was just a 12-star Lord-level star beast. How could it hurt a planetary stage martial warrior? However, Wang Teng surprised him. His method was more direct than he had imagined. He pushed his palm out and welcomed the attack of the giant ape head-on. The disparity in the size of the two palms was vast. Boom! The next instant, the palms collided. The weaker and smaller palm managed to stop the enormous palm of the giant ape. That wasn't the end. Crack! The ape's eyes were filled with disbelief. It didn't understand how this fragile and puny little human could possess such a powerful ability. It didn't have the time to think, though. A sharp pain came from its arm, and the sound of its bone cracking was loud and clear. It howled in pain uncontrollably. Why are you screaming after the palm attack? Wang Teng vanished and appeared above the ape's head. Get down! He stomped his feet right on the ape's crown. The giant ape shuddered. It felt a formidable strength pouring down from its head. Its gigantic body went out of control and started plummeting. It felt as if a meteorite had smashed on its head. Boom! The giant ape slammed into the mountain, creating a large tremor on the ground. Numerous trees fell. It was like an earthquake. The noise alerted the star beasts hiding in the mountains. They all bellowed in anger. Zhou Xuanwu felt his heart trembling when he heard the roars. If he was surrounded by all these lord-level star beasts, he could forget about escaping. Yet Wang Teng was still calm and composed. He didn't seem bothered at all. Zhu Xuanwu suddenly felt inferior. Why was the difference between them so huge? What a large monkey, Wang Teng lamented. He didn't see Zhou Xuanwu's dejected expression. He flew down from the sky and stopped in mid-air to look at the giant ape. Human, how dare you barge into my territory? The giant ape bore with the excruciating pain and climbed up from the ground, causing another round of rumble. It raised its head and glared at Wang Teng. Wow, I'm so afraid. Wang Teng took a step back and patted his chest. The ape, Zhou Xuanwu, his acting was truly exaggerated. Zhou Xuanwu felt the corners of his eyes twitching as he stared at Wang Teng in amazement. As expected of Wang Teng, the ape could tell that Wang Teng was teasing it. It bellowed at the sky. Everyone, what you are waiting for, kill this arg. The ape's shout suddenly got stuck in its throat. It made a retching sound, and its sentence ended abruptly. Zhou Xuanwu's expression turned strange. What did he see? Just when the ape was shouting with its mouth facing the sky, Wang Teng found a large rock from who knew where and threw it directly into the ape's mouth. As to why this simple attack could succeed, it was simply because the ape's mouth was huge. The ape felt extremely uncomfortable. It opened its mouth and straightened its neck. The large rock was stuck in its throat. It couldn't swallow it or spit it out. It was stuck in the weakest part of its throat, so it could only break it with brute force. Zhou Xuanwu couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he saw its expression. His Adam's apple moved up and down, and he felt as if there was something stuck in his throat. It felt dry and uncomfortable. This was a sinister move. Zhou Xuanwu felt that only Wang Teng could think of such a dirty trick. It suited his style. The star beasts closing in paused in unison. The atmosphere turned strange. This human seemed a little scary. Was it all right for them to charge forward? Wasn't it better to stay at home and have a nice sleep? Why did they have to come out and fight for their lives? Why, crack, crack, poof. The giant ape finally remembered that he could shatter the rock with force. It moved its throat and spat out the broken pieces of rocks. Roar, it bellowed in anger and shouted at the star beasts around it. Have you forgotten our purpose? Kill this human. The ape's words ignited the ferociousness in the star beasts. They screeched in anger and charged in that direction. Boom! The forest trembled, and the ground shook violently. The commotion was petrifying. Very soon, a sea of star beasts could be seen crashing towards them from the woods below. The entire forest seemed to have turned black from their numbers. Zhou Xuanwu looked down from the sky and swallowed a gulp of his saliva. He said in a hoarse voice, Wang Teng, you've poked the hornet's nest. Ha, what are you afraid of? It's good that they're here. I wish all the star beasts would come. I can catch them all at once. Wang Teng laughed without any worry. Zhou Xuanwu didn't know what to say. This man had a big heart. He was still thinking of trapping all the star beasts in one go when facing such a frightening beast tide. Was this the confidence of a planetary stage martial warrior? Roar, kill. Humans, die. The howls of the star beasts merged together, and a ferocious aura gathered into the air. It surged towards Wang Teng and Zhou Xuanwu. Normal martial warriors would be filled with terror when they saw this scene. Even Zhou Xuanwu, who was a 13-star general stage martial warrior, started to panic. His face turned slightly pale. He wasn't being a coward, honestly. He was just getting a little nervous. Why don't we go back and discuss the plan first? Zhou Xuanwu gulped silently and asked. Are you afraid? Wang Teng asked with a smile. How is that possible? I never knew what fear feels like, Zhou Xuanwu said confidently. Wang Teng glanced at Zhou Xuanwu, but he didn't expose him. He turned and scanned the star beasts below with a cold expression. Boom! A loud explosion erupted. A terrifying flame burst out of Wang Teng's body. The emerald flame spread out and swept through the sky like a fire dragon. Scorching heat covered heaven and earth. The temperature in the region rose tremendously within a split second. Emerald glazed flame. Ever since Wang Teng advanced to the planetary stage, the power of the divine fires he controlled rose multiple times compared to the past. With a wave of his hand, the flames in the sky merged to form numerous fierce green dragons. The dragons bellowed at the sky. The star beasts stopped in their tracks and looked up. Their eyes were filled with emerald flames. They were dumbstruck. What is this? What a scary flame! The Lord-level star beasts started howling in fright. They were unnerved. Go! An angry shout echoed in the air. The green dragons shot out, and countless emerald flames fell from the sky. This felt like a scene from the end of the world. Chapter 799. Space Distortion Area. This mountain range was an extremely chilly place. It was covered with snow all year round and bred many ice element star beasts. When the rain of emerald flame fell on the ground, a flock of ice vultures opened their beaks and sprayed ice and snow into the sky. In an instant, there seemed to be heavy snowfall. Coldness spread through the air and turned into a gale aiming straight for the flames. Pant. The snow danced wildly in the sky, wanting to extinguish the emerald flames. However, these ice vultures had underestimated the emerald-glazed flame. The instant the snow touched the flames, it melted and evaporated. The ice vultures screeched angrily and circled in the air. Large patches of snow dawned on Earth, turning this place into a world of ice and snow. Naive, Wang Teng sneered. He allowed the snow to fall with an indifferent expression. Boom! Suddenly, the emerald flame exploded and swallowed all the snow and ice. The temperature in this area rose multiple times. Not only that, but the giant dragon formed from the emerald-glazed flame also shot into the air and soared towards the ice vultures. Screech. The ice vultures gave a shrill cry of fear. They flapped their wings frantically and wanted to escape, but after flying for about 10 meters, the emerald flame caught up and swallowed them. Screech, screech. Screeches of despair resounded in the sky. Within a split second, the green flames disappeared entirely. Pitch-black objects plummeted down the sky. They had truly become burnt birds. The star beasts below were flabbergasted when they saw this scene. Wang Teng squinted. He waved his hand, and the emerald flames swept down again, engulfing numerous star beasts. Roar, roar, howl, cries of fear reverberated in the woods continuously. There was no end to it. The star beasts had no chance of resisting the onslaught of the emerald-glazed flame. They got burned into ashes instantly. The star beasts behind were terrified. They didn't dare to rush forward anymore and started escaping in all directions. Thinking of running away? Wang Teng wouldn't give them a chance to leave. After spending so much effort to lure them out, he must kill to his heart's content. Spiritual power gushed out of his forehead. He controlled the emerald-glazed flame and threw it at the star beasts that were escaping. The star beasts got submerged by the flames one by one. Fortunately, the mountain range was full of rocks and accumulated snow. If not, the entire mountain range might have turned into a sea of fire. Even so, the flames continued burning in the forest. The emerald-glazed flame was a divine fire. It could burn anything that it came in touch with. Nothing could escape its wrath, even the stones. You could see small stones burning everywhere. Zhou Xuanwu was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. He felt that he was in a dream. Wang Teng used a single flame to destroy the frightening beast tide. The star beasts scurried away miserably. This beast tide was their greatest worry. There were numerous powerful star beasts in every beast tide. The damage and impact of this large and strong group of beasts were terrifying. They weren't some random dogs and cats lying on the street. Yet they were burned to death like ants now. This was unbelievable. Zhou Xuanwu suddenly felt appalled. He had a feeling that he was just here to watch the show. The chief commander of the Xuanwu troop had become a spectator. This for a moment. Tears of inferiority dripped down Zhou Xuanwu's heart. This was too difficult. It was too difficult for him. Wang Teng didn't know what Zhou Xuanwu was thinking. The army of star beasts had collapsed. He decided to release Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion. Zhou Xuanwu was astounded when he saw these two star beasts. Lord level. They were Lord level star beasts. Go and hunt the star beasts. The one who kills the most will receive more rewards at the end, Wang Teng told his two spiritual pets. He was using this chance to train his spiritual pets. He was progressing quickly. If his spiritual pets didn't increase their cultivation speed, they wouldn't be able to catch up with him. Wang Teng didn't expect them to follow his pace, but he hoped that they wouldn't fall too far behind. After all, as his spiritual pets, it wouldn't be presentable if their abilities were too low. The amazement in Zhou Xuanwu's eyes got stronger. Wang Teng was probably the only person who dared to release his spiritual pets at a time like this to train them. Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion were excited. They immediately charged toward the star beasts below and started their crazy massacre. The experiences of a spiritual pet depended on its master. If Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion grew up normally, they would just be ordinary star beasts. However, under his guidance, their ability exceeded other star beasts at the same level, and they loved battles. They showed no mercy when they killed other star beasts. Zhou Xuanwu was shocked. He almost bit his own lip. Wang Teng was already a monster. But his spiritual pets were perverts too. Could he give other people some chance? This was a huge stimulation for Zhou Xuanwu. With his cultivation and ability, he wouldn't have had this mentality in the past. Now he kept promising himself that he would cultivate with utmost effort after he went back. He must raise his strength quickly. He never wanted to experience the frustration of being a spectator again. Under the torture of the emerald-glazed flame, the majority of the star beasts had turned into ashes and floated away with the wind. They disappeared without a trace, as if they had never been in this world. The other star beasts knew that death was inevitable, so they kneeled down and started howling in despair in the direction of the mountain range. There was a sky-high snow mountain in that direction. Clouds covered the peak, making it impossible to see it. Roar. All the star beasts started howling as if they were paying their last respect. Their voices merged together and the sound waves shook the mountains. What are they doing? Wang Teng was stunned. He frowned slightly. He activated his spiritual sight and looked at the snow mountain, wishing to see the secret behind their actions. There was a distorted force blocking his spiritual sight. He was unable to see through it. Space distortion. Wang Teng possessed space talent, so he knew right away that this was an obstacle caused by space distortion. It must be extremely powerful, since his spiritual sight couldn't even see through it. What's the matter? Zhou Xuanwu also noticed something amiss. He flew beside Wang Teng and asked him, "There's something strange over there." Wang Teng smiled. "My luck is not bad. I made a random choice to come to Beijing, and I met the big boss." Zhou Xuanwu suddenly thought of something. His expression changed. "Wait, that is where the dimensional rift is?" "Dimensional rift, I'm right." Wang Teng nodded. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. "If that is the dimensional rift that connects to the Darkland, why are the star beasts paying their respects in that direction? Did they throw themselves into the laps of the dark apparitions?" Chapter 800, Zhou Xuanwu felt a stab in his heart. That star beasts are collaborating with the dark apparitions. Zhou Xuanwu was shocked by Wang Teng's guess. It was absurd. The star beasts had joined forces with the dark apparitions. How could this happen? Powerful star beasts possessed intelligence and were as smart as humans. If humans could cooperate with the dark apparitions, why couldn't they? Zhou Xuanwu wasn't stupid or naive. He knew that the star beasts weren't inflexible. He analyzed it in his heart and felt that there was around a 70% chance of this happening. His expression turned grim. If the star beasts cooperated with the dark apparitions, it would be difficult to handle. It's useless to think too much. Since the star beasts are paying their respect in that direction, let's see if anything will appear to save them. Wang Teng scoffed. He waved his hand, and flames shot out toward the remaining survivors mercilessly. The star beasts screamed in agony and died under the emerald-glazed flame. "Humans, you will die a terrible death." Roar, Beastmaster will take revenge for us. Beastmaster, Beastmaster, let me see if this Beastmaster will appear after I kill all these star beasts. The smile on Wang Teng's face grew wider. He didn't plan to hide it and turned even more vicious instead. He started killing the remaining star beasts cruelly. Since they chose to invade, they should be prepared for annihilation. Survival of the fittest was the crux of the martial arts era. This would never change star. Beasts started falling one by one, including powerful Lord-level star beasts. They weren't willing to die just like this, so they continued escaping into the depth of the mountains with the emerald-glazed flame pursuing them relentlessly. However, their efforts were useless. They could only die with regret and bitterness. After the last star beast died, the area turned silent. Only the burning flames and the charred marks on the ground proved that a frightening massacre had taken place here a second ago. Wang Teng released his spiritual power and kept his emerald-glazed flame. Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion also flew back. Master, I killed 138 star beasts. 133 of them were below Lord level, and 5 were at the Lord level, the metal armor flaming scorpion said in a fawning tone. Not bad, Wang Teng nodded. Little White cawed. It didn't want to lose out. Little White says it killed 145 star beasts. 8 of them were at the Lord level. Wang Teng smiled. Little Scorpion, it looks like you lost. Wang Teng knew how many star beasts they had killed. He possessed the 18 tasks multitasking skill, so he could split 2 thoughts out to watch over his spiritual pets. That was how he knew their result. How is that possible? How can the little crow kill more than me? The metal armor flaming scorpion said in disbelief. It's smarter than you. It chose the star beasts I injured, so it was more efficient than you. Wang Teng smiled and replied, What the hell, you can do that? The metal armor flaming scorpion knocked its head with its pincers and scolded itself for its stupidity. It couldn't think of such a simple idea. All right, I'll distribute star cores to you based on the number of Lord-level star beasts you have killed. Little White will get 8 and you'll get 5. Any problem with that? Wang Teng took out a few fire element star cores and distributed them to his spiritual pets. All right, I lost this time. The metal armor flaming scorpion swallowed his star cores dejectedly. Then its eyes lit up, and it glanced at Little White. Caw. Little White immediately gave it a look of disdain and swallowed its star cores. It didn't give the scorpion a chance to speak. Do you have to guard against me so much? Seriously, the metal armor flaming scorpion muttered. Wang Teng ignored his bickering spiritual pets. His eyes shone brightly. A large number of attribute bubbles were floating in the forest. There were many of them. Get it. He released his spiritual power and collected all the attribute bubbles without any hesitation. Earth Force 150, Ice Force 210, Ice Force 180, blank attribute 165, blank attribute 140, Fire Force 120, Metal Force 300, blank attribute 240, Poison Force 220, Wind Force 310, blank attribute 430. A line of attribute bubbles flew over like sugar-coated haws on a stick. They merged into Wang Teng's body. His body trembled again and again. It never stopped. A large amount of force flowed throughout his meridians. Besides the basic 5 element forces, the other mutated forces rose tremendously too, especially his ice force. It went from the 11-star low-tier general stage to the 13-star high-tier general stage. Ice Force 1550 of 5013 star. The Wind Force and Poison Force increased greatly too. They broke through from the 12-star general stage to the 13-star high-tier general stage. Wind Force 8550,000, 13 star. Poison Force 11,1250,000, 13 star. All 3 mutated forces had reached the 13-star level. This advancement was amazing. Lightning Force also jumped from the 11-star low-tier general stage to the 12-star general stage. Lightning Force, 13,600, 35,000, 12-star. Wang Teng suddenly felt that this beast tide wasn't a bad thing. It allowed his cultivation to increase. In the past, he would require much effort and time to reach a similar effect. The only unfortunate thing was the star beasts didn't possess dark force or light force. Thus, no matter how many star beasts he killed, there was no increase in these two attributes. Do I have to use my blank attributes to raise them? Wang Teng mumbled to himself. He glanced at his blank attributes. He had gained many blank attributes this time. On his attributes panel, his tally had reached 13,850. Since the last time he used up all his blank attributes, he had collected more than 100,000 attributes again. What an arduous process. However, his heart started aching when he thought of using up all his blank attributes again. Forget it. Let's wait a bit. Dark force and light force might appear. Wang Teng consoled himself. He turned and looked at Zhou Xuanwu only to notice his doubtful expression and inferior aura. He shook his head and started self-reflecting. Should he take better care of the people beside him? He didn't want to be responsible if they did anything stupid because of the stimulation they received. Wang Teng opened his mouth and said, "Brother Zhou, do you want to go back? I plan to take a look up that mountain." Zhou Xuanwu felt a stab in his heart. He took a deep breath and said, "Let me accompany you. I'm familiar with this area, so I might be of some help." He sounded extremely unconfident, though. Would he be helpful? Maybe not, but since he had already said it, he couldn't take back his words and admit that he was here just as an audience. He still had his dignity. Let's go. I want to see what that scaredy cat looks like. Wang Teng didn't hesitate and nodded instantly. He flew towards the snow mountain. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.